an hour. We'll see that snow continue through the day tomorrow, possibly getting as much as 20 centimeters. We do have flurries again in the forecast for you on Friday and Saturday as those temperatures stay very low. The overnight lows extremely low, especially Friday into Saturday before things get a little more mild toward the end of the weekend. Tyson Carrier is our weather watcher today. 8 years old in grade 3 at École élémentaire catholique de l'Ange Gardien, and sunshine maybe in that picture.
Absolutely, in that one. It will come, Tyson. Great work.
Finally, for us, the home team lost, but the fans went home happy. That's because all the fans won free bacon thanks to a missed free throw.
Crowd's going nuts. Here's why. If he misses the second one, everybody in this house gets free bacon. Bacon for everybody!
The Virginia Tech basketball team runs a promotion during games. The team misses consecutive foul shots. Miami's Jordan Miller missed 2 foul shots, 4:31 left in the game. Fans started cheering for free bacon. Miami won, but the fans got free bacon. Now, logistically, so you're walking out and they're just handing out free bacon, like in chunks?
This must be a gift card or something, right?
I would
get
think.
The bacon?
I don't know.
That would have taken the sting out of those losses to the Leafs over the years, a little bit of bacon.
If everybody got bacon leaving. Have a good evening.
This is News Talk 580 CFRA AM Ottawa, a division of Bell Media and an iHeart radio station.
It's 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. Your update from the CTV Ottawa newsroom starts now.
Good evening, I'm Colton Trail. It's 7 o'clock, -9. Cloudy skies. The snow hasn't started yet, but it's certainly coming. We'll tell you all about it in your full in just a moment. First, let's have a look at your top stories. A major development in the Orleans explosion investigation at that Minto construction site. The Ottawa Police Service says the circumstances surrounding the blast have been deemed criminal. They believe it was deliberate. The arson unit is now leading the investigation. It took over 4 days ago. The blast destroyed several homes and injured 12 people on February 13th. Minto's president has said the explosion may have been linked to a leak. Officials haven't determined a cause. Meanwhile, Ottawa police have released details on an arrest in connection with last night's massive fire at an apartment building in Overbrook. Firefighters were called to Preslin Road late Tuesday afternoon for a battle with flames that lasted hours. 4 people had to be rescued, 60 were displaced. OPS says 31-year-old Pamela Schilling Ford of Ottawa has been charged with arson to property, arson to endanger life, and she appeared in court this afternoon. President Joe Biden says President Vladimir Putin made a big mistake by suspending Moscow's participation in the U.S.-Russia nuclear arms treaty known as New START. Putin announced his plans to move away from the treaty amid tensions with the West over Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Biden called Putin's announcement not very responsible.
I think we're less safe when we arms control agreements that are very much in both parties' interest and the world's interest. But I've not seen anything, we've not seen anything where there's a change in his posture and what they're doing.
Biden added that he didn't believe Putin's announcement meant he was thinking of using nuclear weapons. Biden says he's confident the two nations will be able to work it out. Blues Fest released its full lineup of artists coming to Ottawa this year. Foo Fighters, Alison Krauss, and Tom York's new band The Smile will be coming to LeBreton Flats in July. Blues Fest Executive Director Mark Monahan tells CFRA he's looking forward to seeing how music fans react.
The big thing is you work on this thing all year, and then you suddenly get to release it and get people's reactions. Up until that time, we're just all huddled together in a small group thinking this is going to work. So now you put it out to the broader community and you see who's interested.
Also performing this year, Pitbull, Ludacris, Mumford & Sons, and Weezer. In-depth coverage and more at CFRA.com and CTVNewsOttawa.ca. Mitch Kodrowski is in the CTV Weather Center.
A snowfall warning has been issued in the capital. You can expect 20 centimeters of snow later this evening and into Thursday, with temperatures hovering around -13. Tomorrow, it'll be overcast with a high of -11 and a low of -14 with periods of snow. Friday, there's a chance of flurries with a high of -11 and a low of -23 in the evening. In the CTV Weather Center, I'm Mitch Kodrowski.
That's the latest from the CTV News. Trail. News next at 8 o'clock.
Live local breaking news.
When you want it.
Anytime.
Anywhere. Download the CTV News app now.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter at ziprecruiter.ca/Canada. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ziprecruiter.ca/Canada. That's ziprecruiter.ca/Canada. ziprecruiter.ca/Canada.
Ottawa at work with Patricia Bowl.
These high prices.
The big stories.
At the grocery store as you hit the aisle.
The hottest topics.
Exhausting for families who are already struggling to pay the bills.
Great conversations.
Is it food inflation?
Ottawa at work with Patricia Bowl.
Right after the morning rush with Bill Carroll.
At their limit already.
On News Talk 580 CFRA.
Ottawa's #1 news talk station.
Always streaming on the iHeartRadio app or your smart speaker.
We are Ottawa's home for live local breaking news. This is News Talk 580 CFRA.
Jim.
A text message, boy, I'm watching some of the people driving around, and sorry I'm not watching in Windsor, London, or Ottawa, or the Okanagan Valley, or Victoria. I love you, Victoria, man. Vancouver, love you too. Vancouver. What about Montreal? So good. And if I forgot any place that you're listening to my mellifluous tones, my apologies. The weather out there ain't so great. They're advised to drive according to the conditions. Sounds easy to do, doesn't it? But half of you, of course not you driving right now, but half of the people just driving like a bunch of morons. United Airlines down in the States have a new feature allowing families and children under 12 to sit together free of charge. Who thinks they're doing it wrong? I'm not a parent, but I would think when you're flying, the mastery of somebody else's problem is part of the love of going on a vacation. The governor of Ohio drank water in East Palestine to prove it's safe. No word when he'll transform into the next villain in Spider-Man as of yet. And apparently Paul McCartney and Ringo are working on a new song. Stones. Man, I can't wait to hear I can't get no satisfaction with my reverse mortgage. Hey. They're old is what I'm saying, huh? They're older, not old. Depending on how old you are, I don't want to offend many people right now. Let's just get into the broadcast over the iHeart Talk Radio Network. Something that, according to a Larry, Jim, I love your show. The reason sex sells. I didn't know I was doing that for you, Larry. My apologies. I'm Jim Richards.
News Talk Tonight is on with your host, Jim Richards, on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
Do you believe forecasts? It turns out when I go to the window, the AccuWindow, you should believe the forecast. But I know that a lot of people, Christina is getting up and running to the window, and so is Andrew. Hey, we got to, we're going to crash this thing, guys. You're at the controls. Now everybody's looking out the window. What are we going to do? What was your level of satisfaction when you looked out the Accu window, which I think, let's give props to the geniuses who are behind that term. I think that's a George Carlin term from Wonderful Wine. Was your satisfaction? What did we learn by looking out the window, Christina?
We learned that it is snowing.
Oh, thank you very much. Now, you went to journalism school. Was there a week, a month, a day that was dedicated to, hey, try looking out the window? Was that something that you learned?
Solid hour in broadcast
school. Try looking out the window, which is always, it's funny. The snow is very serious. Very serious. But I always find, what is I'll open the phones up right now. I'm not sure if I'm going to get any calls, but when you listen to the radio or watch the news, what is the dumbest advice you think? It's like Captain Obvious advice, which I was saying earlier when I hear people say, just drive according to the conditions. That sounds Captain Obvious-y, doesn't it? Except, I don't know anybody who can. I can do it. Just all of the other drivers on the road around me at the time. The security guard just walked by. I don't know what he's securing. He looks in the washroom. There's no burglars in the washroom. Then he walks down the hall. That was me on a tangerine. But does that, what, is there any advice that you could give right now? What would you like to tell the person driving next to you if you're in London or if you're in Windsor or in Montreal and Ottawa in the day to come, if you remember snowstorms because you have a memory? And again, some of my favorite things to amuse myself is just going to the comment section after there's a story about the weather and everybody's like, well, duh, Canada, what do you expect? And then you have the people who are from other parts of the country who live in southern Ontario who are like, you guys think 15 centimeters is a storm? Well, we have since Christmas. Don't fact check me on that because I probably am wrong. But is there what would you like to tell the person driving next to you who apparently thinks you're not as invincible as you think you are? That's what I would say to that crew. You know, the guy who passes you and then a kilometer ahead might have to abandon it till the next day. But it's not that's not true. It's fun for you. It's terrible for them. 633-1010. I always think it's a fine blend between, don't drive too panicky because you're a problem for other drivers, and don't drive like a maniac. And maybe make sure your lights are on. Turn your lights on. Taillights are not on for, the people who think that they're the daytime runners people don't touch their lights because they have daytime runners. We need to do a topic about that because those people need to learn a lesson. All right, 1-855-633-1010. We've got a couple of minutes on what would you tell the driver beside you. All sorts of other things. To including if you did not hear, I don't know. A lot of people said, Jim, you need to wear it. But yesterday we did the segment, What the Hell is in Jim Richards' Shoe? And it turned out to be a countdown to a letdown. We'll play the audio later. I don't know that we got time right now. But there was nothing in my shoe, even though it felt like there was something in my shoe. I had something called Phantom Something's in Your Shoe. Which is something that I just made up. And I made people listen for 4 hours up all night long. And there was nothing in my shoe. And so I have to apologize a little bit later on. We're doing what would you tell the driver next to you? What about you, Diane? I guess the best idea from me would be, hey, try not to get people to phone the radio station while they're driving. That would have been a smart thing on my behalf. Diane, what's going on in Montreal? Because I don't think you're getting it yet, but you'll probably, in a bit.
I'm not getting it myself, but I'm not getting a snowstorm yet.
Hey-o.
Ooh, I just want... If you're going to be driving in a snowstorm, make sure that your car or your truck is cleared of the snow.
Well
and
done.
I was being less polite with the lady on the phone. And the second thing is, before you make a maneuver, put your darn flasher on. And then the third thing, I believe, just drive accordingly. Don't think because you've got an SUV or
well said.
That you won't get off the road.
Well said. Thank you very much. I want Nelson in Maple to have 15 seconds here. Sorry, I got a hard break here, Nelson, but go ahead.
No problem. It's really quick, Jim. It's people who drive with their hazards on. You don't have to turn on your hazards. We're all driving slow. Now I don't know if you're turning right or left.
Yeah, because one of the signals is covered by snow, and the one you're still waiting for the guy to... Okay, love it. Rundown is next on the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
United Way East Ontario knows that local love lives right here in our communities. Every day, we see incredible acts of kindness from people like you who don't hesitate to lend a helping hand. With your continued support, we can tackle issues like poverty, social isolation, and mental health. Together, we can make a difference for thousands of residents who depend on United Way. Donate today at unitedwayeo.ca or call 613-228-6700.
Hi, it's Keith Bean from beancars.ca in Carlin Place, and I'm here with our sales manager, Kelsey Miragway. Kelsey, what is happening?
Trucks are rolling in with inventory and sold units. There are trade-ins coming from the sold units. Keith, it's just so exciting.
Supply is getting better. We finally have about 40 Silverados and Sierras in stock. On the new 2022s we have left, we are taking $4,000 off MSRP, and GM is offering 1.49% financing, OAC, up to 72 months.
Wow, that's a deal. Writing orders for spring delivery of pickups, SUVs, and sports cars.
We're locking in all the variables. If you commit to an order, we will lock in your finance rate,
lock in your trade value,
and lock in the purchase price, all as long as we can build your vehicle in a 2023.
So please don't wait until spring. Stop by or email us now and let us go to work for you.
It's happening now, and it's so exciting at beancars.ca.
Talking about your debt can be hard. It's why so many people avoid talking about it. When you need to talk about your debt. Here at BDO, we can make it easier and provide the individualized support you need. Whatever questions you have about your debt, a BDO licensed insolvency trustee can help you find relief and plan for a brighter future. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to book a free consultation today.
Adventure starts at the highly anticipated Ottawa Boat and Outdoors Show this Thursday through Sunday at the EY Center. Gear up for checking out the latest in boating, fishing, and more. Find everything you need for the 2023 boat season at show special pricing and get your fix at the newly expanded fishing section, all under one roof. Plus, enjoy free parking all weekend long. The Ottawa Boat and Outdoors Show this Thursday through Sunday at the EY Center. Tickets and info at ottawabos.ca.
We look into your eyes, we want to give you the whole world. But that's not a viable business model. So instead, we're offering you complete glasses from only $69. At Specsavers, we believe quality eyewear and eye care should be affordable to all, which is a little thing we call Specsavers Love. Find out more at specsavers.ca. Conditions apply. Select pairs only.
A mother who writes crime. They're teaming up to solve cases.
We get arrested, you're covering bail.
But how to work together might just be the biggest mystery of all. The Spencer Sisters. All new, Friday at 9. Set your PVR. Only on CTV.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free. .ca/Canada. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada. That's ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada. ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada.
Searching online for questions about your health isn't always healthy. You'll type in a question right before bed like, why do I keep getting hives? And whoosh, you're hurtling through an internet rabbit hole. One sleepless night later, you've thrown out all your lotions, body washes, soaps, and detergents because you're definitely allergic to everything. Just talk to a registered nurse. Stop going down internet rabbit holes and start connecting to care. Visit ontario.ca/yourhealth to find pharmacists, nurses, and answers, and see all the ways we're helping you connect to care. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
I need to sell my car fast.
Sell my car in 30minutes.com.
What?
If you need to sell your car quickly, go to sellmycarin30minutes.com. You can sell it in 30 minutes.
Visit sellmycarin30minutes.com now. This is News Talk Tonight with Jim Richards on the iHeartRadio Talk
I
Network.
love the music you play, Andrew. It's so good. I'll be honest with you, folks. Maybe I freaked out on the weekend. And I said to these guys, I'm going to pick the music now. And there was a tense time when the likes of Andrew and Mark and the other guy whose name I haven't learned yet, known as the other guy, when they were all, don't you like our music? And I was like, you got 3 dudes with different tastes. I just want one sound Monday to Friday. And then I thought, who is able to accomplish that? And then I got one of my affirmations on my iPhone that said, and they come in every 45 minutes, just reminders for me to believe in myself. And you don't think this is true? Andrew, you're shaking your head. I could read my affirmations right now. Maybe we'll do that a little bit later on. Jim reads his affirmations. I got to say, usually I'm busy and I'll get a ding on my phone. I'm like, all right, affirmations, not now, all right? I'm trying to read. But the affirmation said, you are better than those other guys. No, it didn't. Than Andrew, Mark, and the new guy, whatever his name is. Okay, we have to do the rundown now. Not that we have to do the rundown. We enjoy doing the rundown where we take a look at some of the big news stories of the day with some of the heavy hitters when it comes to opinions. And those heavy hitters tonight are Carl Dockstader. He's the co-host of One Dish, One Mic. And are also Mark Mendelson, News Talk 1010 and iHeartRadio crime specialist and also former homicide detective. We're going to have him stick around because I think if you're old enough, you might remember the story of Madeleine McCann, who disappeared from her parents' hotel room such a long time ago. There's a woman who has popped up and claims that she is Madeleine McCann, or could talk to Mark Mendelson in depth about that in about a half an hour. So let's get into the rundown. Guys, thank you very much for your time. Mark and Carl.
Good evening.
Thanks for having us. Carl, I've done a bad job covering one story, and maybe a lot of people have, and that is trying to get an Indigenous person's take on what Julie Black did. So I'm a little late on this, but what are your thoughts on the changing of that lyric on the anthem?
Well, I have two. My final shot now because I didn't see it in the story list. So I was gonna...
Never mind. Let's save that. If that's your final shot, then
okay, sounds good.
I wanted to ask you guys off the top, when there is a storm, and I think people in Ottawa and Montreal are going, oh, those people in Toronto are babies when it comes to snow. But when there is a storm announced, do you guys believe the weather forecasters? Mark?
Well, generally speaking, I do. Now, we've had a couple here in Toronto over the last few weeks where
underwhelming. We had a lot of warning for this one. I can tell you, Jim, that I drove up from downtown Toronto to my house now in Midtown, and it's just about what I was expecting. And, if there's any big problem in a city like Toronto, it's people who will not admit that they are uncomfortable, incapable, untrained, or prepared to drive in inclement weather, but they continue to do so anyway. So what they do is they actually block streets because they're spinning their tires. If you don't know how to drive in this weather, there's nothing wrong with saying, you know what, I can't do this. I'm not now. The weather is just as I expected. By tomorrow morning, we're going to find out, Jim. We're just going to find out.
The words drive according to the conditions don't mean anything to a bunch of people who don't know, hey, wait a second, maybe I shouldn't leave the house because I don't have winter tires. I'm guessing in Ottawa and in Montreal, they're smarter about getting winter tires. I think in Quebec, you have to have them. But, Carl, it really is amazing sometimes. Are you you're pretty much snow belty there, Carl, are you not, in Niagara? You don't necessarily get what Buffalo gets, but you get a heck of a lot more than Ontario.
Yeah, we get a bunch of it, especially South Niagara. My friends and family in Fort Erie, it's like a little Buffalo with the lake effect and everything else. I do wish that we had more snow tires. I also want to say I always believe the weather people, Doug Gillum, who we talk to all the time from the Weather Network, might be listening, and I always believe you, Doug, and we should, because it can be pretty treacherous, and it's better to be over-prepared than under-prepared when it comes to these things.
All right, I'm glad we side detective with us. When you talk about this Doug character, is he going to come for you, or what will happen if Doug hears you say something bad about him?
I think he's too sweet for that.
All right, never mind. Call it off, Mark.
I'm on it. Don't worry about it. I'm on it.
Thank goodness. I feel safer already.
Once upon a time in talk radio, when this story came out years ago, I thought it would never happen, and it comes out every single year. People talk about a 4-day work week, and topics that maybe I'm a little tired of, but in the UK, companies that have adopted it, the employees seem to like it. So I don't know if you're getting more productivity, and I guess it might mean in some cases, Mark, Joe, Sandy, and Larry work Monday through Thursday, and then 3 other people work Thursday through Friday. So maybe with longer hours, you can off. It does sound like if people are just as productive and happier, it would be a thing to look into doing, would it not?
Well, I think it all depends on what kind of business you're in. I mean, certainly there's a lot of businesses and industry that just can't run on 4 days a week, but there's also the whole problem with consistency. We're all so programmed that, of the Monday to Friday, you have your coffee, you have your meetings, you have your water cooler discussions, you do your work, and you sort of pace your week over the course of 5 days. And if we can learn over time to sort of shrink that into 4 days but still be productive, and maybe we've got to cut out those water coolers meetings, and we got to cut out the extra coffee break or heading out for an extra long lunch. I mean, it's all about the productivity. And I think what they found in England was that productivity really wasn't hampered at all.
Yep.
In fact, it might have improved. Interestingly enough, people was reduced dramatically. I think it was like over 60%. So that's got to tell you something as well. I think, this is all pandemic stuff, and we're still suffering from pre-pandemic, post-pandemic. We haven't found our way yet. And if industries and certain businesses, maybe retail, can span it out over the course of a 4-day work week in a couple shortened hours per week than what we're used to, and everything stays the same, if more better, in terms of mental health and in terms of people calling in sick, then, it's worth a shot. But it just doesn't work with every. Certainly not going to work with police. It's not going to work with the courts. And Jim,
well, hold on. What about the police? Don't they already do something like that where they work? I don't know exactly what staffing is like in every police department across this country, but I thought in some you would work maybe a whole bunch of days, 12-hour shifts, and then you would have a whole bunch of days off. Would you not?
Well, if you're in uniform, absolutely. And every police service does it differently. Some of them have 10-hour shifts, some have 12. over the midnights where you'd work 7 days straight and then get 6 days off and then work another 7 and get 5. But when it comes to
you're right. Sorry, continue.
Like specialized units like homicide and hold up and sex crimes and what have you, that doesn't work.
Yeah.
But it certainly doesn't in uniforms, and it's done because they are working 24-hour shifts like the fire service as well, right? So I mean, every job, certainly within the police or paramedics or practitioners that work in hospitals, they have a schedule that deals with their circadian rhythm and making sure they get sleep. But if you're going to be in retail, if you're going to be working in the courts, what have you, that may not work.
Okay, Carl Dockstader is with us. He is the host of a show that you probably listen to, and if you haven't yet, then I don't know what the heck you're doing. One Dish, One Mic. His final take is coming up in about 10 minutes' time. Also, is going to stick around and talk about a claim from a young woman who says that she thinks she could be, you might remember the story of Madeleine McCann. That coming up in the next half hour as we continue with Rundown on the iHeart Talk Radio Network. This is News Talk Tonight. The final takes from Mark and also Carl in a moment as well. I'm Jim Richards.
Update from the CTV Ottawa newsroom starts now.
I'm Colton Trail in the CTV newsroom. Ottawa police now say they believe the Orleans explosion was not an accident. The arson unit has taken the lead in the investigation, now deemed criminal in nature. More than 120,000 public service workers have begun casting ballots today, and Blues Fest released its full lineup of artists coming to the capital this year. Full details in 30 minutes. Mitch Kodrowski is in the CTV Weather Center.
A weather warning has been issued by Environment Canada. There's snow coming to Ottawa and lots of it. 20 centimeters is on the way this evening and into Thursday, with temperatures hovering around minus 13 tonight. Tomorrow it'll be cloudy with a high of minus 11 and a low of minus 14, with of course periods of snow continuing throughout the day. Friday there's a chance of flurries and a high of minus 11 and minus 23 in the evening. In the CTV Weather Center, I'm Mitch Kodrowski.
That's the latest from the CTV newsroom. I'm Colton Trail.
Live local breaking news.
When you want it.
Anytime.
Anywhere. Download the CTV News app now.
Open House, the Real Estate and Mortgage Show with Frank Napolitano from Mortgage.com.
For a lot of customers, they are re-amortizing their mortgage because of a higher rate. And it's not a bad thing because you've got that extra equity.
And Paul Rushforth from Paul Rushforth Real Estate.
You're going from something starting with a 7 to something starting with a 5. You're now able to get a townhome in certain areas in the 5s, whereas before they were 7, 7.25.
Saturday mornings at 11, Sundays at 2, and podcast on CFRA.com.
Severance package? I only owe you 2 weeks' pay.
Think you may be owed more? Find out at employmentlawyer.ca. Answer a few simple questions, and in seconds, you'll receive free answers for your workplace issues. Go to employmentlawyer.ca. Learn how severance is really calculated, and find out how to get what you are legally owed. Always check with the employment lawyer, Lior Samfiru, first at employmentlawyer.ca.
Hi, I'm Michael O'Byrne. Manitic Place Retirement Community in the Mill are hosting a Who's That Girl event March the 8th in honor of National Women's Day. We want to hear about the powerful journey of the women in your life. Nominate the woman of your choice and let us know why you think she's the greatest. Chosen candidates will enjoy a complimentary luncheon, goodie bags, and prizes. Who's That Girl in honor of National Women's Day? Get all the details at maniticplaceretirement.ca.
At Walmart, we price check thousands of items, so your average weekly shop costs less than a major grocery store. Walmart. Save money. Live better.
Freezing my face off at minus 20. Someone always says, hey, cold enough for you? Nobody likes that. Everyone's heard that 1,000 times. But don't get mad. Get mellow. I get my mellow on with the perfect relaxation of my Pure Water hot tub. Stress literally melts away in those soothing, warm bubbles. Spectacular preseason savings on now on every hot tub model at Pure Water. The mellow. Pure Water Total Home Leisure, 2070 Robertson and Moody and Bell's Corners. You, your family, and fun, it's what we do.
Need to make more money? Own a franchise and control your future. Come to the Franchise Expo, March 4th and 5th at the EY Center to meet with the hottest franchises. Get valuable advice at seminars and learn how you can open a successful business. This is your only chance to see all your best money-making opportunities in one place. Find the perfect business for you at Ottawa's only Franchise Expo, presented by Man Lawyer. 5th EY Center. Get tickets at ottawafranchiseexpo.com.
Do you silently suffer from erectile dysfunction, Peyronie's disease, or chronic pelvic pain syndrome? You should try Focus Shockwave Therapy at Ottawa's Focus Wave Clinic. Book your free consultation now and save $200 off any treatment. FocusWaveClinic.com.
Ottawa plans to raise the tax on beer another 6% on April the 1st. What do Canadians think?
April the 1st? How about April the worst? Good day, I'm Bob McKenzie. This is my brother Tony. Okay, so we did a scientific taste test, and beer does not go down as smoothly with another tax hike.
Beer tax is already like my brother's head, overinflated.
A message from Beer Canada. Stop the hike. Visit hereforbeer.ca.
Take off the beer tax increase, eh?
Stop hosing us, you hosers.
At Toyota, our vehicles have always had quality and capability built right in.
Because sometimes the middle of nowhere is exactly where you want to go.
To us, because it means everything to you. Lease a 2023 Tacoma Access Cab TRD Off-Road from $131 weekly for 60 months at 8.39% with $4,950 down. They're in stock now. Visit shoptoyota.ca or your local Ontario Toyota dealer today. It's time to Toyota.
This is the iHeartRadio Talk Network, and News Talk Tonight continues with Jim Rich.
Saw the one guy, true Canadian guy, on a bike in snowy downtown Toronto. I'm sure moments away from complaining that the bike lane is not shoveled. I'm Jim Richards. We're back here on the iHeart Talk Radio Network. We're about to talk in about 20 minutes time with our friend Mark Mendelson about a claim that a woman in Poland is making, that she believes that she is Madeleine McCann, who, when her parents were on vacation in Portugal, that in about 15 minutes time as we continue to keep you updated on the snow as it moves through southern Ontario on its way to Ottawa and Montreal. Let's continue, guys. We are joined on the rundown today by Carl Dockstader, co-host of One Dish, One Mic, and Mark Mendelson is News Talk 1010's crime specialist and a former homicide police cop. 5% of boomers say that they believe a female president will happen within their lifetime. Only 5%. Boomers are how old? They are in their 60s, boomers, older than 60. Should have done that research before you asked the question, Mr. Smarty Pants, who hosts a radio show. But is that depressing for people who are that age? I think it's over 60, right? It's definitely over 60. Is it 65? Is somebody going to help me out here? 69 to 77. So they don't a female president in the United States. Carl, does that make sense to you? I guess it does.
I mean, it does make sense. I mean, they're the ones that have been voting, that turn out to the polls and that do the voting. So it's sort of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like if you ask boomers, do they love chocolate cake? And then they say no, and you understand why chocolate cake sales go down. I mean, it's up to them to a degree. So I hope they shift though, but maybe a better choice than Hillary.
Having heard, it's funny, Howard Stern interviewed Hillary Clinton after she lost, and I'm like, if she were just like normal and let people talk to you and talk like a normal people, you probably would have won that election, but she didn't. What about your thoughts on that, Mark Mendelson?
Well, they don't have a big bench. I mean, you don't see anybody strong, coming out from either party right now. But should anybody be surprised about a possible female? I mean, we can go back decades to Golda Meir in Israel and Maggie Thatcher, and I think we had a prime minister who was a female for about 25, 30 minutes. So it is possible. It can happen. But it's a question of sort of building the brand and having the right people in. Is Nikki Haley it? Probably not. But there's got to be people out there that are willing to do this job. I don't know whether Kamala Harris is the one either. U.S. politics is just so skewed, and it changes daily. But it wouldn't surprise me for one moment. And apparently, according to you, I'm under the boom age.
Under the boomer. Okay, good to know. The report came out last Friday, but it's still in the news with an opinion piece in the Toronto Star today, and Merritt Stiles of the NDP in Ontario bringing it up again that Doug Ford, the premier, abandoned the people of Ottawa. I mean, he just doesn't abandon parents of autistic kids who live around the Greenbelt. He also abandons people who live in Ottawa during the convoy circus squat.
Ontario's premier and the ministers responsible ghosted the people of Ottawa. The report's chapter on the provincial response is actually titled Ontario's Absence. Why was the premier absent? And I really hope the premier will answer this question for the people of Ontario and the people of
Your thoughts on what seems to be a captain obvious, the guy, tap dancing all over the place today, trying to avoid the question, which I get it, is part of the job, and that's what every party does. But the fact of the matter is, he, went to the courts to make sure that he didn't be held accountable, and he didn't show up at the inquiry. Carl.
Yeah, one of the things that works for Doug Ford is his likability. Like we can complain, and you listed a bunch of things we can complain about, but Doug Ford is a guy. We can all relate to a situation where if we can get someone else to do it for us, we'll get someone else to do it for us. So he got JT to handle it. Even when he was questioned on it today, he got Paul Kellendra to answer the questions. I think this is classic Ford, and he gets away with it. That cheesecake charm saves him again.
Well, I mean, it looked like so many of the conservative federal parties were kind of aligning themselves with the convoy, and it didn't look like Doug wanted to cross hairs with maybe a Venn diagram that a lot of people in the provincial Conservative Party were on the same page as Pierre Paul. You were a main commentator during the Ottawa circus convoy squat. Mark, your thoughts?
Oh, he didn't just disappear. He vaporized. He was completely invisible. And, and you're right. Justice Rouleau actually highlighted the fact that he abandoned, his responsibilities. Last time I checked, Ottawa was in the province of Ontario. He had a responsibility to step up to the plate. The fact that he would go out of his way and go to court to avoid testifying at the hearings, some kind of privilege. I didn't see anybody else doing that, including the prime minister, whether you like him or not.
Yeah.
At least he stood up and took his hits, as did Marco Mendocino and a bunch of other people. And he went out of his way to avoid. But I can tell you, I spent a lot of time on TV with our sister station, CTV, and I talked to a lot of cops from Ottawa and from Toronto and from the OPP and the horsemen that were up there. And they would have than to have Ford get up and say something positive and do something positive in terms of resources, in terms of organizing an operational plan, which was severely lacking, especially in the midst of the chief of police resigning in the middle of all this and the board crumbling, the police services board crumbling. I think that was a time for Ford to step up to the plate and say something and do something. He didn't. He was criticized for it. But you know what? He's going to skate on this one too.
100%. He's already skated on it, and he's getting pretty good at skating on things. Time for the final snowy night in Toronto as that snow makes its way towards Ottawa and Montreal over the next 24 hours. Let's start off with Carl. Carl, what's your final take? Even though you already told us what it was, please elaborate.
Yeah, Julie Black, as you mentioned earlier, changed the lyrics of "O Canada" from our home and native land to our home on native land, and I emphasize the "on" just like Julie Black did to a lot of criticism, but a lot more fanfare. This is the same Julie Black that talked about cottages and visa swipes not being a path to healing when she was on Canada behind it. And I hope this sparks a much overdue conversation about the kind of society we want to live in. I don't understand why there still is a national anthem, and what that's about, and why there's a king for that matter. So this is a good conversation.
Well, every country has a national anthem. I don't have a problem with it evolving, and I support her changing the lyric. But what do you don't think that there should be a national anthem, or what are you saying?
I think that blind nationalism has led to Canada and Canadians not being willing to look as hard at themselves in the mirror as Canadians pride themselves on being, I think, a lot more thoughtful than Americans. And so what Julie Black did here would spark that kind of a conversation. I have to throw a plug in that she's going to be on One Dish, One Mic this Saturday morning at 10 a.m., by the way. Okay.
I'm also going to throw a plug in. She was on my show last night, which you can get on the iHeartRadio app. I felt terrible doing that, though, Carl. I mean, but everybody listened to Carl because he's got more experience in this lane than I do. So listen. Plug, Carl.
Again, that's One Dish, One Mic, Saturday mornings from 10 to noon on your favorite iHeart radio station.
Okay. What's your final take, Mark?
Well, I'm going to go to the provincial legislature again, and they've just come back to work after their little break, and now we're back into healthcare, and we're back to discussions about two-tiered healthcare, et cetera, and everybody's worried about privatizing and kickbacks and upselling, things of that nature. Is the time for the provincial government to explain exactly what this two-tier system is going to be. We've had private clinics in this province for decades. All right. 10 years ago, when I had to get some cardiac imaging done, I went to a private clinic recommended by my family doctor who works in a hospital, and I was sent to a private clinic. Didn't cost me a penny. Your colonoscopy, where I go, it's a private clinic. It doesn't cost me a penny. And quite frankly, I don't know what you can upsell during the course of a colonoscopy, other than maybe a hug when it's over. Tell me. So I think it's important for the government to explain just what it is they want to do with this privatization, so that we can get the fearmonger and everybody concerned out of the way. Thank you,
Carl. Have a great week. Mark Mendelson hangs on to talk about a woman claiming to be Madeleine McCann. That's next here on the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
Searching online for questions about your health isn't always healthy. You look up something simple like, what? And whoosh, you're hurtling through an internet rabbit hole. 6 hours later, you've poured through every single online message board dedicated to every skin condition that's ever existed. Or you could just talk to a pharmacist. Stop going down internet rabbit holes and start connecting to care. Visit ontario.ca/yourhealth to find pharmacists, nurses, and answers, and see all the ways we're helping you connect to care. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
When it comes to finding a partner, it's pretty easy to get tired of the constant swiping on dating apps. And more than anything, it's harder than connections in the digital world. That's why Misty River Introductions takes it back to the basics. We find you the matches who attract you, intrigue you, and who meet your criteria. We'll help you find the right match and turn that first connection into a lifelong partnership. Quit throwing away time and money on the wrong matches and find your special someone today with Misty River Introductions. MistyRiverIntros.com.
Steps to beating inflation. Presented by DeFalco's. Step 1, stop buying commercial beer and wine. Step 2, make your own at and winemakers. Step 3, calculate your huge savings. Step 4, save even more and make it at home. Impressive quality original series wine guarantees that commercial products will become your second choice. That's a step in the right direction.
Step into DeFalco's for brewers and winemakers.
Desjardins Insurance presents Know Your Clients. Playing today is Desjardins agent Janelle.
Let's do this.
Janelle, what did your client Kelly just purchase?
A season ski pass.
So you suggested?
Winter tires. They'll help her save money on auto insurance.
And?
Oh, make winter her wonderland.
You are correct.
Yes.
Switch to a Desjardins Insurance agent who gets to know what you really need. Desjardins Insurance. Exclusions and conditions apply.
Fill your cart with Reno Carlton Casino's food, fuel, and fun giveaway with over $50,000 in prizes to be won. Every Friday and Saturday from February 3rd to the 25th, winners will get $50 in gift cards, and 10 even luckier winners will receive $500 in gift cards. Plus, guests 50 or better are invited to join us Wednesdays from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. for the classic Rockers treatment. It's Ottawa's one and only Rito Carlton Casino, Future Hard Rock. Play smart, must be a Rockstar Rewards member and 19 years of age or older.
Hudson's Bay is bringing back BOGO on clearance items. Deals you can't miss on Mango, Levi's, Steve Madden. Quantities last. This offer won't last long. Buy one, get one free on items already reduced. In-store only at Hudson's Bay. Some exclusions apply.
Hi, it's Keith Bean from beancars.ca in Carlton Place, and I'm here with our sales manager, Kelsey Miragway. Kelsey, what is happening?
Trucks are rolling in with inventory and sold units. There are trade-ins coming from the sold units. Keith, it's just so exciting.
Supply is getting better. We finally have about 40 Silverados and Sierras in stock. On the new 2022 $4,000 off MSRP, and GM is offering 1.49% financing, OAC, up to 72 months.
Wow, that's a deal. Plus, we are writing orders for spring delivery of pickups, SUVs, and sports cars.
And we're locking in all the variables. If you commit to an order, we will lock in your finance rate,
lock in your trade value,
and lock in the purchase price, all as long as we can build your vehicle in a 2023.
So please don't wait until spring. Email us now and let us go to work for you.
It's happening now, and it's so exciting at beancars.ca.
Are you struggling with glasses and contact lenses? Squinting to see the alarm clock and read street signs? Having trouble working or just working out at the gym with lenses getting in the way? Laser vision correction might help.
For 30 years, the surgeons and staff at Focus Eye have been helping people enjoy the freedom of a life without lenses getting in the way.
Call Focus Eye about a no-charge, no-obligation consultation. 613-724-39. That's 613-724-EYES.
Laser vision correction has helped millions of Canadians enjoy crisp, clear vision.
Whether it's playing sports or reading, hiking, or just watching TV, laser vision correction can help bring your world into focus.
Call Focus Eye for a no-charge, no-obligation consultation and ask about their 12-month, no-interest financing.
613-724-3937. That's 624-EYES.
Introducing TSN Plus.
What a game changer.
Canada's new home for PGA Tour Live.
Are you kidding me?
Exclusive data-enhanced feeds, plus more goals, dunks, aces, and speed. Visit tsn.ca/TSN Plus to learn more.
It's News Talk tonight on the iHeartRadio Talk Network. Here's your host, Jim Richards.
Welcome back. We're keeping an eye on the forecast as it rolls through Ontario, coming towards Ottawa, which, if Doug Ford is listening, still in Ontario, and then towards Quebec. The Southern Ontario area is looking to get 15 to 20 centimeters of snow, and in the Southern Ontario area, they'll be looking to start plowing and salting after that. Some of that starts to hit. So with that, and we'll get a weather forecast in here sometime before we're out of here. There has been a story that is a heartbreaking story. The parents were under the microscope for a while. A British couple, parents back in May of 2007, were vacationing in Portugal when they returned to their hotel room and found that their young daughter, Maddie or Madeline McCann, had disappeared. And there have been so many heartbreaks the way of just different news stories, different leads, them being under the microscope as being suspects, as I guess parents are always the first suspect that needed to be cleared. And there have been, I'm sure, lots of stories where people have popped up and say, you know what, I think I saw somebody who looked like Madeline McCann and what she would look like. Right now, there's a woman who on Instagram started an account called I Am Madeline McCann. Got about 400,000 followers right now. Her name, though, is Julie Wendell. She's 21. She lives in Poland, and she claims that she has very similar marks on her around her eye and her leg. So the parents have stepped forward and said that they would be willing to pay for the DNA testing. Mark Mendelson, who is a crime specialist and a former homicide cop, joined. No, Mark, I'm guessing this story is pretty unusual, and there might not necessarily be any kind of similarity that you would investigate it, or am I wrong?
Well, it is unusual, and there have been so many theories and so many reality, type things that have come out on the internet and books, and everybody's got a conspiracy theory, and everybody has an idea. It's the parents, it's the gardener, and is saying that they've got a guy in prison right now that they are almost 100% was responsible for the disappearance of young, Madeleine McCann. Her body's never been found. So now this woman comes up. She's not exactly in the right age group. I think you said she was 21.
21.
Madeleine would be 19. So she comes back on her Instagram and says, well, you know what? I don't actually know how old I am because I have this sort of dark memory when I was growing up, but I looked at the guy who's in jail in Germany, and he kind of looks like somebody I think I've seen before. I have visions of a beach, things of that nature, but there are these huge voids in my recollection. And in the meantime, you've got this family sitting there going out of their minds.
Yeah.
Because this woman's come out, and she's come out vigorously suggesting that she is that. Well, Jim, there's one really easy answer to all of this. And you said it. It's DNA. Everybody in this world has DNA that is a mixture of their mother, their biological mother, and their biological father. They already know what Madeleine McCann's DNA profile off that up a long time ago. So if we want to put this to rest either one way or the other, then have this woman go and do the DNA test. And I know the parents are quite happy to pay for it. In this day and age, it's not really very expensive at all, and it's not as time consuming as it was, say, in the early 90s. So instead of all speculation and her changing her stories and having everybody waiting on tenderfoot, get in there, take a Q-tip, swab the inside of the cheek, let's throw it in the machine, get the profile. She's either in or she's out. But in the meantime, a lot of stress and a lot of worry and a lot of speculation when it may not be necessary at all.
I hesitated a bit to kind of even bring this up, but the news story seems to be everywhere, and whether this woman is a crackpot or maybe she honestly believes it, but she's not Maddie McCann. It is a story. It is being reported almost everywhere. When you something like this, how prominent are the phone calls from people who might be well intended, but they are, out to lunch?
Well, depending on the murder, yeah, you do get all kinds. You get psychics that call in. You get people who are not, psychics, but they've had a vision, they've had a dream, they saw something, they saw something on the internet that twigged them, and some of them come forward with in the world, Jim. Others come forward, quite honestly, looking for the reward that may be out there, or the notoriety. But in this case, this woman seems to be tailoring her Instagram accounts and comments as the days are going on to sort of fit the investigative profile as it's known. And when people are putting things to her like the age discrepancy, she comes up with an answer for it. Listen, maybe she truly believes this. Maybe she really does. Maybe she's got other mental health issues that are part. But one way to put a stop to it is to do that DNA. She's in or she's out, and let's move on.
Have you taken a look at the two pictures? To me, it doesn't. There might be similarities in terms of marks on their faces and legs, but to me, it doesn't look anything like the person. But what do I know?
No, and it doesn't. And yes, as people age, artist conceptions are wonderful, but in the case of Madeleine, of course, we only have a young photograph of her, and they've built on that. And has an eye defect, but she also says that eye defect is going away as time goes on. So I may not have the same type of defect that Madeleine McCann had. Well, that's great. Let's get on with it. You're either, prove it or disprove it. And if it's disproved, I think this woman will just float away into oblivion somewhere. And then the investigators can continue to move on with the other tips that are credible and reliable and go from there.
Mark, thank you very much for hanging on. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. You have a good night, Jim. Take care.
You don't drive anywhere, okay? You're great. Mark Mendel.
And you promise me you're not going to sing the theme from the Love Boat tonight.
I will not do any singing, although some apologizing yesterday for a segment that I thought would be a huge hit, What's in My Shoe, because I thought I had something in my shoe. When I turned it on the air, upside down, nothing came out. It was Geraldo and Al Capone's Vault all over again, and a huge tarnish on my rather pristine journalistic name. So I do have to. Mark, thank you very much for your time.
Have a good one, Jim.
We'll not to get to the bottom. I want to discuss something that the Canadian women's soccer team is going through, looking for equal pay with the men's team. Both in fact, I was going to say the women's. I don't know off the top of my head, but I know they recently beat the States, and everybody talks about the women's soccer team, and there are some names in Rapino. We do have a young lady named Sinclair who might be one of the best in the world. But what are they actually fighting for? And we'll keep you up to date on the weather as the evening advances. I'm Jim Richards. This is the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
The Morning Rush with Bill Carroll.
I'd like to talk to you about it because I've always found this fascinating.
Keeping you informed.
No one told me this was a
Entertained on the way to work or working from home.
And inflation has proven to be pretty tough, pretty stubborn.
The best way to start your day.
Has the government done enough to cushion the blow for Canadians?
The Morning Rush with Bill Carroll on News Talk 580 CFRA.
CFRA. Always streaming on the iHeartRadio app or your smart speaker.
We are Ottawa's home for live, local breaking news.
This February on Stars, it's the invite you've been waiting for.
Are we having fun yet?
A brand new season of the cult series.
Now it's a party down reunion.
That's what everyone's dying for.
Plus the gangster drama, BMF.
Listen up. About to take over the whole nation.
And fall in love with romantic hits like La La Land and The Notebook, starring Ryan Gosling.
Very, very excited.
Subscribe now at stars.ca. Also available on Crave. This is News Talk 580 CFRA AM Ottawa, a division of Bell Media and an iHeart radio station.
It's 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. Your update from the CTV Ottawa newsroom starts now.
Good evening, I'm Colton Prey. Cloudy sky. The snow is on its way, though. We could see up to 20 centimeters throughout the overnight hours and into tomorrow. We'll tell you all about it. Your full forecast coming up in just a moment. First, your top stories. A major development in the Orleans explosion investigation at that Minto construction site. The Ottawa Police Service says circumstances surrounding the blast have been deemed criminal. They believe it was deliberate. The arson unit is now leading the investigation. It took over 4 days ago. The blast destroyed several homes and injured 12 people on February 13th. Minto's president had said the explosion could be linked to a natural gas leak, but officials have not determined a cause. Kids and adults across eastern Ontario wore pink today in an effort to take a stand against bullying. CTV's Kimberly Johnson with more from Kingston.
Fraser is the principal at Wellborn Avenue Public School. She explains it's a day where kids and adults across Canada can wear pink to stand up against bullying.
Pink Shirt Day is kindness and helping students to understand in a more focused way the importance of kindness, but also the importance of inclusivity and acceptance.
Fraser says it's an important message at any age. Kimberly Johnson, CTV News.
Pink Shirt Day started in 2007 by a pair of Nova Scotia students who stood up for a peer who was being bullied for wearing pink. Strike votes begin today that could have an impact on 120,000 federal workers represented by the Public Service. Salary increases are a major part of negotiations with the government connected to the growing cost of living. PSAC National President Chris Aylward tells CTV News going on strike is not the goal.
Our goal is to get a fair, decent, a collective agreement for our members. But after 18 months of hearing nothing but no from this government, we have no other choice. It's the only tool we have in our toolbox is to withdraw our services.
The union is also with the return to office plan, criticizing it as flawed. Strike votes continue until mid-April. Blues Fest released its full lineup of artists coming to Ottawa this year. Foo Fighters, Robert Plant, Alison Krauss, and Tom York's new band, The Smile, all coming to LeBreton Flats in July. Blues Fest Executive Director Mark Monahan tells CFRA he's looking forward to seeing how music fans react.
The big thing is you work on this thing all year, and then you suddenly get to release it and get people's reactions. Up until that time, we're just all huddled together in a small group thinking this is going to work. So broader community and you see who's interested.
Also performing, Pitbull, Ludacris, Mumford & Sons, and Weezer. In-depth coverage, audio, video, and more at CFRA.com and CTVNewsOttawa.ca. Mitch Kudrowski is in the CTV Weather Center.
A snowfall warning has been issued in the capital. You can expect 20 centimeters of snow later this evening and into Thursday, with temperatures hovering around minus 13. Tomorrow, it'll be overcast with a and a low of minus 14 with periods of snow. Friday, there's a chance of flurries with a high of minus 11 and a low of minus 23 in the evening. In the CTV Weather Center, I'm Mitch Kudrowski.
That's the latest from the CTV Newsroom. I'm Colton Trail. News next at 9 o'clock.
Live local breaking news.
When you want it.
Anytime.
Anywhere.
Anywhere.
Download the now.
Hear the athletes, feel the energy, and show your Canadian pride. Live at the BKT Tires and OK Tire World Men's Curling Championship. Cheer on Team Canada as we go head-to-head against the rest of the curling world for the coveted world title. Plus, when the rocks have been put away, keep the good times going at the original 16 patch. The ultimate curling party where fans can eat, drink, and celebrate the day. Experience it live, April 1st to 9th at TD Place in Ottawa. Get your tickets now at curling.ca/tickets.
The coldest night of the year, presented by District Realty Ottawa in support of the Ottawa Mission, is back in person. The coldest night of the year is a family-friendly walk to raise money for local charities serving people in our community who are experiencing hunger and homelessness. Join us this year in person, Saturday, February 25th, for a great night filled with teams walking and fundraising for those struggling in our community. Let's gather for good. To register and start fundraising, visit CNOY. Proudly sponsored by CTV Ottawa and News Talk 580 CFRA.
This is the showgram. I heard somebody earlier today tell me they were getting a lot of texts. And I was like, what? Texas? It sounded like the state in America, but they were trying to tell me that they have received a lot of texts. Do people say that? I got a lot of texts. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that, but if I'm wrong, please call me. Jim, you are wrong line, which is 1-855-633-1010. A meteorite crashed to Texas. Locals formed a chain to protect it until scientists arrive. Just kidding. They shot it with an AR-15. A study found that 34% of Americans describe their ideal relationship as monogamous. Does this survey and the names of the group in it include plus or minus one Bill Clinton? And finally, as I mentioned earlier, the Rolling Stones are apparently working on a new song with Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr. I think I know how that song goes. Yesterday, my reverse mortgage was so far away, but now I'm retired and it's to stay. You guys know about the Beatles and the Rolling Stones? I just can't figure out why you're not enjoying some great comedy right now. I'm Jim Richards.
News Talk Tonight is on with your host, Jim Richards, on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
Christina, rather than laughing hysterically at my tremendous jokes, you're putting chapstick on? Chapstick? During what should be a celebration, like a high of this show? Why don't you go outside and broadcast from the snow? Maybe that will be a punishment. You'll be our outdoor correspondent. coming up a little bit later on. We are going to be joined by a meteorologist. If you're in southern Ontario, I know parts of London and Windsor have experienced some of the things that Toronto is experiencing right now, as this coast-to-coast radio program keeps you up to date on everything that is happening as it moves towards Ottawa and Montreal. And right now, getting your texts from Ottawa and Montreal. Montreal says, you guys in Toronto are sucks. 15 centimeters is nothing. And somebody in Ottawa says, Christina is my new hero. You are not funny at all, Jim. Gee, I didn't know my mom lived in Ottawa. That is something new to me. I want to talk about something that I do think, on a serious note, is very important. And there's, our Canadian men's soccer team has done really well as well internationally as a Canadian women's soccer team. And a bitter dispute is on right now between that team and Soccer Canada, the sports governing body in this country. And we are 5 months away from the Women's World Cup. And Team Canada plays against Japan coming up on when that's today. They're playing. Right. So we're joined right now by somebody who can help us break this down. She is a volleyball champ, a 3-time national volleyball champ, and also a great commentator and a TSN. I was going to call her a colleague. I work at Bell Media. She's not a colleague to me. I'm like, yes, 3-time volleyball champ. And of course, I'm on the same. No, I'm not. Is this right now? Claire, thank you very much for your time.
Hey, Jim. And okay, I got an update. I don't know what the final score is, but at half, Japan was up 2-0 on Canada. And I don't know what the final score is because I'm driving right now, but that was my little update. I heard it out like an hour ago, so I feel like the match is probably over.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Do you want to talk a little bit about the Canadian women's team in terms of the national respect that they get? It's unfortunate that might know names like Megan Rapinoe more than they would know the women who are on our own team, and they've bested them recently.
Yeah, well, I feel like everybody's heard of Christine Sinclair.
Yeah.
That team would be on par with Megan Rapinoe in Canada. But when you, and like Stephanie Labbe, she was the goaltender who was unreal at the Olympics and, just came in clutch, obviously, in that gold medal final. But I think people have started to respect the women's soccer team over the past decade when they've won bronze Olympics in London, then they repeated in Rio, and then obviously culminating with that gold medal in Tokyo. I think they've become, really one of the teams that Canada follows to some extent. Yeah, in between Olympics, it's really hard for amateur athletes to get the attention because you don't see them a lot on television. But yeah, I think they get a lot of respect, but right now, they honestly, and I'm not even getting into the gender equity battle, but leading up to this World Cup, they are feeling disrespected. They feel like nobody wants them to be a contender. So they're feeling like they need some more respect, but they need to show up on the pitch. And so far in this She Believes Cup, this is their third and final match. They lost to the United States. They beat Brazil, I believe. And now I think they probably lost to Japan.
They did. They lost 3-0. They lost 3-0. So what does that mean to the qualifying at this point?
Yeah. Well, they've qualified for the World Cup. That's already happened. It's like that's already in the bag. They know their pool and everything. But I think what they really want to do is go in on a positive note, go in with some good team chemistry, go in with confidence. And that is going to be questionable because now they don't even have any more matches that have been announced. They're trying to set something up for the month of April, but that's still to be determined.
The gist of the battle with Soccer Canada when it comes to pay?
Yeah, so the Canadian women's soccer team had some of their funding cut, and they found out, I want to say about 2 weeks ago. And this is nothing to do with revenue. This is funding. And they want to know where the cuts were made. This is their World Cup year. The men were given plenty of funding to succeed for their World Cup. And so the women naturally are saying, well, where the heck is ours? And so when they noticed the funding was cut, we're going to take job action. We're not going to play in the She Believes Cup. Well, Canada Soccer responded by saying, oh, okay, if you're not going to play, then we're going to sue you guys. And these women who, honestly, they're not paid like NHL players, okay?
Yeah.
They just don't have deep pockets. That's a real, like, threat. That is something that's very scary for them. And so they said, okay, well, we're going to play these matches, but we're going to play under protest. That's honestly the little gist of it. I think there's a lot more layers to this.
What was the possible reasoning behind any cutting to funding on a program that has been very successful? One would argue over the last 10 years, way more successful than the men's program.
Oh yeah, it's not even an argument. It's just plain fact. They have been more successful. Well, those are the answers they're searching for. Answers they don't have like any answers to those questions yet. And right now, and Rick Westhead from TSN has really done the heavy lifting on the reporting of this.
Yeah.
But I believe right now the Canadian Heritage Committee, with Pascal St-Onge, the Minister of Sport, they're looking into this, into like getting the numbers. Why was the funding cut? Like, did Canada overspend on the men and therefore not have the funding this year? Like, that's speculation, but they want to know what the heck happened.
Listen, Claire, thank you very much. What is your update on the roads?
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I'm in between Belleville and whatever is closer to Toronto from Belleville. They're okay. I mean, they're not great. The snow's starting to stick on the roads here, so I'm like a little bit white knuckle. I think it's like 110, and that's the situation right now.
All right. Will you drive according to conditions? So you're around Port Hope or Cobourg or something like that?
Yeah, I think Cobourg should be coming up.
All right. Good luck. Thank you very much for explaining the situation, and I hope that they get the funding back. They certainly deserve it, and they have done Canadians right for a good portion of the decade, if not more. Thank you very much, Claire Hanna.
Thanks so much, Jim. Bye.
Take care. And she's so right about all the great work that Rick Westhead. He's just a fantastic journalist talking about the stuff about sports that really does matter. Straight ahead, what if China and Russia get in bed? What might that mean for Ukraine? That's next on the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
News Talk 580 CFRA and Landmark Cinemas want to send you to the movies. Listen to The Morning Rush with Bill Carroll every Friday for your chance to win tickets and treats to Landmark Cinemas. Reward Landmark Extras. Info at landmarkextras.com.
Calling all farmers. CTV's matchmaking show Farming for Love is looking for more single farmers who are searching for their perfect match. To start your love story, apply at ctv.ca/farmingforlove.
Talking about your debt can be hard. It's why so many people avoid talking about it. But what happens when you need to talk about your debt? Here at BDO, we can make it easier and provide the individualized support you need. Have about your debt? A BDO licensed insolvency trustee can help you find relief and plan for a brighter future. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to book a free consultation today.
When we look into your eyes, we want to give you the whole world. But that's not a viable business model. So instead, we're offering you complete glasses from only $69. At Specsavers, we believe quality eyewear and eye care should be affordable to all. Little thing we called Specsavers Love. Find out more at specsavers.ca. Conditions apply. Select pairs only.
iHeartRadio presents Black Excellence. We're celebrating Black history by highlighting artists from the Black community and with our in-depth roundtable podcast. Join your hosts, Dames Nellis, Jamar McNeil, and Leah Abrams for wide-ranging discussions, including their own experiences in the industries. iHeartRadio presents Black Excellence. iHeartRadio, Black Excellence. Listen now on the free iHeartRadio app.
Hear the athletes, feel the energy, and show your Canadian pride. Live at the BKT Tires and OK Tire World Men's Curling Championship. Cheer on Team Canada as we go head-to-head against the rest of the curling world for the coveted world title. Plus, when the rocks have been put away, keep the good times going at the original 16 patch. The ultimate curling party where fans can eat, drink, and celebrate the day's epic shots. Experience it live April 1st to 9th at TD. Get your tickets now at curling.ca/tickets.
With winter almost behind us, it's time to spring into action with the all-new 2023 Honda CR-V Sport. Because when you experience all the latest tech and amazing features, like 18-inch aluminum alloy wheels, power tailgate, and real-time all-wheel drive, you'll see why the CR-V Sport comes action-packed for adventure. And now's the time to act. Reserve your CR-V today and have it ready for spring. Lease from 5.58% APR for up to 24 months on all 2023 CR. Visit your Ontario Honda dealer.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances. But you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you with Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada. They are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations. A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They could help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-318-1940. That's 1-800-318-1940. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-318-1940. Call toll-free today for a free consultation. 1-800-318-1940. Ontario license number 4705786.
Do you have an invention? What to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Data Bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
This is News Talk Tonight with Jim Richards on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
In a bit, we're going to talk to an organization that helps problem gamblers, and we're going to inquire about whether or not there's been an increase in need for help in parts of this country where the legalization of online gambling when it comes to sports has increased, and you can't watch a sporting event in some parts of the country without being the commercials for, I don't know, there's got to be about at least 5 or 6 different companies that are advertising that you should be betting on sports. It just becomes a little monotonous, mostly because for me, I'm not a big gambler, but what I am is a person that wouldn't mind a little bit of variety, and they have the same commercials playing over and over and over again. That is on the way in about 15 minutes time, and we'll keep an eye on the weather throughout the evening with a reminder to people who, if you're living in one of the areas that is receiving snow, listening to this radio station when you wake up to find out what situations might be with things that are closed and opened. Robert Fife from Globe and Mail has written a piece recently about China and their involvement with our electoral process, among other things.
You know, they wanted to have the Liberal Party elected in 2021, not the Conservatives, because they considered the Conservative Party to be too critical of China. But they didn't want Mr. Trudeau to win. They liked the fact that minority governments have so much fighting and not a lot gets accomplished. So
That's Robert Fife from the Globe and Mail. We're joined right now by our friend Christian Luprecht, who, of course, you hear on this radio station. And he is also a professor at the Royal Canadian Academy and Queen's University. Christian, thank you very much for your time. Christian?
Good evening, Jim.
Can you tell us a little bit about your concern, not just about what we just heard there with the influence that they were trying to have over the 2021 election, but also with some of the buoys that we're finding off the Canadian coast?
Yeah, so look, I think this is all part of the broader pattern of malicious actors trying to undermine us every point that they can, politically, economically, diplomatically, militarily, in cyberspace, our society, our democratic institutions. And so this is all what's known as sort of hybrid warfare, gray zone activity, below the threshold of armed conflict, but deliberately intended to weaken us, weaken our society, and make democratic societies more broadly unattractive, and at the same time exploiting the liberties within our society and the legislation that we have to advance their own interests. And of course, other countries have taken active and aggressive measures in order to make it much more difficult for adversaries to do this. In Canada, we continue to sit on our hands.
What do you mean exploiting our liberties?
So this is sometimes known as a lawfare. So in this particular case, for instance, as was reported, China is allegedly exploiting our electoral laws in the sense that it is encouraging individuals to donate to, in this case, the Liberal Party of Canada has been reported. And apparently Chinese authorities, the diplomatic mission, refunds that part of the donation that is not reimbursable under our election laws. And of course, this is illegal. It is a crime, but it is an example of how electoral financing is being exploited. And at the same time, we're effectively subsidizing it because, of course, those individuals that are being directed to provide those donations do still get their federal tax receipt for their political donation.
We are sitting on our hands, as you said. Second, should we be doing?
Well, so a couple of measures that other countries have taken. So both the United Kingdom and Australia have passed effectively foreign agent legislation. So that means if you are advocating on behalf of another government, then you need to register activities. And there's a host of activities where you need to register. That can be political activity. It can be economic type of. It is meant to give countries an oversight of who's doing what, and by not registering, you run afoul of the law. The reason why we do this is because it is much easier to prosecute you for not having registered than to prosecute you for certain types of illicit activities that have a much higher evidentiary threshold, for instance, to go after individuals. So that is, I think, one example. And of course, the other is that I think our national security system is not fit for purpose for the 21st century. So it's nice that we have a security intelligence service that can track these activities. But if we don't, for instance, have a federal police force that has the capability, the capacities, and the staffing to run investigations, and if we don't have the political will to send diplomats that abuse our democratic system home and declare them persona non grata, then there's not much of a deterrent for adversarial countries not to engage in this type of abuse of our democratic institutions.
Why wouldn't we do those things? To the fact that we seem so beholden to them with everything that we consume being made there?
Well, I guess this is sort of one of the hypotheses. But look, the fact is that Canada has much more to offer China than China is offering Canada. Look at the amount of agricultural exports from Canada that go to China, for instance, soybeans. So Canada has some leverage in this. And so this mantra that somehow Canada is so dependent on China, if you look at the facts and you look at the numbers, it's simply untrue. And is much more reliant on Canada, in particular for critical agricultural exports. So I wouldn't buy that narrative.
Okay, I want to stick with China in a second, but first, what were your thoughts yesterday with strong words from Putin and an appearance from Biden in Kyiv?
I think this was a brilliant PR move by someone in the White House because it effectively stole the show, because Putin was clearly trying to do some nuclear saber rattling, and the show was stolen by the U.S. president to Kiev. And I think showing that basically the Americans are not afraid of the Russians, that they believe their security system and their intelligence system was strong enough to be able to take that risk. Of course, they knew that that's what was going to make front page news rather than Putin's speech. And I would have to think that Putin rolled over several times in his bed that night, not and the Americans stole his show.
Yeah. So when we see high-level meetings today with China and Russia, what could it possibly mean if China gets on board and supports Russia in their fight to conquer the Ukraine?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. So I think the Chinese are trying to thread the needle here. Xi Jinping is in trouble on a number of fronts, in particular when it comes to economic growth. Cannot draw the ire of the United States because U.S. sanctions are already having a significant impact in terms of second-order effects for the Chinese economy, and the Chinese banks have shown that by and large they really don't want to be sanctioned, and that they've been quite careful in terms of who they do business with. So there's already considerable limitations on sort of constraints on China's ability to act when it comes to relations with Russia. At the same time, of course, both Russia and China have the same strategic goals, which is to upend an international belief that ultimately does not serve their purposes and their interests. And so I think this is China probably exploring with Russia where there may be opportunities for synergies that allow China to maintain constructive relations with the United States while at the same time supporting Russia. And I think there's a lot to be done, for instance, from a Chinese and Russian perspective on energy exports, but those would be long-term investments given that currently the pipelines are simply not there to support that sort of relationship.
Christian, be safe out on the roads there. Really appreciate your time tonight. Thank you very much for your insight. I feel we just scratched the surface on what is going to be an interesting couple of months on that front. Christian Leuprecht is a professor at the Royal Military Canadian College and at Queen's University. I'm Jim Richards. What effect has gambling commercials had on gambling in this country? Next.
Your update from the CTV Ottawa newsroom.
I'm Colton Braille, the CTV Newsroom. Ottawa police now say they believe the explosion that shook Orleans 1 week ago was not an accident. The arson unit has taken the lead in a criminal investigation. Ottawa police have released details on an arrest in connection with last night's massive fire at an apartment building in Overbrook, and more than 120,000 public service workers have begun casting ballots in a strike vote. Full details coming up in 30 minutes. Mitch Kudrow, Weather Center. A weather warning has been issued by Environment Canada. There's snow coming to Ottawa and lots of it. 20 centimeters is on the way this evening and into Thursday, with temperatures hovering around -13 tonight. Tomorrow it'll be cloudy with a high of -11 and a low of -14, with of course periods of snow continuing throughout the day. Friday there's a chance of flurries and a high of -11 with a low of -23 in the evening. In the CTV Weather Center, I'm Mitch Kudrowski. That's the latest from the CTV Newsroom. I'm Colton Prail.
Live local breaking news.
When you want it.
Anytime.
Anywhere. Download the CTV News app now.
Happy Chinese New Year. Everyone is family at Mandarin as we gather to celebrate life's special moments. Enjoy special dumplings added to our award-winning buffet, like Hargao and Silmai, so everyone can feast together with their favorite people. And dine-in desserts like our delicious egg custard tarts will sweeten your celebration. Enjoy Chinese New Year with dine-in, takeout, and delivery. A celebration of Mandarin. On until February 28th while supplies last.
February is Heart Month. Your donation will turn today's innovative research into tomorrow's life-saving treatment. Together, let's make an impact on cardiac care and heart health in our community and help give the gift of time. February is an exciting time for the Heart Institute. To see the countless ways to have your donation matched, to get involved, and even to light the town red, visit February.ca. Today's research is tomorrow's treatment.
Hi, this is Tony Chapman, host of the radio show and podcast Chatter That Matters. Did you know that only 1 in 5 youth with a mental health illness can get access to the care they need? Well, a big shout out to the RBC Foundation and RBC Future Launch for supporting over 150 youth mental health organizations. And in doing so, they help youth and their families get the care they need and deserve.
United Way East Ontario knows that local love lives right here in our communities. Every day, we see incredible acts of kindness from people like you who don't hesitate to lend a helping hand. With your continued support, we can tackle issues like poverty, social isolation, and mental health. Together, we can make a difference for thousands of residents who depend on United Way. Donate today at unitedwayeo.ca or call 618-6700.
Adventure starts at the highly anticipated Ottawa Boat and Outdoors Show this Thursday through Sunday at the EY Center. Gear up for summer on the water by checking out the latest in boating, fishing, and more. Take in a fishing seminar at the Casting Pond hosted by Big Jim McLaughlin alongside other angling experts. Enter to win great prizes from Pirate Cove and Lens Cove Marina, plus free parking. The Ottawa Boat and Outdoors Show this Thursday through Sunday at the EY Center. Tickets and info at ottawabos.ca.
Finding great candidates to hire can be trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.ca/Canada. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ziprecruiter.ca/Canada. That's ziprecruiter.ca/Canada. ziprecruiter.ca/Canada.
The coldest night of the year, presented by District Realty Ottawa in support of the Ottawa Mission, is back in person. The coldest night of the year is a family-friendly walk to raise money for local charities serving people in our community who are experiencing hunger and homelessness. Join us this year in person 25th for a great night filled with teams walking and fundraising for those struggling in our community. Let's gather for good. To register and start fundraising, visit cnoy.org. Proudly sponsored by CTV Ottawa and News Talk 580 CFRA.
In gambling commercials on many Canadian televisions. If you watch sports, that might depend on where you are in the country, because it is different from province to province. I just listened to a documentary down in the United States about how much of an influence the in states, and about only 30 of them have allowed gambling, sports gambling down in the United States. And it depends from state to state on how much they're taxing it, because a good reason why the province might want to do it is because it's going to make sure, like in the good old days, right? If the province isn't going to tax gambling and make it legal to a certain extent, then you could say they're supporting the underground economy, and they're supporting the mob who might be doing that. Or you could say, in the United States, what we're seeing in some places is they're not making any extra money. Those are some of the claims, that the states aren't making any extra money. But in New York State, it's taxed at 50% sports gambling, which is crazy. Well, actually, it might be a very good thing, because if you're going to increase people's likelihood that they could become addicted to gambling, then perhaps you should be able to have to pay for it if you're going to support those people. on it a while ago, and people were outraged. They were outraged at a lot of people, including, people saying they grew up idolizing Wayne Gretzky, and now he's in these gambling commercials. Another dad said that he wouldn't allow, I think this might be it, he wouldn't allow his kids to watch sports any longer because there were so many commercials.
Everybody thinks they can beat this, and you can't. The biggest fact that nobody ever talks about is that the cause of suicide is compulsive gambling. Number one is untreated bipolar. And I just think when this thing unfolds, it's really in its infancy now. You're going to have waves of bankruptcies, and unfortunately, even worse.
So I don't know if we were seeing that. Another caller said this.
I'm watching programming, and my kids are 4 and 6, and my son who's 6 has a little bit more interest in it, and it's probably because he wants to be like daddy, but he also has some level of genuine interest. It's not like I haven't watched TV with them, but is it my responsibility to every time the commercial's on, which is like every other commercial, if not 3/4 of the commercials, and including the advertorial that's embedded in the program, which is like obnoxiously overt. And
so that's the caller who wouldn't let his kid watch sports with him any longer. We're joined right now by Shelley White. She's the CEO of Responsible Gambling Council. Shelley, thank you very much for your time.
Oh, my pleasure, Jim.
What have we seen or you seen with the increase of advertising when it comes to sports?
Well, yeah, definitely. With the market opening up in Ontario, there definitely has been an increase in the volume of sports betting advertising on both the traditional forms of media as well as social media. Last year.
Can you tell us what the purview is of the Responsible Gambling Council?
Sure. So we're an organization. We're a Canadian nonprofit, and our is to promote responsible gambling, to prevent problem gambling, and reduce its impacts.
And how do you go about doing that?
In 2 ways. We're both a B2B and a B2C organization. So B2B, we work with the industry to provide them with evidence-informed research information about responsible gambling standards, practices, and policies that they can in regulation and in operators' sites to promote responsible gambling and prevent gambling harms. We also have a program called RG Check, which is an accreditation, a responsible gambling accreditation program that's comprised of the best practices in responsible gambling. And in Ontario, it's required that all gambling operators based, such as casinos and online gambling sites, must go through RGC's RG Check program and pass it every 3 years in order to maintain their license.
So would that mean the ones that we see on TV all the time, whether it's FanDuel or DraftKings, that sort of stuff?
Yeah, that's right. And then we, from a B2C perspective, we also develop and implement responsible gambling prevention, education, and information programs for youth, young adults, etc., on social media, in traditional media, as well as in all casinos and bingo venues throughout Ontario. They're called PlaySmart centers, and we operate those.
This new level, though, this new wave of advertising towards sports fans, it seems overwhelming and unprecedented. Is there anything to make there a check and balance on this where, because it just seems like a free-for-all? Is anybody at any point at any level of government or would you recommend that they reevaluate some of what they're allowing, whether it's the number of times that you would be able to advertise this stuff, or whether or not, some of these people, maybe are now, but DraftKings or FanDuel would have to have a bigger disclaimer on their ad, or would have to contribute more to any number of different programs in the
Yeah, so the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario is the regulator, and they have actually created advertising and marketing standards as part of rolling out this program. And I can tell you that they're continuously reviewing the standards to determine whether or not they're contributing to a consumer protection and responsible gambling culture. So I know what the outcome of that review will be.
Yep.
They certainly ask us for our recommendations with respect to advertising and marketing. So, for example, in Ontario, online operators are not allowed to advertise bonuses and promotions in media. Somebody has to actually sign up to a site in order to receive that information. So that's something that they researched. They looked at best practices around the world, and that was something that they incorporated into their advertising standards. So that's one.
Is that one? Is that when they would tell you? Because I hear some American commercials too, where they'll say they'll give you $200 free if you start betting with us. Basically, it's like somebody selling you crack, knowing that you're.
Yes, so I wouldn't use that analogy, but yes, that's exactly right. That they're not allowed to provide those kinds of promote and advertise in the media those kinds of inducements to individuals. They also have advertising and marketing standards. To your point, the point that you made earlier about they must have a responsible gambling message when they advertise. They have to have responsible gambling advertisements on their sites as well.
Okay.
And then there's also other requirements around training. The other organization...
Can I stop you there? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Maybe you can come back after the break too. But when you say they have to have responsible gambling mentions in their advertisement, I'm seeing all sorts of sports gambling ads. What is that? Like the small print at the end of the commercial?
At the end, yeah, they will say like play responsibly or play smart.
Well, that's the OLG. That's not. I don't see any FanDuel or DraftKings commercials telling me that that's what they're supposed to be doing, or it's there in very, very small writing.
I'm not sure what the size of the font is, Jim, but they are required to have a responsible gambling message when they advertise.
And that could be anything than just something chyroned at the last 5 seconds of the commercial.
Well, no, there are guidelines that indicate what kinds of verbiage they need to include.
Shelley, I've got to take a break. Can you come back for another couple of minutes on the other side of the commercial break?
Yes.
Shelley, she's the CEO of Responsible Gambling Council. Again, we're talking about being inundated in many parts of this country right now with sports gambling and the effect that it might have on generations. That in a moment on the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
Hi, it's Keith Bean from beancars.ca in Carlin Place, and I'm here with our sales manager, Kelsey Miragway. Kelsey, what is happening?
Trucks are rolling in with inventory and sold coming from the sold units. Keith, it's just so exciting.
Supply is getting better. We finally have about 40 Silverados and Sierras in stock. On the new 2022s we have left, we are taking $4,000 off MSRP, and GM is offering 1.49% financing, OAC, up to 72 months.
Wow, that's a deal. Plus, we are writing orders for spring delivery of pickups, SUVs, and sports cars.
And we're locking in all the variables. We will lock in your finance rate,
lock in your trade value,
and lock in the purchase price, all as long as we can build your vehicle in a 2023.
So please don't wait until spring. Stop by or email us now and let us go to work for you.
It's happening now, and it's so exciting at beancars.ca.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.ca/Canada. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. The smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada. That's ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada. ZipRecruiter.ca/Canada.
At Walmart, we price check thousands of items, so your average weekly shop costs less than any other major grocery store. Walmart. Save money, live better.
At Hydro One, we believe in bringing hope to families when they need it the most. With our fund, we're providing financial assistance, payment flexibility, and more choice so you can focus on what truly matters. Connect with us to access winter relief. hydro1.com/winter.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it finances, but you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you with Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada. They are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations in the country with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They can help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-288-4991. That's 1-800-288-4991. Let Consolidate back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-288-4991. Call toll-free today for a free consultation. 1-800-288-4991. Ontario license number 4705786.
Are you struggling with glasses and contact lenses? Squinting to see the alarm clock and read street signs? Having trouble working or just working out at the gym with lenses getting in the way? Laser vision correction might.
Years, the surgeons and staff at Focus Eye have been helping people enjoy the freedom of a life without lenses getting in the way.
Call Focus Eye about a no-charge, no-obligation consultation. 613-724-3937. That's 613-724-EYES.
Laser vision correction has helped millions of Canadians enjoy crisp, clear vision.
Whether it's playing sports or reading, hiking, or just watching TV, laser can help bring your world into focus.
Call Focus Eye for a no-charge, no-obligation consultation and ask about their 12-month, no-interest financing.
613-724-3937. That's 613-724-EYES.
I need to sell my car fast.
Sell my car in 30minutes.com.
What?
If you need to sell your car quickly, go to sellmycarin30minutes.com. You can sell it in 30 minutes.
Visit Sell My Car in 30 now.
Stream us now in crystal clear audio at newstalk1010.com. It's News Talk Tonight on the iHeartRadio Talk Network. Here's your host, Jim Richards.
Some great stuff coming up with Dan Richards, including junk science about your junk and what a good, healthy urination stream would mean for your health. Important science after 9 o'clock. Then ask somebody who's in an open relationship anything coming up in about 45 minutes time. Happy to still be joined by the CEO of Responsible Gambling Council. Shelley White is with us. Shelley, are you at all concerned that what we're seeing right now might be the tip of the in that we might not know what we've unleashed in terms of sports betting and all of the commercials encouraging people to do it, that perhaps by the time we figure out what has been lit on fire here, it might be too much of a problem?
Jim, we've been focused, RGC has been focused on preparing for the expansion of the iGaming and sports betting market since 2019. We know that there are higher risk individuals with online gambling and sports betting because of some of their unique characteristics compared to, let's say playing slots at a casino or table games, because of the fact that it's available 24/7, the isolation factor. With sports betting, there's also that, that whole illusion of control. I know how these teams are going to play. I know who's going to win. And it creates this false sense of confidence about the kinds of bets, results in people betting more money than they can afford to lose. We also know that there's a high degree of emotion associated with sports betting. People have their favorite teams, their favorite players, etc., and that also can impair people's judgment. And then you look at something like sports betting, where there's in-game betting. It's not just about placing your single bet at the beginning before the game is played, but you can now place micro bets and in-game bets, which could also result in people betting more than they can afford. So we've been really focused on emphasizing and have developed a number of campaigns that have really focused on educating people about these risks and how important it is for them to use responsible gambling tools like presetting limits and staying within those limits.
Where would we see these campaigns?
And you can see them on, right now there's one running on traditional media developed with Think TV. Think TV is a Canadian association that establishes standards for broadcasters. We had shared our concerns with them about the volume of advertising, and they agreed. And so they provided us with a grant to actually develop a public service announcement. And it's now playing throughout Ontario and some places in the other, that actually talks about, the fact that this is exciting, it is fun, but you don't always win. And at the end of it, it has a digital cobra who coughs up a coin kind of thing. You may have seen it. So that's out there right now in the traditional media and plays during sporting events. And we're going to also be developing a new campaign. And then on social media. So for the Super Bowl, for example, we did a study in January to understand planned to watch and bet on the Super Bowl, and then use that information to reinforce using responsible gambling tools.
Listen, Shelley, thank you very much for hanging out a little longer than we thought we would talk to you. I really appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And people can go to responsiblegamblingcouncil.org to find out more about responsible gambling tools.
Thank you very much. Shelley White is the CEO of Responsible Gambling Council here in Ontario to address what exactly they will be doing. And again, I thought it was interesting when from people. I actually was surprised at how passionate people were. And I do think there is more concern from people who might be our listeners than it seems to be from, and I'm not necessarily saying this about Shelley, but from people who would be in the places who would be, warning people about what we're headed for. Like Caller John said when we talked about this before.
Everybody thinks they can beat this, and you can't. The biggest fact that nobody ever said, the second leading cause of suicide is compulsive gambling. Number one is untreated bipolar.
Okay, and this other caller, Mark, who was concerned about watching with his kids.
I'm watching programming, and my kids are 4 and 6. And my son, who's 6, has a little bit more interest in it. And, it's probably because, he wants to be like daddy. But he also has some level of genuine interest. And so I have, it's not like I haven't watched TV with that. Is it my responsibility to every time the commercial's on, which is like every other commercial, if not 3/4 of the commercials, and including the advertorial that's embedded in the program, which is like obnoxiously overt. And
they're both right. We're waiting to hear from our colleague on our sister station, CP24. We might have to get him a little bit later on in the show. His name is Chris Potter. He's a meteorologist to kind of give us the lay of the land in what will be happening in southern Ontario for the next little while. Looking out my Accu window right now as we speak, it does look, I'm not going to say it's stocked because I don't know, Do you think it stopped? I don't think it stopped. So Chris Potter will join us in a couple of minutes before we get into the news. And then next hour, it's our friend Dan Riskin on some fun science news. And also, it's Ask Somebody in an open marriage, anything. Chris Potter joins us right now. Chris, thank you very much for your time. I know you live in Barrie. How the hell are you getting home?
Yeah, that's a big question. I am not looking forward to my drive, reporting on the snow, the ice pellets, and, the roadways are just deteriorating, and snow-covered roads are being, reported basically on every major highway. There is good news, though. Not for me on my drive home, but for everyone wondering about tomorrow morning's commute. I have the snow and any ice pellets that might mix in around midnight, clearing around 2 to 3 a.m. That main wave will clear off towards the east rapidly. It's going to be a problem in terms of active weather for tomorrow. That's not to say that we won't see a couple of flurries, a little bit of light freezing drizzle, but that's a very better story than what we're experiencing right now. So it does look much better for the morning commute. Still give yourself extra time. Obviously, you're going to have to contend with the possibility of the side roads not being plowed, snow on your vehicle. So give yourself extra time. Get yourself a bigger coffee. You're good to go.
Okay, and I know you've got to go in a time here. Is that the same? I'm not sure. I was going to ask you about the Ottawa and Montreal area. They're going to essentially get what Toronto got today?
Yeah, with this kind of setup, obviously, this is more of a winter storm than a classic, snowstorm where we just solely see snowfall. That's why, Toronto, surrounding areas, we have a winter storm warning out from Environment Canada because we have the possibility of not only seeing snow, but also ice pellets along with gusty winds. So that's what kind of makes criteria. And then there's also freezing rain warnings across Niagara, Hamilton, back further down towards London and towards Windsor. With that kind of messy weather, the icy mix, the wintry mix that we often say, will not move in towards Ottawa and Montreal. It looks like solely snowfall. They'll have another opportunity tomorrow during the afternoon and into the early evening of another little burst of snow. But I think that the GTA and the Lower Great Lakes will miss out on that secondary area.
Chris Potter from our sister station, CP24. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right. We'll get another bit of an update in your local news. Then back with Dan Riskin. Why should your average urination last 21 seconds? You'll find out in 7 minutes on the iHeart Talk Network.
The biggest names in talk radio, right here on News Talk 580 CFRA. Bill Carroll.
The challenge is not getting ahead. It's
That is where we're at. Silver lining in all of this.
Bashi Capellos.
How were you able to convince them to get the deal done?
Christy Cameron.
It is an emotionally charged issue.
News Talk 580 CFRA. Ottawa's #1 news talk station.
Always streaming on the iHeartRadio app or your smart speaker.
We are Ottawa's home for live, local breaking news.
This newscast is brought to you in part by Rito Auctions. RitoAuctions.com.
Here's what's coming up this month at Rito Auctions.
Starting March 2nd and ending on the 6th, it's the Furniture and Miscellaneous Items Auction, featuring items for home and outdoor living areas, plus housewares, games, children's toys, and so much more. Or for low prices on everyday products, check out Rito Auctions Liquidation Center. Open 9 to 5, Monday to Saturday.
Rito Auctions in Winchester. Visit RitoAuctions.com today to view all the items and to register to bid.
This is News Talk 580 CFRA AM Ottawa, a division of Bell Media and an iHeart radio station.
It's 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Your update from the CTV Ottawa newsroom starts now.
Good evening. I'm -9 in the capital, cloudy skies, snow is on the way. Lots of it, too. We'll tell you all about it in your full forecast coming up in just a moment. First, your top stories. A major development in the Orleans explosion investigation at that Minto construction site. The Ottawa Police Service says circumstances surrounding the blast have been deemed criminal. They believe it was deliberate. The arson unit is now leading the investigation. It took over 4 days ago. Destroyed several homes and injured 12 people February 13th. Minto's president has said the explosion may have been linked to a natural gas leak, but officials have not determined a cause. CTV News has reached out to police for further comment. Ottawa police say an arrest has been made in connection with last night's fire at a 32-unit apartment building in Overbrook. Firefighters spent hours trying to control the blaze that consumed much of the building on Presslin Road last night. Crews had to rescue 4 people, including a child, from their balcony. OPS says 31-year-old Pamela Shillingford of Ottawa has attempted murder and multiple arson offenses. CTV News spoke with one of the 60 displaced residents, George Mullins.
I panicked. I ran out the door without thinking, getting a few things that I needed. But I'd rather save my life than just go in and get a few odds and ends. But I don't know what the damage is, and I have a couple $1,000s worth of furniture, and I'm not covered insurance.
The accused appeared in court earlier this afternoon. More than 120,000 workers have begun casting ballots in a strike vote today. The Public Service Alliance of Canada called the vote after it says talks with the federal government broke down over wages. CTV's Jeremy Sherrill reports.
The strike vote comes after 18 months of contract talks. Last May, PSAC declared an impasse in contract talks, accusing the federal government at the time of an insulting wage offer. PSAC is asking for a 4.5% annual raise over 3 years, while the union says the federal government is offering a 2.06%. The Treasury Board says they're disappointed with the vote. PSAC's national president says he doesn't think the vote is premature.
We've been at the bargaining table since June of 2021. Why didn't Treasury Board make that statement then? Why didn't Treasury Board come to the table and negotiate seriously?
That's Union President Chris Aylward. He says there is a path forward and their goal is not to go on strike. Workers will be voting until mid-April. A long-standing, nearly century-old pub in Ottawa has changed hands, and its new owners keep the traditions and community values of the Carlton Tavern alive. One of the pub's new owners, Phil Coates, says he's just as committed to the values of its previous operators.
Giving back to the community, and that's what this place has been for many, many years, and that's my excitement in coming aboard and keeping the tradition going.
Standing at the corner of Parkdale Avenue and Armstrong Street, the Carlton Tavern opened its doors 88 years ago. In-depth coverage, audio, CFRA.com and CTVNewsOttawa.ca. Mitch Kodrowski is in the CTV Weather Center.
A snowfall warning has been issued in the capital. You can expect 20 centimeters of snow later this evening and into Thursday, with temperatures hovering around minus 13. Tomorrow, it'll be overcast with a high of minus 11 and a low of minus 14 with periods of snow. Friday, there's a chance of flurries with a high of minus 11 and a low of minus 20. In the CTV Weather Center, I'm Mitch Kodrowski.
That's the latest from the CTV Newsroom. I'm Colton Prale. News next at 10 o'clock.
Live local breaking news.
When you want it.
Anytime.
Anywhere.
Anywhere.
Download the CTV News app now.
Ottawa Senators fans, Saint-Hubert has a great offer for you. If you eat, sleep, and breathe hockey, take part in our Saint Senators contest. You could win one of 9 gift packages, including 4 tickets to the April 10th Senators game. 4 Saint-Hubert gift card worth $200. Savor your favorite Saint-Hubert meal to enter our Saint Senators contest. At Saint-Hubert, we're hungry for hockey. No purchase necessary. Rules and conditions apply. Details at sainthubert.com. For a limited time at participating rotisseries only.
This is News Talk 580 CFRA. Ottawa's home for live, local, breaking news.
With 15 to 20 centimeters.
I heard that on this week's version of The Bachelor, The Bachelor had COVID. I mean, of all of the viruses that you thought The Bachelor would get, did you think it was going to be The Bachelor getting COVID? Nobody did. That's what the answer to that is. Pat wears the same pair of underwear for every game. You know who else does that? You guys ever heard of Jerry Agar? Every show, he's got a good luck pair of underpants. It is true. The difference is Patrick Mahomes washes his. About Jerry Agar. Ask a person in an open relationship anything in a half an hour But first, it's our friend Dan Riskin for Science Wednesdays.
News Talk Tonight is on with your host, Jim Richards, on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
Dan Riskin, when it comes to favorite pair of underwear, do you have a favorite pair of anything? Not just underwear, but do you have good luck socks, good luck trousers, a hoodie, jacket, shirt, suit, any of the above?
I like to wear Jerry Agar's underwear whenever I can. I find that really helps me do a good job at whatever I'm doing. No, I don't. I'm not superstitious with clothes. I remember when I reached the point as an adult where I realized that if underwear had holes in it, I could throw them out and get new underwear. That was a real turning stone for me. That happened like into my 30s. But
wow, were you married?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but throwing out holy underwear. I think that was a big moment for me.
I just wonder what when I find out that I do have an underwear in my hole in my underwear. Like, how did I accomplish that is my concern.
Right. Where was the friction that caused that to happen, and what was how did it all come to be?
Mm-hmm. And there's no science behind that. We didn't prepare anything for that.
None.
How was your trip? You just got back from the Galapagos.
It was great. I had a really nice time. I loved seeing the Galapagos. I keep saying it was like seeing Darwin's raw data. Seeing the animals on the different islands and the differences among them, and also like the different kinds of cacti and other plants that grew on the different islands. It really gave you a sense of sort of what he saw, because Darwin only spent 5 weeks in the Galapagos. He was on that ship for 5 years going around the world, but the Galapagos was a relatively short trip. He didn't like go back and forth among the islands. He kind of just did a loop through the islands and then kept on going, and he didn't really start thinking about stuff until after he'd left. But it was cool to be there and try to get inside his head and think about how he came up with evolution based on what he was seeing, because I was seeing the very same stuff.
This was a vacation.
Well, I was leading a tour, worldwide quest, and so it was a vacation for the people who were on that trip. And so, I mean, I was technically their leader, but I mean, honestly, it was like a vacation. I was taking pictures of animals every day. It was just beautiful.
Yeah. No, it sounds like fun. I was just wondering, like, with a guy, and I mean this in a good way, somebody like you going on a vacation, it does sound like your curiosity kind of would have you working all of the time. But again, if that's what you love doing, then I guess it is vacation.
Yeah, I mean, when it's work, you're collecting data and you're sort of keeping track of everything, and you have logistics, deadline, and you've got stress, and you're worrying about budgets and things like that. And when it's a vacation, you just like go towards the shiny thing. And so whenever you see something you're interested in, you go get your camera and you take pictures of it. And then, you read up, you end up reading more papers about to give context and stuff. And so you tap into that knowledge. But absolutely, I mean, it all goes into that thing, like, for your job, when you're interviewing somebody really interesting, you're just like in the moment, you're having fun doing it. And yes, it's your you like to do, and for me this was very much like that.
Okay, let's talk about a couple of things, including something that came out I think late last week, but maybe made the news cycle on Monday. I said it was junk science because it's science about your junk, that over the last 30 years the male the penis has grown 24%. Can you explain what the reason is for that?
This is really interesting. So I love this paper because I just think this stuff is so interesting. And of course, people have been measuring penises since goodness knows when. And there are different ways to measure a penis. And so you can measure it when the person's not excited. You can pull it to stretch to see how far it'll stretch in that scenario. And that's a second way to measure it. And then the third one is when the person's excited, and you measure it that way. And one important thing that's changed between when these measurements were first done back and now is that now when they want to get a good measurement of an erect penis, they can use drugs that make that happen. And back in the day, you had somebody who was in a room who was told, okay, go perform. And like, that could be a lot of pressure. And so maybe they don't achieve everything that their full potential, so to speak. And so I think that might be part of what's driving it, because they didn't find a difference in penis size with flaccid penises. It's only erect penises that have been getting longer. And they've, like you said, 24% longer on average they used to be over the last few decades. And so that's kind of interesting. They have a bunch of guesses about what it might be that causes that. They think maybe it's because puberty has been happening earlier for people, and so maybe that's changing the way men develop. But, you know, nobody really knows. For me, I'm taking it all with a grain of salt. I'm looking at the raw data right now. I can see the graph of these penis lengths versus time. And, like, there's a lot of scatter in that plot. And, yes, the best fit line that goes through it does right, much like a person with a penis. Anyway, but it like the graph does go up, but you know, it's cloudy data, and I think that this deserves a little bit of a closer look before we all jump to conclusions about what's happening with men's penises over time.
All right, good report on penises. Let's go to see why Andrew is laughing his head off. Andrew, you're a grown man. Why are you cackling? I can hear you through the soundproof.
Just the amount of times penis was said.
Okay.
It is funny. It is funny.
Well, we got clearance from Mr. Science there that there's a story.
That's the beauty of science, just as an aside. Like, that's what I love about, in fact, that is how I became a scientist, is because when I was in high school, I got this book on bats, and I was reading it in the back of the book, and the back of the room in class, and it was a science book, so nobody was going to give me trouble for reading a science book in class, but I was reading about bat penises and how big they were, and like with bats, sometimes they'll mate with a male behind the female, but she's got skin between her, like she's got a tail membrane. So she has skin that goes from between her ankles all the way up to where that penis needs to go. So when he mates from behind, his penis has to reach from below her ankles all the way up into her body. And so a lot of bats have really big penises. And when I was in high school and I was reading this biology book about that, I was laughing my head off. And I thought, this is hilarious. This can't be real science. But it turns out that that is real science. And so that's one of the things I love about science, is that you can be into whatever weird biological question you want to make a career out of it. And people study, like, you know, snake clitorises, and people study the mating habits of, you know, how long different kinds of mammals mate before they, you know, finish, and how long it takes. There's all kinds of beautiful stuff that people can study. And if you giggle when you're doing it and you're enjoying it, you know, it's like a trip to the Galapagos. Like, just lean into it, man.
All right. Andrew, after the show, can you count how many times in one segment Dan Riskin said penis? It's got to be, I'm going to say 20 times.
Yes. My guess is 14.
14?
Yeah.
All right.
To this point. I could say it now after the count changes.
Well, you got one more minute before I have to take a break. And then what is, like, I think this is another science that people will giggle at, but I do think that it is something that I've never heard before, and maybe people should be more cognizant of it, on why you should be peeing for exactly 21 seconds. Why is that an important piece of science? And what are people, Dan, urinating with?
Half of them are going to urinate with their penis.
Good.
The other half are not going to
use penis. All right.
Yeah. You're welcome. No, we should get into this study, because I think there's a lot of interesting stuff here. But in a nutshell, I think that some people misinterpreted what the original study said.
Let's find out in a second. I got to take a break here.
Yeah, let's tease it. Sure.
Okay.
It's a penis tease.
Oh, okay. Dan Riskin, he is the science guy. He can get away with this kind of stuff. I'm not sure I can say penis 20 times in a segment without hearing about it. Is News Talk Tonight with Dan Riskin on the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
News Talk 580 CFRA proudly supports February is Heart Month. Through your donations, you can improve one of Canada's most distinguished cardiac health centers, going straight to the heart of care in our community. Buy paper hearts at countless retailers across Ottawa and join local businesses and landmarks as we light the town red. Every dollar raised makes a difference in the fight against heart disease, and will be partners. Give with heart. Visit CFRA.com for details.
Happy Chinese New Year. Everyone is family at Mandarin as we gather to celebrate life's special moments. Enjoy special dumplings added to our award-winning buffet, like hargao and siomai, so everyone can feast together with their favorite people. And dine-in desserts like our delicious egg custard tarts will sweeten your celebration. Enjoy Chinese New Year with dine-in, take
a celebration of taste. Mandarin.
On until February 28th while supplies last.
Owning property with tenants, commercial or residential, is a lot to handle, no matter who you are. It's good to know that Centennial Glass is in your corner. For over 55 years, they've been Ottawa's go-to for service work and repair for property management, business, and residential customers. If it breaks, cracks, or needs to be replaced, Centennial provides 24/7 emergency service work. Centennial Glass and Window, your go-to place, serving Ottawa. CentennialGlass.com.
Centennial Glass and Window is your go-to place.
National Arts Center, Southam Hall, February 26th. Stephen Labrie. Get tickets now at ticketmaster.ca. For more info, visit ildevo.com.
Ottawa Senators fans, Saint-Hubert has a great offer for you. If you eat, sleep, and breathe hockey, take part in our Saint Senators contest. You could win one of 9 gift packages, including 4 tickets to the April 10th Senators game, 4 official jerseys, and a Saint-Hubert gift card worth $200. Your favorite Saint-Hubert meal to enter our Saint Senators contest. At Saint-Hubert, we're hungry for hockey.
No purchase necessary. Rules and conditions apply. Details at sainthubert.com. For a limited time at participating rotisseries only.
Please be advised, if you find winter driving distressing, the following is a real audio clip of a Subaru driving on an unplowed mountain pass in the Yukon in minus 23-degree conditions. Just listen to Subaru's standard symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive go to work on all that ice and snow. And that sound is our confident driver whistling Beethoven's Fifth. Visit your local Subaru dealer and really own winter with uncommon winter capability.
Hi, excuse me. You grabbed the last box of Karen Phytoflight there, and I really need it.
Well, it's mine.
No, I'm all out, and I have a big project at work this week. I need to be at my peak.
Well, I have 3 kids. Trust me, I need all the nutrition I can get.
I'm just gonna take it, okay?
You'll have to catch me first. Give me my Karen! Where did it go?
One last box of Karen on the ground. My lucky day.
That's mine!
Karen Phytoplankton. Get it at Costco. And if you miss out, no need to fight. KarenProject.ca.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances. But you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you, with Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada. They are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations in the country, with an A Business Bureau. They could help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-656-7129. That's 1-800-656-7129. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-656-7129. Call toll-free today for a free consultation. 1-800-656-7129. Ontario license number 4.
It's a Party Down reunion.
Yes! It's time to celebrate. Star's critically acclaimed comedy Party Down returns for a new season.
Are we having fun yet?
The gang is back. They're all dressed up and still going nowhere.
This is not how I envisioned my 40s.
This is no joke. This is catering.
Party Down. Season premiere Friday, February 24th on Stars. Subscribe now at stars.ca. Also available on
This is News Talk Tonight.
True.
With Jim Richards on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
Ask somebody in an open marriage anything coming up in about 15 minutes time here on the iHeart Talk Radio Network. Also, text us your worst day. Your worst day. We'll go over those things with David Cooper when he ruins the show in an hour here on the iHeart Talk Radio Network. Also, Advice Lady. On the well, yes, maybe she is sitting somewhere on a well. We're joined by Dan Riskin right now for our Weird Science Wednesdays. We just talked about why penises are bigger than they were 30 years ago. Now it's time to continue talking about penises by talking about a study that said that you should exactly 21 seconds. I've seen a lot of people commenting on this study because apparently it is a way to control your bladder. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but the interpretations I've seen are people saying, oh, my urination took 35 seconds. Does that mean I'm not training my bladder in a proper way and I will maybe grow up and have issues with having to urinate all of the time? Can you tell us what the 21-second urination stream means?
Yeah. By the way, I'm really thrilled to be talking to you about urination and how 21 seconds, because this is a study that came out about a year ago that I just love. In fact, it won a prize. They have these prizes, not the Nobel Prizes, but the Ig Nobel Prizes, which they hand out every year for studies that are funny. And the main guy behind this peeing study has won Ig Nobels multiple times. He's a guy that studies really weird things in nature, like why do wombats have poop and how do they make it with their guts and all these other things. And so anyway, he's got this study that he headed up about, they went to the zoo and they watched all these animals to pee and they measured how long it took for all of them to pee, everything up to an elephant. So every animal they could find at the zoo. And they found, lo and behold, that everything over about 5 pounds takes about 21 seconds to pee. And it's not like elephants take 10 minutes to pee and, smaller animals take much less time, or the inverse of that. It's just that everybody takes the same amount of time to pee. And they got very excited about this and thought about, what that means and all that stuff. But people got really idea that 21 is the right number, and that because it's universal in nature. And by the way, small animals pee really fast because for them the droplets, the physics of small droplets, they wick away really quickly, and so it sort of changes everything. So it's only animals over a certain size where it's about 20 seconds to pee. And so this number came out and people got kind of obsessed about it, and now people are starting to say, like, 1 seconds, you're breaking the animal rule. But the thing is, in that study, it was 21 seconds plus or minus 16 seconds. So, that is, a huge amount of variability that includes, all kinds of, maybe if it takes you 10 seconds this time and it takes you 30 seconds the next time, that's totally fine. And there was nothing about how it was healthier or less healthy. It was just this neat thing that was observed in nature. So people are kind of getting worked up about it and saying, this is prescriptive and you need to pee for 21 seconds or something's wrong. I push hard back against that and say, listen, as long as you're peeing, you're doing everything right. And if pee, you might want to look into that. And, it's good to drink lots of fluids and but don't measure how long you're peeing for and stress out and think, okay, it took me 22 seconds to pee, maybe I have cancer. That's not how it works. You're fine if it takes you 30 seconds to pee. Different people pee for slightly different amounts of time, and this is just a general relationship that's found across animals. There's nothing about how it relates to human health at all in that study, and people should just calm right down.
All right, calm down, everyone. Dan Riskin on Weird Science with us. Okay, so this next study, the effect of unit number and inter-unit distance on perceived food portions. What does that even mean? Does it mean you could perceive something that's cut up into smaller pieces and spread out over a same size plate as eating more? Or
yeah, I mean, in a nutshell, they're trying to figure out if they can trick people into eating less by presenting the food differently. So, if I take a hamburger and it's one big burger and you look at how much food it is, and then I give you a plate with little tiny mini burgers on it, and I say, well, which one do you think is going to be more food? What this study shows is that people take into account the size of the food items themselves, they kind of eyeball it, okay, those little sliders are, if I had those up, that's probably the same. But also, if you spread them out on the plate more, so there's more space between them, it'll look like less food. And so that's a way that you can make it look like you can trick people with an illusion to make them think there's less food there than there is, or vice versa. You could actually make it look like more food. So if you wanted to get them to eat less food, you could reduce the spacing between the pieces of food and it would work. So basically just digging into psychological tricks that people could use to make people adjust their eating habits. I don't know how effective it would actually be in the real world, but they were able to get some measurements and show sort of how people perform on these tests.
Of Australia says found that snakes can scream, or are they detecting the sound waves in the air? Are they hearing you scream, or are they detecting the sound waves in the air?
Yeah, so snakes are not like the most emotive animals, and so people are always surprised when snakes react to things because they're like, "Oh, the snake heard me," and all this stuff. So we know that snakes, when they're on the ground and they have their jaw on the ground, can sense vibrations in the ground, and so they can hear your footsteps that way, and sounds that travel through the air. Some snakes shouldn't be able to hear, and some snakes should be able to hear. So basically, what they did here in this study is of like static noise
these sounds, if they reacted at all behaviorally when they heard sounds that went through the air or ones that went vibrating through the floor, and lo and behold they found that some snakes
more than others vibrating through the floor, a whole bunch of really venomous snakes that because of the study was done in Australia where they have so many venomous snakes they don't know what to do with them, so they just use them for because of the study was done in Australia where they have so many venomous snakes they don't know what to do with them, so they just use them for hearing studies. Technically those venomous snakes the really venomous snakes could hear quite well, so technically those venomous snakes would be able to hear you if you were screaming, but headline for this like white noise on a speaker to these snakes, and then whoever wrote the headline for this said, "Oh yeah, they hear you scream." That'll sound good. So that's what we'll call it.
Okay, and finally, I think, did we evolve to have hair on our head to keep us cool? Is there a reason why we have hair on our head, and is that the reason?
I like this. I like this one a lot. Sometimes you just see the way humans are built, and you just don't even think about it, but then you start to think, why is it that way? Like humans have barely any hair on. Thought that is an adaptation we have for evaporative cooling. Dump easily by sweating all over our bodies. And if we don't have a lot of hair, it's really easy to dump that heat. But we still have hair on top of our heads, or most of us do. A lot of people are bald, but that's fine. And so the question was, does this have some kind of role with staying warm, or maybe even staying cool? So what they did is they took these mannequins that were like thermal mannequins. Accurately, and then they gave them wigs. Then they put them in a wind tunnel and blew air of different temperatures across these mannequins with wigs to see what happened. And they found that, lo and behold, the hair on the head does help you stay cool. So it may be that it's not a warming thing so much as a way of staying cool, which is actually very cool. But I think the more interesting story when it comes to hair is that we all have hair in our armpits and in our groins and places like that. And that hair is there very much to hold smell, because those are and communication of scent is something that was really important in our evolutionary history. And I think whenever I think about that, I just think it's really interesting how we have hair in places that are designed to make us hold on to our stink a little bit better. And we spend so much energy washing it all off.
All right.
Maybe we should leave it alone.
Started with penises and you kind of ended with penises, I guess, to a certain extent. Yeah. Dan, really nice to have you back. I'm glad you had a great time. Thank you very much for your info tonight. Really entertaining stuff.
Great topic. Thanks for talking to me. Take care.
You're welcome. That is Dan Riskin, who is our science guy, and that was a fun night with a good variety of different topics, and we always appreciate Dan Riskin's help whenever we can have him on, and we have him on each and every Wednesday. Straight ahead, we're going to do a segment called Ask Somebody in an Open Marriage Anything. If you've got a question, you can text us at 71010. 71010 is where you can text our question. We will ask our guest the questions coming up in a matter of time. Then it's Advice Lady with all sorts of advice from many different scenarios, many emailed to the News Talk Tonight crew. Then Richard Krause David Cooper ruins the show on the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
Subaru dealers on News Talk.
Your update from the CTV Ottawa newsroom starts now.
I'm Colton Frail in the CTV newsroom. Ottawa police now say they believe the explosion that shook Orleans 1 week ago was not an accident. The arson unit has taken the lead in a criminal investigation. An arrest was made in connection with the fire that raged through an apartment building in Overbrook last night. One Ottawa resident charged with attempted murder and offenses. And Blues Fest has released its full lineup of artists coming to the capital later this year. Full details coming up in 30 minutes. Mitch Kudrowski is in the CTV Weather Center.
A snowfall warning has been issued in the capital. You can expect 20 centimeters of snow later this evening and into Thursday, with temperatures hovering around minus 13. Tomorrow it'll be overcast with a high of minus 11 and a low of minus 14, with periods Friday, there's a chance of flurries with a high of -11 and a low of -23 in the evening. In the CTV Weather Center, I'm Mitch Kadraski.
That's the latest from the CTV Newsroom. I'm Colton Trail.
Live local breaking news.
When you want it.
Anytime.
Anywhere. Download the CTV News app now.
Sounds to me like you've already decided to do it.
Is worst, and the life he is offered as a child is such that he has every reason to give up and simply surrender to his reality.
The first time that you get tortured, you cry your heart out and they never leave you alone.
He didn't. In fact, he's chosen a path in life of bettering others' lives. His name is Dr. Emmanuel Taban, and this is his amazing story.
Chatter That Matters with Tony Chapman, presented by RBC, Friday at noon, right 580 CFRA, Ottawa's home for breaking news.
When we look into your eyes, we want to give you the whole world. But that's not a viable business model. So instead, we're offering you complete glasses from only $69. At Specsavers, we believe quality eyewear and eye care should be affordable to all, which is a little thing we call Specsavers love. More at specsavers.ca. Conditions apply. Select pairs only.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today.
News Talk 1010.
InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea.
Wanting to play their
We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step.
Let our team
Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services.
tennis and yes, your heart.
Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea.
Call us for a consultation.
Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing.
Promise me.
The InventHelp Data Bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas.
Is reshaping the landscape.
We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
You're suffering from depression. Claim is denied, and now your employer fires you. Sound familiar? My name is Aaron Waxman, and if your disability claim is denied, or if your employer fires you because you're too sick to work, call me at 1-844-583-4878. And don't worry about upfront legal fees, because there are none. At my law firm, my lawyers only get paid when you get paid. And before you call, you should always remember that there are no bad questions. 1-844-583-4878, or on your cell phone at pound.
You don't have to look far to find the best spring hockey as the Sensplex Spring AAA tournaments take over the city starting this April. The National Capital Region will be host to 9 of the most organized and well-run AAA hockey tournaments of your spring season at the very best facilities. Join teams from across Ontario, Quebec, and beyond in what is sure to be the most memorable tournament experience of your spring at a Sensplex Spring AAA tournament. Register at sensplex.ca/spring tournaments.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances. But you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you with Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada. They are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations in the country, with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They could help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-318-1940. That's 1-800-318-1940. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-318-1940. Call toll-free today for a free consultation. 1-800-318-1940. Ontario license number 4705786.
Majority tomorrow because Dan Riskin, I'm pretty sure, said penis 17 times in a 10-minute segment. It might even have been more than that, but I In terms of the assignments that you've received, Andrew, in your time here at the radio station, how long have you been here at the radio station, Andrew?
About 13 months.
13 months? Oh, you must have been here when I was here before. I mean, I've been here for 25 years, but there was a time that I disappeared for a while. But anyway, your assignment is to count how many times Dan Riskin said penis in a 10-minute time. I want you to report back to me tomorrow, if you can. Or just get me to do it, and I'll hire an intern, and the intern will be like, college. Oh, I want to get into broadcasting. What is the first thing that I can do to get into broadcasting to show I have initiative? Son, we need you to sit down with this tape and count how many times science guy says penis. That's your job. He's going to think, and then he would give up on his dream because he's going to think, every day some lunatic is going to ask me to count how many times this word was said, that word was said. Now, I was trying to. David Cooper was on the show coming up in about 40 minutes time. The segment is called David Cooper Ruins the Show, but instead, by accident, I said Richard Krause is going to ruin the show. Richard Krause does not ruin the show. He's the opposite of ruining the show. Are we trying to get a hold of Richard Krause? He's not answering? Okay, Richard, we were trying to call you live on the air to apologize, but apparently you are not answering, so I will not be able to apologize to Richard Krause. Instead, let's get into a hated segment from coast to coast to coast on the iHeart Radio Network. Every Wednesday, we do a segment called Ask Blank Anything. And today, through some help from our caller, Katrina, believe it or not, we are doing a segment called Ask Somebody in an Open Relationship Anything. And that person happens to be Natalie Warner, and she joins us right now. Natalie, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
So let's different things that you do. You have a fantastic book, which is called Crazy on the Inside. You also have a YouTube channel, which is, if you just go on YouTube, I'm guessing, and put in Natalie Warner, which is spelled WANNER, you would be able to find the YouTube channel, and the podcast is called Open Life, Happy Wife. I'm guessing play on the term happy wife, happy life. Unless you would want one more thank you before we start. Thank you very I've already thanked you for your time. Unless you would want one more thank you before we start. From Natalie.
We can begin.
Okay, we'll just begin then. Turning down a thank you there from Natalie. So, Natalie, can you tell me a little bit about, and I guess you cover this in your book, tell us about the book maybe quickly, Crazy on the Inside, where you discuss how you were feeling about relationships, correct? How did you become an open relationship?
Inside, a memoir of nobody's special. Documents my journey of my book, Crazy on the Inside, a memoir of nobody's special, documents my journey of opening my marriage and living a part-time single life in New York City for 1 week a month. And I've been doing that for about the past 8 years, if we disregard COVID. No, and I was married. I was married before. When I was really awful. And I was married, and I had an affair in that marriage, and I felt really awful. Like somebody that genuinely just loved and cared for me, and I hurt. And I really didn't know why. Like I chalked it up to like I was immature. There was a plethora of reasons as to why I acted in that way. So, and in walks. Fast forward years later, I've grown up a lot, completed university, and in walks Dan. Now, before we're even engaged, we're together in Lloydminster after we graduate university. And I remember saying to him clear as day, and it made the book, and I said, you know, I could be committed to you forever, but I don't think I can be monogamous. A lot of people feel that way. But they're too afraid to easy peasy. He's like, I think a lot of people feel that way. That was the conversation. But they're too afraid to voice it. We weren't even engaged at that. That was just, you know, that was the conversation, and I remember having it. We weren't even engaged at that time. Now for just over 7 and then we got engaged, and then we got married. we've been married now for just over 17 years.
Wow.
And we've been open for like 8 or 9. We eloped to Vegas, and then we spent 6 weeks in Europe. So after, we traveled the world together. We eloped to Vegas, and then we spent 6 weeks in Europe, and we traveled the world and everything, and felt like we had our daughter. And this kind of the same thing was happening to me, and I felt like this is it. My life is kind of planned out, but I didn't feel settled. I didn't feel okay. I didn't feel like I was ready to just cruise into like the casket. Like, I cannot have life figured out this early, and if I do, I'm not very happy. So then, I started to really think about what I wanted and what I could do. Like, time is passing me by, and I can feel it, and I really like being a wife, and I really like being a mother, but what do I want to do? Really. And as I started to dive deep and I knew, really think about my feelings and the rest of my life, I wanted more experiences. I knew that I needed more experiences. I wanted more experiences. I wanted to be able to go and explore more of my life. I wanted to be able to be there for my have something that was just mine. I loved being able to be there for my children and my husband, but it was like being Dan's wife and Bailey and Fiona's mom. And, I volunteered and I played fantasy football. But me, who I am, I was just a support system.
Dan sounded like,
and I didn't like that anymore.
Something that occurred to you after 17 years? So at what point, Dan sounded like, by the way, was this something that occurred to you after 17 years of marriage? Is that what you were saying? Or you've been married 17 years?
And we've been married just past 17 years on the 12th of this month, and we've been open just over 8.
Marriage, because I think many people know what it is. How would you explain the term open marriage? Because I think many people know what it is, but you're never going to love Dan, your husband, as much as you're going to love other people. But who are the other people? What is the qualification for these other people to come into your life? And is it an affair always? Is it always sexual? Or is it just, hey, I want to go mountain climbing, and this person is a fun person to hang around with mountain climbing, but in the traditional everybody would be like, why are you spending so much time with the mountain climbing guy?
Do better in the relationship. So yes, it's all of those for me. I tend to really do better in the relationship part. Or in the beginning of my journey, I kind of moved from it's just casual sex to I don't like casual sex. And then moving into a separate relationship, so it was more polyamorous. I have so much stuff to do. And now I'm more on the cool. Like, we can hang out every now and then, but I have so much stuff to do. I don't have time for another relationship. Kind of switched gears. That doesn't mean I'm that. Yeah, I've kind of switched gears, and now I have a lot of my own projects to go. So, I've moved on to I can't have necessarily another relationship, but we can go rock climbing next weekend if you want.
So, all of when you're in an open relationship now, for what it means to you now and today, it's different what it meant 8 years ago, and now. And I'm sorry, I've got 30 seconds here, but we'll come back after the break. Now it doesn't necessarily. It doesn't mean sex at all.
I can pick. It doesn't have to actually mean sex at all. But I'm not always active. And I can pick and choose, and that's the way it goes. I'm always open, but I'm not always active, I guess.
Okay, people should check out the different media that you're doing. Open Life Happy Wife is the podcast. Also, check out Natalie Warner on YouTube. It's spelled Natalie, like you would spell Natalie, and Warner is WANNE. Ask a person in an open relationship anything continues in a moment on the iHeart Talk Radio Network. I'm Jim Richards.
For your Ontario Subaru dealers.
The search for solutions for asylum seekers crossing into Quebec. This is Omar Sachedina. Tonight on CTV National News, the influx and the intensifying debate. Full details tonight at 11 and at ctvnews.ca.
Hi, it's Keith Bean from beancars.ca in Collins Place, and I'm here with our sales manager, Kelsey. Kelsey, Chelsea, what is happening?
Trucks are rolling in with inventory and sold units. There are trade-ins coming from the sold units. Keith, it's just so exciting.
Supply is getting better. We finally have about 40 Silverados and Sierras in stock. On the new 2022s we have left, we are taking $4,000 off MSRP, and GM is offering 1.49% financing, OAC, up to 72 months.
Wow, that's a deal. Plus, we are writing orders for spring delivery of pickups, SUVs, and sports cars.
And all the variables. If you commit to an order, we will lock in your finance rate,
lock in your trade value,
and lock in the purchase price, all as long as we can build your vehicle in a 2023.
So please don't wait until spring. Stop by or email us now and let us go to work for you.
It's happening now, and it's so exciting at beingcars.ca.
February is Heart Month. Your donation will turn today's innovative research into tomorrow's life-saving treatment.
Hi, it's Peter O'Leary of the Donnelly Automotive Group. Together with my team members, we're once again proud to sponsor Heart Month. Please join us this February and give generously to support the team at the University of Ottawa Heart Institute. You can help take this world-class cardiac care center to the next level by advancing patient care and research that will change lives in our community.
Support the Heart Institute and give with heart at februarysheartmonth.ca.
At Hydro One, we believe in bringing hope to families when they need it the most. With our Winter Relief Fund, we're providing financial assistance, payment flexibility, and more choice on what truly matters. Connect with us to access winter relief. hydro1.com/winter.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today.
How it can enhance and enrich your life.
InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step.
Find new roads.
Over 10,000 patents have been secured through services.
Well, trying to find
our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea.
You should try ZipRecruiter.
Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing.
Canada.
The InventHelp Data Bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call 1-800-353-6081. That's 1-800-353-6081. Again, 1-800-353-6081.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.ca/Canada. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ziprecruiter.ca/Canada. That's ziprecruiter.ca/Canada. ziprecruiter.ca/Canada.
Crave presents the new action thriller, The Woman King, inspired by powerful true events.
A choice. Fight or we die.
Academy Award winner Viola Davis. Witness the most exceptional female warriors to ever live.
Some things are worth fighting for.
A woman becomes a warrior. A warrior becomes a king. The Woman King. Stream now only on Crave. Subscribe now at crave.ca.
Introducing TSN Plus. What a game changer. Canada's new home for PGA Tour Live.
Are you kidding me?
Exclusive data plus more goals, dunks, aces, and speed. Visit tsn.ca/TSN Plus to learn more.
It's News Talk Tonight on the iHeartRadio Talk Network. Here's your host, Jim Richards.
I apologize for Richard Krause in a couple of minutes here on the iHeart Talk Radio Network. Also, lady in about 15 minutes, and then David Cooper ruins the show and Slow News Day to get out of here. Happy to be joined right now on Ask Blank Anything. Ask somebody in an open relationship anything. Check out her podcast, Open Life, Happy Wife, and also her book, Crazy on the Inside, and on YouTube, Natalie Wanner, spelled Wanner. Natalie, it's like there's no cookie cutter way to explain what an open relationship would be. Could you ever have a successful open relationship where you are in love or want to be with the person you're not married to more than the person you're married to?
No marriage should be cookie cutter. And I think that marriages struggle. No marriage cutter. And I think that's why a lot of marriages struggle, is we're trying to all stay within these lines that were handed down. But those are just suggestions. The marriage is between you and your partner.
Okay.
Whatever you want to do in it, that's what you can do.
And what do you call them, by the way? Okay, so when you were having your, are you in a, and what do you call them, by the way? Would you call them side relationships, or what would you, when you're involved with somebody that's not your husband, what is that relationship called?
Well, he's just my boyfriend.
Your boyfriend, okay.
There was a gentleman I was seeing in Queens, New York. I seen him for like 3 or 4 years. I'd see him every month.
Yeah.
I do. And here's another thing. And I can only speak for myself. Other people I'm with. But I do. I did love him. I do love the other people I'm with. For me, the way I look at it is that love is love. But what you want from the people you love, the type of commitment, that's what's different. I could be in love with another man that I'm having an intimate relationship with and not feel the need to act on those feelings by blowing up my familial home.
So is it because, but is it, hey, we do something different in bed, or is it like I've people that I've dated at separate times and thought, oh, that person was really funny and interesting in this sort of way, but I also love this other woman afterwards, a couple of years, and she was very serious, and I enjoyed being with her just as much. So what are you getting out of the other relationship? Is it always about sex, or is it just you could be in love with them the same way you're in love with your husband, or is it a different type of love?
It's a different type of relationship. I don't think it's a different type of love. I think it's a different type of commitment. It's a different type of relationship. That's it. I have limits. I can only go so far, and that's it. So I typically date people who cannot have or do not want to have traditional relationships. People who are busy, people who, are here today, gone tomorrow. People who aren't looking to marry me or become this massive family, but it's all in passing. It's experiences we're having.
Someone you're not, is it important to find somebody that isn't going to work out?
Gauge how you're good. No, because here's the deal. Until it happens, you cannot gauge how you're going to feel. I mean, you don't want to be hurt. I practice non-attachment. Of course it hurts, because I'm very open and open and honest. So when I have a relationship with somebody, I'm very open and vulnerable, because I do very well in deep emotion, and that is what I want. I want those experiences. I want those interactions. So I know that when we part ways, it's parting ways that even I'm going to be hurt. Like, Dan has helped me through heartbreak.
He's your husband.
And he is my husband.
Has he gone out and experienced the open relationship as much as you have?
I wrote a book about it. Yeah, we started together. I'm just vocal about it. I wrote a book about it. I have my, my channel and what I'm doing with it. But of course he's not doing that. He has his band, he has his life. Of course course he goes out and dates and does his own thing. He just does it differently than me because he doesn't want to have another relationship. He doesn't want to have those long-term relationships that he has to maintain.
And maybe they're single. How would you bring it up if somebody was listening right now and was interested in this and maybe they're single? How do you bring it up with your potential full lifetime partner, your husband or your wife, that you would in the future be having a relationship?
To him before we were engaged that I don't know, like for me when I had expressed to him before we were engaged that I could be committed but probably not monogamous. I didn't know if that was ever going to change, but I knew that it had before and I wasn't honest about it. I think people should really dig deep and try to figure out at least, now, are you monogamous or are you not monogamous? If you're not monogamous, then you have to be okay with that. I find we're time where people would rather be known as a cheater than open, as if that's a bigger or a better badge. Yep. It's baffling to me that people are so ashamed to claim their openness that they would rather be known or potentially found out to be a cheater because a cheater you could fix maybe. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Open Life. Natalie, some great stuff. Different podcast again is called Open Life, Happy Wife. The book is called Crazy on the Inside. You can get that on Amazon, and the YouTube page is just Natalie's name. If you go to YouTube and enter in Natalie Wanner, it is WANNER. That went quick, Natalie. Maybe we can have you on another time sometime in the future. We really appreciate your time.
I would like that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We now go to, and ladies and gentlemen, this is my apology because of a mistake, believe it or not. I mistake earlier, and so at this point in the show, it is important for me, ladies and gentlemen, to apologize to our friend, just breaking, our friend Richard Krause is on the line, and I have to apologize because I said he was going to ruin the show. It's the name of the segment with David Cooper. Sorry, you must have been startled when you found on the show, and second, that you ruin the show when you're not even on the show, Richard.
I come home, I'm sitting here trying to write the Cocaine Bear review, and I turn on the radio to keep me company with my good friend Jim, and I get slapped in the face. A slap in the face.
By the way, do you know who stars in Cocaine Bear?
Well, I do.
Pablo Escobar.
You see, now Pablo Escobar is the name of the real bear. So the real bear.
Wait a second, is I thought I made that up. Are you telling me that's really the name of the bear?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that what happened in 1985, this bear ate all kinds of cocaine that it found that had been dropped in the forest by drug smugglers, and in real life it overdosed immediately. It a while later, and then they put it on display at a mall or something under the name Pablo Escobar.
Damn it! I honestly thought I thought of that, or maybe I knew it and then woke up the next morning and was convincing myself I thought of it. Anyway, Richard, I know you've got to continuing to I can't talk. Continue to ruin your article and not my show. No, you've got to write a great article. Good sport, and we'll talk to you on Friday.
Absolutely. Talk to you soon, Jim.
For the lower income workers.
3 more have been shot down.
The Vashi Capello Show.
What does that tell you?
Keeps you informed.
How big of a decision is it to actually shoot something down out of the sky?
Hard-hitting interviews.
Entertaining analysis.
And lively debate. As Defense Minister, how worried would you be after the events of the last 2 weeks?
Plus, breaking news as it comes into our newsroom.
Why should Canadians be confident?
The Vashi Capello Show. Weekdays at noon.
Your government will be able what it set out.
On News Talk 580 CFRA, Ottawa's home for live local breaking news.
Hear the athletes, feel the energy, and show your Canadian pride. Live at the BKT Tires and OK Tire World Men's Curling Championship. Cheer on Team Canada as we go head-to-head against the rest of the curling world for the coveted world title. Plus, when the rocks have been put away, keep the good times going at the original 16 patch. The ultimate curling party where fans can eat, drink, and celebrate the day's epic shots. Experience it live April Place in Ottawa. Get your tickets now at curling.ca/tickets.
This is News Talk 580 CFRA AM Ottawa, a division of Bell Media and an iHeart radio station.
It's 10 o'clock. Your update from the CTV Ottawa newsroom starts now.
Good evening, I'm Colton Trail. It's -9, cloudy skies in the capital. The snow isn't started yet, but it is starting soon. And there will be lots of it. We'll tell you all about that coming up in just a moment. First, your top stories. Ottawa police now say they believe the Orleans explosion was not an accident. In a statement, OPS says the blast at a Minto construction site on February 13th has been deemed criminal, and the arson unit has taken over the lead in the investigation. The explosion leveled several buildings and forced dozens of people from their homes. 12 were injured, including children. 2 people were pulled from rubble at the scene. Ottawa police have released details on an arrest in connection with last night's fire at an apartment. Firefighters were called to Preston Road late Tuesday afternoon for a battle with flames that lasted hours. 4 people were rescued from the blaze, 60 were displaced. OPS says 31-year-old Pamela Shillingford of Ottawa has been charged with arson to property, arson to endanger life, and attempted murder. She appeared in court this afternoon. President Joe Biden says President Vladimir Putin made a big mistake by suspending Moscow's participation in the U.S.-Russia nuclear arms treaty. Putin announced his plans to move away from the treaty amid tensions with the West over Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Biden called Putin's announcement not very responsible.
I think we're less safe when we walk away from arms control agreements that are very much in both parties' interests and the world's interests. But I've not seen anything, we've not seen anything where there's a change in posture in what they're doing.
Biden added that he didn't believe Putin's announcement meant he was thinking of using nuclear weapons, saying he is confident the 2 nations will be able to work it out.
Toronto's deputy mayor
Trudeau says foreign election interference should not be a partisan issue. Trudeau was asked by reporters today about recent reports of Chinese officials attempting to affect the outcome of the 2021 election. He says his government takes the issue very seriously.
What is not serious is putting a partisan spin on this.
Nonetheless, we
is playing political games to try and get partisan advantage out of undermining people in our institutions.
Trudeau says he's happy that a House of Commons committee has agreed to study possible interference in the 2021 election, including by calling on cabinet members and national security agencies to testify. Bluesfest released its full lineup of artists coming to the capital this year. Foo Fighters, Robert Plant, Alison Krauss, and Tom York's new band The Smile, all coming to Le Breton Flats in July. Bluesfest executive director Mark Monahan tells CFRA he's looking forward to seeing how music fans react.
The biggest thing all year, and then you suddenly get to really, to release it and get people's reactions. Up until that time, we're just all huddled together in a small group, thinking this is going to work. So now you put it out to the broader community and see who's interested.
Also performing at Bluesfest, Pitbull, Ludacris, Mumford & Sons, and Weezer. In-depth coverage, audio, video, and more at CFRA.com and CTVnews.ca. Mitch Kudrowski is in the CTV Weather Center.
Warning has been issued by Environment Canada. There's snow coming to Ottawa and lots of it. 20 centimeters is on the way this evening and into Thursday, with temperatures hovering around -13 tonight. Tomorrow it'll be cloudy with a high of -11 and a low of -14, with of course periods of snow continuing throughout the day. Friday there's a chance of flurries and a high of -11 with a low of -23 in the evening. In the CTV Weather Center, I'm Mitch Kudrowski.
That's the latest from the CTV Newsroom. I'm Colton Prail. News next at 11 o'clock.
Live local breaking news.
When you want it.
Anytime.
Anywhere. Download the CTV News app now.
Putting it to them
on what's important.
News Talk 580 CFRA proudly supports February is Heart Month. Through your donations, you can improve one of Canada's most distinguished cardiac health centers, going straight to the heart of care in our community. Buy countless retailers across Ottawa and join local businesses and landmarks as we light the town red. Every dollar raised makes a difference in the fight against heart disease and will be matched by our community partners. Give with heart. Visit CFRA.com for details.
This is News Talk 580 CFRA.
In moments, ever reconsidered somebody in the friend zone? We'll ask in moments. David Cooper will ruin the show. Why are we giving 2 segments to somebody who ruins the show? Slow news day. A man in Indiana was clocked at doing 130 miles over the speed limit. The speed limit was 45 miles an hour. Man, you got to be in a hurry to get out of Indiana. Oh, Indiana. Insiders say that Donald Trump wants to bring back public executions. Before you ask how anyone could watch anything, I'm not the one who spent $20 on Ant-Man and the Wasp over the weekend. You are. And did I tell you about the Rolling Stones working on a new song with Paul McCartney and Ringo? I do believe the new song is Hey Jude, get a reverse mortgage because we're older and Tom Selleck's not selling it anymore. Remember, reverse mortgages are good, and it can start to make a retirement better.
News Talk Tonight is on with your host, Jim Richards, on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
Reverse mortgage. Job. By the way, Christina, don't bother showing up to work tomorrow if you're not going to sing Reverse Mortgages with us. I don't want to see your face tomorrow, Christina. Are you scheduled tomorrow?
I am not. You won't have to see my face tomorrow.
All right, fine. I bet you Zach is going to sing Reverse Mortgages with us tomorrow. It's time for... Do we have a theme for Advice Lady? I think we do, yeah. Advice Lady.
A bit of free advice. We'll tell it to you now.
All right. Natasha Vinnick joins us right now. You can always follow Natasha Vinnick. Natasha, where are we following you? You're not only on TikTok, where I enjoy most of your work. I just lied. Instagram, where I enjoy most of your work, but you're also on TikTok?
Yep, I'm on all the places at Natasha Vinnick.
I don't know that, really? Okay.
Jim, you have such a good singing voice. I never knew that until now.
I don't know. I'll have to play that back, and I'll be the judge for that. How are things, by the way? Last week.
Things are good. I'm finally COVID-free.
Oh, yeah, you had COVID last week.
I did.
Was it terrible?
It was not good. It was very bad. I don't recommend it.
Did you get vaccinated?
Okay.
Yes, I'm vaccinated and boosted, but boy, it got me good.
Oh, okay. I've been really sick over the last little while. I'm not sick right now, but mine never turned out to be COVID. But it was kicking my butt several times. That's not a question for Advice Lady. Advice Lady, do you see this? By the way, I'll call you. Do you prefer Advice Lady or Natasha? Advice Lady.
I like Madam Advice Lady.
Okay, we'll change it. Madam Advice Lady.
Yes,
Madam Advice Lady, have you ever been, you know the term catfished? Which is,
yes, of course, who doesn't?
Is it mean to use the term fatfished? Which is, I don't know, it's a phrase that this columnist for the New York Post invented. She went on a date with somebody who used pictures from a couple of years ago where they were fit and thin, and she walks into a restaurant and there's a guy waving at her that is 40 pounds heavier. So she claims she's being fat-fished. I guess the bigger question is, how many people are honestly representing themselves on these dating apps? Have you ever had that problem in terms of appearance-wise?
Yeah, I think I've had people not look like their photo. I will say that usually dating men tend to look better than their photos just because they're not used to being photographed, I think, as much as women are, you know? Like women, we were like used to like putting on makeup and doing our hair, and like I think we get photos taken of us more often, and we have a sense of what photos we look good in and what we don't, and I don't think guys have that same sense. Usually I'm pleasantly surprised. I tend to cut guys slack in their photos, and usually I'm pleasantly surprised.
So, is that right, that men are better looking than their profile pictures?
I think they often can be, because guys just don't know what photos as much as women are used to seeing themselves in photos. So yeah, I think I give guys a lot of slack in photos because I'm like, he might look a lot better in person and just not know his angles or whatever, you know? But
do you
women,
have
I think
angles?
we're trained to know.
I don't know if
I got angles. We all got angles.
I don't know if I have any angles. Maybe I
got
do.
a side of my face that I like a lot more than the other side of my face.
Which side of your face is it?
I like my right side more.
Okay. I've not noticed that, but now I'll be looking. You know that for
No,
sure.
don't look. Don't look.
I'm wondering, do you have any men in the nice guy zone? What is that called? The friend zone?
We don't shoot in the friend zone, which, just for the record, women are in all the time, but we don't shoot anyone over it.
That's true,
Putting
right?
that out there.
Why do we hear more men talking about the friend zone than women in the friend zone?
It's like men maybe feel entitled to women's bodies for some reason, but women understand that men have lives and preferences
I wonder
too.
if
It's
that's
maybe
true.
like that.
I think that might be true. Honestly, I've never even. That sounds dumb that I've never considered the fact friend zone just as much as men are in the friend zone. I guess the question now that we've conquered that is, do you think there's ever getting out of a friend zone?
There's a whole trope of like friends to lovers, you know. I guess maybe. I think there's like there's a whole trope of like friends to lovers, you know. I think that's a thing that can happen. Maybe just like see each other differently, or you guys have an event that makes you bond more a different way, you know.
Do you have anybody?
I just think you should never hope for that. I think that's weird.
So you don't have any friends that you wish it was a different situation? Do you have any friends that wish that you...
Not like friends that I hang out with, you know.
Do you have any friends that wish that you viewed them a different way?
Not that I know of. I have had a lot of those in the past, yes.
But not now.
Not that I know of, or if I do, it's not my business. I make it not my business.
Message you after. Do you find it weird when social media might message you after 3 or 4 years?
What's that about?
Old boyfriends.
I think when that happens, like when exes get in touch, and you're like, "What's that about?"
Going on in their lives.
Yeah, I think when that happens, I'm like, "Oh, something's rough. Something rough is going on in their lives."
Is that right?
I think every time one of my exes I didn't hear from for years until he's going through a breakup with his fiance, and it's like, okay, I see what's happening here.
I don't know, maybe somebody wants love and maybe not long term, but they're hoping somebody wants one thing more than the other, that sort of thing.
Yeah, like swinging from one vine to the other, you know, or not wanting to be alone, or wanting to be known, or talk to someone who knows you well.
Yeah,
you know.
And I want to end on. Do you have friends that were always like, okay, hey, we're going to do lunch, then you never do lunch, and number and you like them, but you never end up hanging out with them? Are they really friends? Because don't we all have those people?
I don't know if we all have those people. We're like, we should do something, and we never do something. But I don't know if that devalues the friendship, because whenever I see these people in person, for whatever reason, I'm always delighted that they're there, and I can have a good time with them, you know?
They're at somebody else's house. They happen to be a mutual friend's friend, but you're not going to go out of your way to be with them or anything. You're just you're happy to see them, but you don't want to make any commitments with us. You know what? Way too quickly. Why does it mind? It says I have 40 more seconds here. Did you make a mistake, Andrew?
Me? No. I was good.
No, you
didn't
were
do anything
great.
Bad.
Andrew made a mistake. Andrew, you're now in my friend zone. Who I said I don't. You're not nearly as close to me. And sorry to Christina, who I said I don't want to see tomorrow. I now will see you. It's Andrew that I don't want to see. Natasha, have a great week, and thank you. Advice lady for us as well.
Happy to. Have a great week.
All right. Well, we're about to ruin it with David Cooper in a second, so I'm not sure about that. Thank you, Natasha. This is the iHeart Talk Radio Network. Now let's break. David Cooper ruins the show in a moment on the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
Storm Watch for your Ontario Subaru dealers.
News Talk 580 CFRA proudly supports Heart Month. Through your donations, you can improve one of Canada's most distinguished cardiac health centers, going straight to the heart of care in our community. Buy paper hearts at countless retailers across Ottawa and join local businesses and landmarks as we light the town red. Every dollar raised makes a difference in the fight against heart disease and will be matched by our community partners. Give with heart. Visit CFRA.com for
the search for solutions for asylum seekers crossing into Quebec. This is Omar Sachedina. Tonight on CTV National News, the influx and the intensifying debate. Full details tonight at 11 and at ctvnews.ca.
There's something sinister going on. If you speak up, you're on the hit list.
Crave is home to the most riveting documentaries, like the 4-part true crime original, Thunder Bay.
It's racism. It's discrimination. It's because...
Based on the groundbreaking podcast.
We have cover-ups, conspiracies.
There have been so many deaths here, no one really knows the number.
Thunder Bay. Stream now on Crave. Subscribe now at crave.ca.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances. But you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt. With Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada, they are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations in the country, with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They could help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-318-1940. That's 1-800-318-1940. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-318-1940. Call toll-free today for a free consultation. 1-800-1940. Ontario license number 4705786.
Walmart is the #1 place to save on groceries. Save $1.10 on select varieties and sizes of General Mills family cereal. Now only $4.87 at Walmart.
Suffering from erectile dysfunction?
Let's go, D!
Get your MVP in the starting lineup with Ottawa's Focus Wave Clinic. Learn more about shockwave therapy for erectile dysfunction and get a free consultation and $200 off any treatment at focuswaveclinic.com.
Times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances. But you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you, with Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada. They are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations in the country, with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They can help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. You don't need need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-288-4991. That's 1-800-288-4991. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-288-4991. Call toll-free today for a free consultation. 1-800-288-4991. Ontario license number 4705786.
Are you struggling with glasses and contact lenses? Squinting to see the alarm clock and read? Having trouble working or just working out at the gym with lenses getting in the way? Laser vision correction might help.
For 30 years, the surgeons and staff at Focus Eye have been helping people enjoy the freedom of a life without lenses getting in the way.
Call Focus Eye about a no-charge, no-obligation consultation. 613-724-3937. That's 613-724-EYES.
Laser vision correction has helped millions of Canadians enjoy crisp, clear vision.
Whether it's playing sports or reading, hiking, or just watching, laser vision correction can help bring your world into focus.
Call Focus Eye for a no-charge, no-obligation consultation and ask about their 12-month, no-interest financing.
613-724-3937. That's 613-724-EYES.
Calling all farmers. CTV's matchmaking show Farming for Love is looking for more single farmers who are searching for their perfect match. To start your love story, apply at ctv.ca/farmingforlove.
This is News Talk Tonight with Jim Richards on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
Welcome to David Cooper Ruins the Show. David Cooper playing himself for 2 segments on the iHeart Talk Radio Network. David, how are you?
I'm doing well, Jim. How are you, my friend?
Good, thank you very much. Well, we're getting a little snow on the ground. You know what that means in Toronto. Everybody drives like they've never seen snow before. Nobody in Toronto thinks that winter tires are a good idea. And you're supposed to drive according to conditions, which for some people would mean not leave the house, but people leave the house anyway, and they end up in. Nobody knows how to drive for the conditions.
So what I'm hearing is you're really happy about the way people are driving. You have no complaints at all.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Are you expecting any snow over the next couple of days?
There might be this weekend, which we're excited about. There's been no snow this year. Can you believe that?
Zero?
In New York City, not a sprinkle, not a sparkle, not a drop of snow.
Now, I know Ottawa and Montreal are going to get some of what we're getting right now, and the rest of the country is laughing. 15 centimeters isn't even a lot. So, what do you think of 15 centimeters, David? Is that a lot?
It's like growing up in Toronto, that's moderate to a lot, but not like an insane.
Okay. A little bit later on, I wanted you to do the Rude Power Rankings. We'll do it after the commercial break. I just sent it to you. So if you could take a look at the Rude Rankings and then power rank 4 of the rudest things, that would be I just had Dan Riskin on an hour ago, and I think he said the word penis 21 times in 10 minutes. And then I said Richard Krause is going to be here to ruin the show, and I meant you, and Richard was listening, and then I had to apologize to Richard because I made a mistake saying that he was going to ruin the show. How does that feel? Competition with people ruining shows.
So Richard was pleased that he was going to ruin the show?
No. I apologize to him, but apparently you're the only one. There'll only be you, David.
I believe it. Yesterday we forgot to go over something because yesterday was a great internet day, Jim, which don't come very often. Do you remember that one in like 2015 where there was the blue and black dress or the white and gold dress, and there was those llamas on the loose in Arizona, and it was just for a moment it was like, wow, the internet is great, and then we just didn't get years years and years. You remember that?
I do. What was the greatness of the internet yesterday?
I don't know if it's made quite the level of publicity, but for me, it is a great day. There was a owl in the zoo in Central Park in New York City named Flocko, and some vigilante opens up Flocko's cage, and the owl escapes. And the zookeepers are freaking out. They're trying to trap it. Not so much that he's on the loose. They think, okay, this owl's been in captivity for like 10 years. He's not going to survive. But Jim, the owl has been spotted around Central Park eating rodents, doing fine. It's gotten to the point where they're not even going to try to put the owl back in captivity.
That's great news.
And the internet is going wild. There are memes. People are happy about it. Newspapers are saying it's the greatest thing that's ever happened to them. I mean, it's very exciting. And I didn't even talk about it yesterday. I've been thinking about Flocko all day.
Oh, man, that is exciting stuff. I'm so happy for you and the people of New York.
The owl is so cute. He kind of looks like my cat, the way he puts his ears back, except the owl does it in a cute way. When my cat puts his ears back, he's going to bite you. But other than that, they're the same.
How old is the owl? For 10
years. I think 11 or 12. Yeah.
So, and it's been in captivity for 10 years. Why? So it had, but it would have been too young in its first year to do its own hunting. I don't know that.
Well, it's been in captivity its whole life. 10 years was rounding up to 12.
Oh, okay.
Captivity its whole life.
But they feed it like thawed out frozen rats or something like that, or what?
Maybe they give it. What do I look like, an owl feeder? Yeah, I assume they feed it like zoo food. I don't know, frozen rats. Maybe they give it a rat in a cage.
I wonder if they give it a live rat so it knows, or a live mouse or something like that, so it knows how to, do its owling.
I'm picturing a rat with. Do you remember the pizza rat? I'm picturing a rat with pizza in the owl's mouth, like sort of like the lady that caught the fly. I don't know why. I'm picturing that.
Yeah. Well, that's a good job that you just did there. David, do you want to do where we try recognize the head?
favorite podcast, Therapy for Black Girls, is celebrating 5 years of empowering conversations as we continue to make mental health and wellness accessible. In addition to weekly chats with some of your favorite mental health professionals and other experts, we've flipped through the pages of your favorite romance novels with author Tia Williams, checked in with Grammy Award-winning artist Michelle Williams, and talked hurdles in sports, motherhood, and mental health with Olympic athlete Natasha Hastings. From our team to your podcast, celebrating 5 years of the Therapy for Black Girls podcast. Check it out on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm weird, you're weird, we're all weird about money. I'm Paco De Leon. I'd like to proudly present to you a brand new podcast called Weird Finance, a show to help us all feel a little less weird about money, one conversation at a time. So if you want to feel a little less weird about money, and you also want to hear people have honest and real conversations, tune in to Weird Finance, available on the iHeart podcast or wherever you get podcasts.
In 1967, Joseph Stalin's only daughter flees Russia for her new home, America.
Hello to everybody. I am very happy to be here.
That story alone is worthy of a podcast, but Svetlana is about what comes next, and it's the craziest story I've ever heard. It has KGB agents, a Frank Lloyd Wright commune, weird sex stuff, 3 Olgas, 2 Svetlanas, and 1 neurotic gay playwright. That's me. Listen to Svetlana on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
From Hollywood to you.
Thank you for listening to us.
Ryan Seacrest. On air with Ryan Seacrest.
Good morning. This is On Air with Ryan Seacrest. Ryan here, assistant Tanya, Tubbs, the back room. Got a lot of players here, a lot on the team. I like it.
I like the action.
Assistant.
Yes.
What do you think?
Yeah,
about
I'm scared. I don't know, but it said my names with so much intensity.
What do you think it could be?
Usually you just kind of ask me what I did yesterday, what I did last night.
Fine. Let's get that out of the way. How was your night? What'd you do?
Well, yeah, I'm in the middle of, I want to call it spring cleaning, but it's not spring, so I don't know what you call it.
It's decluttering.
Sure.
And Tanya, aren't you being minimalistic in your time?
Oh, come on over, Red Rover, because that is my.
But now, California Closets has gotten you into this, haven't they?
Yeah, and it's funny you bring that up because both the closets in the kids' room right now are spotless. Like they are picture.
Once you get organized,
I should take a picture of them and. I'm going to take a picture when I get home and send it to you guys because they look so beautiful.
What time? I'm going to be waiting for that. What time?
When we get off the air and then I work here a little bit and then I get, I don't know.
Could you make it like in the 5 o'clock hour?
Yeah. Great. Yeah. That's perfect,
I'm
actually.
looking forward to that.
Yeah. I'll send you a picture of their closet. It looks so beautiful right now and it won't last long because
I think. Do they put things back in their places?
You know, they kind of do. Is what Michael that I had a talk with last night after I did the closet.
Michael, your husband?
Michael, my husband, because he gets them ready for school. And we were sitting on the couch last night watching the latest episode of The Last of Us. And I said, hey, I just cleaned the kids' closets and they look really good. Can you please help me keep them clean? Because you're the one that gets them dressed in the mornings. And, because you start pulling all the clothes out and then you don't put it back nice. And then we builds up and then it just all gets stuffed in there. And then that's what happens. So he said, I will try.
I dress myself like Michael dresses your kids. Like I pull something out, put it on, don't like it, ball it up, throw it back in a corner.
I know.
But if you become minimalist, you just have your stack of work clothes and you just pull from the top.
You know what? That's a great point. We are going to actually keep a log. Tubbs, would you be responsible for the log?
Got it.
You're used to a broadcast log, right?
Of course.
Now tell me what a broadcast log is.
Well, it plays following the hours and the clock and...
Good enough.
Yeah.
So we're going to log Tanya's minimalist closet here and see how many outfits she really has. Because so far, I've not seen a lot of repeats.
I wear the same sweatsuit basically every day in a different color.
We're going to keep a log. There's not going to be opinion here. We're going to keep a log. We're going to fact check it.
Okay.
Tubbs, you need there's a binder back there that I've never used. I think you need to put paper in it.
I need a pen, too.
You need a pen?
Yeah, I got to find it.
Loads of pens.
Right.
Here is a...
Is it chewed on?
This is a beauty. No, this one's actually... clean. Don't say chew on. Chew on.
Yeah, you do. You chomp away at those pens.
Yeah.
This is a ballpoint Wexford stick pen. There you are. My gift to you. No, Sissy, I was going to ask you a different question, actually.
So what were you going to ask?
Do you hit the snooze button?
I do. And I know it's bad.
The snooze button, Tanya?
I do not. I'm very anti-snooze button, actually.
I'm going to tell you in a little while, before 7 o'clock, I'm going to tell you why it's really bad. And while hitting the snooze, not just bad for you, it actually penalizes you 4 hours of your morning. 4 hours of your morning.
Mm-hmm.
So do you hit the snooze button, Tubbs?
I do, but I almost messed it up this morning because I actually turned it off.
Yeah, right. I'd say, well, so what I do is if I use it sometimes, I hit snooze on my phone, and then I thought I turned it off, but when I'm in the shower, it just goes off again. It just keeps going off.
Yeah.
It's like a cycle of never-ending alarm.
Yeah.
It just keeps going off, and it doesn't stop.
I know.
I thought maybe it has like a 30-second thing where it just stops. It just keeps going.
Well, that just multiple alarms that you're
no,
snoozing.
it's not multiple. I think I hit
No,
stop,
you just
but I
probably
hit
swipe
snooze.
it up. You probably swipe it up instead of stop.
Probably.
Yeah.
Guilty.
Mm-hmm.
So they say hitting snooze is so bad for you. You think you're getting another 10 minutes or whatever it is.
9.
So bad for you. Because your sleep cycles, your real sleep cycles work in 75 to 90-minute cycles. And if you hit snooze and get 9 minutes into your next sleep cycle, which many times you do, you fall right back to sleep, then it takes you 4 hours to get over the grogginess of interrupting that sleep. It's called sleep inertia. So it's not worth it. When you go to bed tonight, when you are listening to this now, don't hit the snooze. It's going to take you 4 extra hours to get out of your grogginess, even with coffee.
That's why they say just to get up too. When your eyes open, even if it's before you need to wake up, just get up.
Well, what would be great is if we could live in the rhythm of light.
Oh.
You know,
Okay, Madonna. Philosophical over here.
Sun sets, and
Isn't that
soon
Madonna
after
song
you
or a
close your
tour?
eyes. Is it?
No, it's Ray of Light.
Thank you.
Rhythm is a dancer. So you go, the sun sets, and you know what? Soon after, you lay your head in your pillow, and you leave your window open, and the sun rises, and you wake up. Be great to be in that
that's
rhythm. It's
called
not
vacation,
doable.
Ryan.
Right. It is true. It is true. On vacation.
That's why vacation is
We
wonderful.
had to go to Hawaii to shoot those Idol episodes, and we had a day off.
And you let that happen, and it was just,
I let it happen. And it was like the dream of dreams.
It is the best. Okay.
It's really great.
So I am a snoozer.
No.
I always have been my entire life. And I read this article, and I know exactly what you're talking about. And it did kind of open up my eyeballs. And I was like, interesting.
Literally.
Interesting. If I try this tomorrow.
Yeah.
When I'm late.
Well, set another alarm.
Well,
don't hit snooze. Just get up. But
Yeah.
set another alarm in case you fall asleep standing up.
So what time should I set the alarm? See, I set my alarm so early.
How long does it take you to
snooze.
get ready for work? Let's work backwards.
No, I don't need to do this on the air.
Okay.
But okay, fine.
Actually, we do.
How long does it take you to get ready for work?
Probably 25 minutes total from leave the house,
So wake
gather
up.
my things.
That is pretty fast. Wake up 30 minutes. Set your alarm for 30 minutes before you need to be out the door to get to work. That's when you should wake
tricky.
up.
See, I don't do that. I probably set
What
like
are you
an
giving it
hour.
5 minutes for?
Buffer traffic. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, traffic. This is 25 minutes to get out the door. There's no traffic in our house.
You never know.
You never
she might
know.
slip. She might, you know.
No, you're giving her 5 minutes. I'm
5
like,
minutes for incidentals.
no, that's dangerous. She might fall asleep again in that 5 minutes.
No, she won't. Then she gets to work a little early. Who
Okay,
cares?
guys, I'm going to set my alarm later and I'm not giving my snooze buffer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Take
And
that sleep cycle to its full extent.
I'm going to try this, but if I don't, if I
You're not
just do
gonna.
it.
Yeah, you just do
Well,
it.
actually, yeah, you should be thanking us
but
for this
no,
guidance.
but what's
Yeah.
going to happen is I'm going to hit snooze and I'm going to realize it's actually later and then
No,
I'm going to be
don't-
late.
Don't hit snooze.
Don't hit snooze.
Like, that's
Okay,
easy.
Well, that's difficult when
your
I've been
alarm-
doing this for
that's-
20
When your
plus
alarm
years.
goes off, take your feet and put them on the ground.
That's what I do. I actually,
Boots
when
on
my
the
alarm
ground.
goes off,
Yeah.
so when I goes off and I go, are you kidding me? And then I get up. That's what I do. Sometimes drop an F-bomb.
This morning,
Are you kidding me? It's already morning.
This
and I get
morning,
up.
an alarm was going off, and Michael goes, he's like pushing me. He's like, get your alarm. And I was like, it's not my alarm. It's your alarm. And he was like, oh, sorry. I was like, why do you have your alarm more before
that's
mine?
not the way to
No,
wake
do you
up.
want to know what
Boy,
I?
how
Do you know
you
what
snooze to
I
that?
did the other day? I set my alarm. I took a nap and I set my alarm for 3 p.m. I thought I did. I did not. I set it for 3 a.m. Went off at 3 a.m. woke both of us up.
The worst. But I was like, why did you have your alarm before mine? Like, what were you trying to do? He's like, I was trying to get up early.
You guys get into that kind of a heated argument?
No, not really. This was like after we were already awake, but he was trying to do like where he wakes up early, like all like the billionaires do, you know, like to start the day.
Yeah.
Like clearly you
He's going to go through his emails and reply to everything.
Yeah.
He's going to create extra time. I'm going to create an extra hour in the day.
That did not work. So
I
here
read
we are.
Titans, the Titans book.
Yeah, like the Kris Jenners of the world.
Yeah, totally.
To this, I've got your quote of the day for a Wednesday. Hopefully it sets you in the right state of mind to get through your Wednesday. But listen to this, we all know the importance of quality sleep. Quality is the key. So they say if you sleep like this, you'll get the best sleep and you'll look younger.
On your back.
I can't do it. I gotta try, but my shoulders and my arm always fall asleep.
On your side.
On your side with a pillow between your knees.
No chance.
Oh, I sleep on my side.
The pillow between your knees?
The pillow between my knees, it depends on my mood. But I go back and forth with the pillow between my knees. It feels so good with the pillow in between your knees.
And it does not it's not good for anti-aging because that's how I sleep.
But
and my chest looks like a roly-poly in the morning.
But it really... What?
But by noon it's fine?
Yeah, because it's like just sleep. But, you know, your boobs fall over when you're sleeping on your side and it creates all these wrinkles right here on your chest.
Well, you put some lotion on.
I'm just saying.
You're dry.
Not.
Get some shea butter. Okay?
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
You should not be that wrinkly.
You know how many coconut oils and butters I got on my
I'll
back?
send you guys a picture in the morning.
No, please don't.
You'll be like, is that a roly-poly
right
or Tanya's chest?
Well, listen, you won't care because you'll sleep so well.
That, you know, that feeling, though, it really relieves a lot of pressure off your lower back when you put the pillow.
My shoulder, my arms fall asleep during spooning and sleeping on my side.
Yeah. Then you just flip over.
Yeah, but then I'm all night.
Yeah, and then you have to put the pillow back between your thighs.
Yeah, and then I gotta flip my pillow. My pillow's like thick. You know, it's like I got my hands.
Well, you need a special knee pillow, like a
They
pillow.
make
Like
knee pillows?
No. You just have. Well, they do, but I don't like
But
those.
you mean like a third pillow for my knee?
Kind of like the third pillow, but like you know that pillow's like the knee pillow.
Now I'm taking a road trip. I got 6 bags of pillows.
No, you
my
just
knee
use
pillow, my head pillow, my neck pillow.
I use the hotel pillow. It's fine.
All right, here's today's quote. Being always be better than being with someone who doesn't value who you really are. Questionable, but okay.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, alone sucks.
Like I'll just deal with it.
Yeah, if you want to believe that.
Kiss FM headlines with Sissany.
Well, the Manuel Dominguez High School campus in Compton remained closed yesterday after a major fire destroyed the cafeteria Monday night. Officials are waiting for fire investigators to give the all clear for students and staff to return. Air quality tests were reportedly being performed. A man who sued Jennifer Lopez after her driver allegedly struck and injured him behind a West Hollywood restaurant has reached a settlement in his case. Lawyers filed court papers saying that the case was resolved, but no terms were divulged. Bésame Mucho announced its lineup for its 2023 edition of the festival on December 2nd at Dodger Stadium. This year's festival for Bésame Mucho will be headlined by Los Bukis, Maná, Gloria Trevi, Alejandro Fernandez, and many more. Pre-sale tickets will be sold starting Friday at 10 a.m.
On air with Ryan Seacrest.
It is Ash Wednesday. Lent starts today, lasts until April 6th. Conveniently, it's also National Margarita Day.
Well, I was thinking, maybe I should.
Tequila.
Yeah, maybe I should give a booze, but that makes it tough. Maybe after tomorrow. Can we start tomorrow?
No, Lent is today. So Ash Wednesday, Lent starts today. All right, now we have got this cold we're going to get to, but also, how about the news yesterday? Could not get to a group text soon enough after I saw the news.
I know. Well,
did you see the news?
Yeah. I think the head honchos over at Starbucks and the CEOs over there are huge listeners of On Air with Ryan Seacrest.
I thought you were in cahoots about it.
Not cahoots. So let me tell you, here's the headline. This was all over the place. Starbucks to now offer coffees with a shot of olive oil in it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, 10 years ago, dear friend of mine, Maurice, tells me about olive oil. I say, one day I'd love to plant some trees. So 5 years ago, I planted some olive trees. Finally, I've pressed a few olives to make a little olive oil, just, for the family. And I have a shot of it in the morning, and I put it raw, raw olive oil, EVO, extra on everything. Health benefits. I mean, the health benefits are crazy. Inflammation.
You
fighting
passed it on to
cancer.
me. Now I have a bottle of olive oil in my bathroom next to my sink.
Now, you guys laughed at me when I first brought this up.
Yes.
Your olive oil doesn't do all those things. This is not a new discovery. It's been pressed since 4000 BC. All right, this is nothing, nothing new to the planet. But I was like so giddy about this news that they're going to put it into some coffees in Starbucks.
They are, and it's going to roll out in Italy first, but then they're going to bring it to Southern California. They say by spring.
So I'm just scrolling through the article. I guess the founder was in Italy, and so Howard olive oil producer Tommaso Asaro. Tommaso. I mean, so Tommaso and Howard sit down. They have this conversation about the benefits of olive oil.
Put olive oil in your
Tommaso
coffee.
says to Howard, "You got to put a tablespoon of olive oil in your system every day." This is a year ago. 10 years ago, I'm telling you guys this.
It was not 10 years ago.
It was like
5 years
2022.
ago, I planted the trees 5 years ago. It takes about that long to
The
produce
shot
fruits
of
to press.
olive oil. The shot of olive oil in the morning was about a year ago.
Yeah,
you were telling me.
I just told you about it, but this. So anyway, I'm very excited that Starbucks is going to do this because there's so many health benefits to having the olive oil first thing in the morning.
But have you ever put it in your coffee?
No.
Me either.
I've never done that, but they're experimenting with different flavors, I think, too. So some I don't take sugar, but these are, I think they have some sweeter
They're
drinks.
going to do like a latte version. They're going to do a hazelnut version and a cold brew.
But
version.
you know,
a ritual.
Some coffee places you put MCT.
Well, I'll try like the butter.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm curious to try it. So,
But just take. I'm just telling you that there's now not just me telling you to have a shot of olive oil in the morning.
I know
Howard
you were
Schultz
like
and
ahead.
Tommaso are
You were
more.
ahead of the trend.
But this does add the extra calories to the coffee, though. FYI.
These are keto calories. This is a keto fat. Okay.
120.
And don't do it then. Don't.
I'm already doing it.
Me too. I look ridiculous.
Question for you.
Swigging my
Question
olive
for
oil
you.
in the morning.
Question for you.
Answers.
So I already take my shot of olive oil in the morning. Then do I need the extra shot in my coffee later in the afternoon?
You don't need it.
Okay.
You don't need it.
That's
You're
what I'm
taking
saying.
it. You're taking it pure. So
Pure.
that's my rhythm. First the shot, then the coffee for me. I like it in my system first thing.
This is insane. I was shocked when I saw this article.
I was pretty shocked.
I wasn't surprised. I was thrilled.
You were gonna be thrilled, but I was like, wow.
So well done, Starbucks.
Wait, you know what we should do?
Howard Schultz and Tommaso.
You know what we should do for your birthday?
Like Christmas Eve?
I'm going to be with my family.
Yeah, I'm going to be with my family.
Oh, guys. Okay,
we can
could
celebrate
do a
on
little,
the 10th.
No, yeah, we could do it a little early.
Yeah,
we could do like
just
an
because you celebrate Hanukkah now, Tanya. It's like we're all still doing Christmas.
We do Christmaka, okay?
Yeah, Tanya has a whole month of festivities.
Yeah, we should do an olive oil tasting for your.
To get the so you're supposed to taste olive oil, right?
We should
people
do.
taste it like wine.
We should celebrate your birthday in July and give you like a half birthday because your birthday is in December.
I'm not opposed to it, and some people I've heard they do a half birthday, and if it's a reason to celebrate, we
I
should
like
do
that.
Fine.
And then that's super fun, and it's like summertime, and then you can do your olive oil tasting, and that's
and we need to get the blue glasses to do it in.
Okay.
Because you're not supposed to be influenced by the color of the olive oil, just the taste. And the aroma.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
I would
if it's
so be
green or
influenced.
gold, it doesn't matter. It's all about wood. It's rancid. It's bad. If it tastes like wood, it's bad. Did you ever have nuts that taste like wood? Rancid nuts? The oils go bad.
Wow.
Listen, I'm available. I'll do it. I'll do an oil show. Any producers who are any olive oil enthusiasts, let's go do this. But no, I think that's great. The Starbucks is doing it.
By the way, you realize we could have snow on the Hollywood sign this week.
So I'm looking at this now. The blizzard warning in LA County. All right, the forecast for the next 3 to 4 days. It just gets crazier and crazier. Today.
Yeah.
Right? The calm before the storm.
This is the calm before the storm,
But
literally.
it's crisp out there. Mama's cold.
Well,
LA Ventura County could have up to 5 feet of snow. 55 mile per hour winds. Big Bear,
5
Lake Arrowhead.
feet?
Yeah, Big Bear, Lake Arrowhead.
Oh.
Now, will we get any snow down here in the city? That's what a lot of people are asking. Matter of fact, I called Mark, our producer, in the middle of the night when I got up.
Yeah, he was thrilled.
Yeah, bless Mark.
I think he was in the car. Mark, weren't you already in the car?
Yes, I was on the way.
Okay, so it's not middle of the night.
Yeah, it was dark. 30. And so here's the deal. In the valley, in the basin, will we get it? They predict the snow level could get down to 1,500 feet or as low as 1,000 feet. So the Hollywood sign could have snow on it.
Yeah, because it's just about 1,500 feet.
Get out and get your post ready.
How
right?
cute
Get
would
your
that
post
be?
ready for
Snow
Christmas.
on the Hollywood
Get your
sign.
families together and make your Christmas cards if we get snow on Hollywood sign. I'm not making this up.
That's actually, I got goosebumps because that would be such a cute picture.
That's cute.
Get your family ready if we get snow to get out there.
Oh my gosh. I'm not going to get my act together to get all that.
Say, our holiday cards.
Well, then just get a shot of it and superimpose your family on top
Right,
of it.
yes, there you go.
sure
Somebody
it'll be
will
all
get
over
the
the place.
shot and put it on Google, and then I will steal it.
I mean, remember Malibu? Like, there were parts of Malibu that saw snow in 2019. It's a little bit of snow.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Which is just so dichotomous in the scheming of weather.
It's like snow on the beach.
Well,
see what I did there?
Yes.
No, what'd you
No,
do?
I don't. The Taylor Swift song.
I thought that was a drink.
No, Snow on the Beach. Del Rey.
Sex on the beach. That's a
Sex
drink.
on the beach is a
Yeah.
drink. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, we're all pursuing different paths here. It's okay. We're all different senses of humor.
I love this for us.
And callbacks. I see what you did now. Do you know what you just did?
What?
You said, what'd you say? Snow on the Beach?
Snow on the Beach.
Which is a
Song.
by
Taylor Swift and Lana Del Rey.
And you knew that I have Taylor Swift tickets every hour next week.
Yes, that's why I wanted to tie it.
See, I didn't know that till this second when Mark put the note in front of me.
Yeah.
So you knew before I did, and it all worked out, didn't it? It all worked out.
Yeah.
All of this to tell you it's going to snow, and we have Taylor Swift tickets coming up next week. After
Next
you have
week.
a shot of olive oil. All right, so here's the thing. If you look at your gas bill, you're going to send it to me to have Kiss pay your bill because it's 5, 6, 7 times what it normally is. And so you try and find out why. Here is what the gas company blames a surge in prices on, quote, volatile wholesale market. A volatile wholesale market.
What does that
I
even
don't
mean?
know what that means. It's like when I ask IT around here, what's going on with the Wi-Fi? And they say a volatile carrier.
Yeah.
I'm like, a volatile carrier.
Oh, something with the Comrex. I'm like, what?
A volatile service provider. Now, Tubbs, you've made up excuses before. Like, we've been somewhere broadcasting something.
All the time.
And I'll say, this button doesn't work. Why?
That's volatile trade
Volatile
conditions.
panel.
Yeah.
Volatile panel. You know, I called earlier. I called. You said there's a supply chain issue. I called earlier for a new panel. Still waiting on it.
Back ordered.
A bunch of BS. What it is for him. I don't know about the gas guy. I don't understand it. So let me bring in. You may have seen Kelly Lang on the news in Chinatown. Hot Woo Restaurant. They've got this place, Broadway and in Chinatown. Hot Woo LA on Instagram. It's a seafood restaurant in Chinatown, known for their Chinese turkeys and seafood. Anyway, I got to get into that in a second. But so, Kelly, you posted on Instagram, come eat here because we got to pay for our gas bill, right?
Yes, definitely.
So you've owned and operated Hot Woo for over 30 years. And
yes.
What tell me about your gas prices now.
So usually bill is around $5,000 to $6,000 a month, but this time for January it was over $13,000.
I mean, that is not in the budget when it comes to operating costs.
No, that's just unrealistic.
So when you and I know your mom's been fundraising, when you and the family get together to talk about the business, how do you cover that cost?
So this company actually sent a notice saying that prices will increase, but we didn't expect this much of an increase. But they did contact us saying that they will help us with the payments so we could pay it off within the next few months.
Oh, like in increments or something.
Yeah, but still on top of our new coming bill.
Right. Yeah, it's just all going to pile up anyways.
But you're also saying, hey, please come eat with us.
Right.
Let us just cover our costs. So please come eat with us. Please come to try the seafood. Try the Chinese turkey. So wait, it's a seafood restaurant, but you have a signature turkey dish?
Yes. So for Thanksgiving and Christmas, for the holidays, we do the turkey meal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's usually, I think, $75. You get a whole turkey, garlic fried rice, and a bucket of gravy.
But you do that regularly now or just the holidays? Got it. But that's what people were talking about on Instagram. I mean, look, maybe for Lent you should put the turkeys back on the menu.
Yes.
Right?
Not a bad idea.
I don't know what the thinking is there, but why not? So Hop Woo Barbecue and Seafood in Chinatown, just like everybody else trying to cover the costs of those Southern California gas bills.
What are some of your best dishes that people order now?
I would say our spicy salt chicken wings.
What's the sauce?
Oh, there's no sauce. It's like fried chicken, but with spicy salt.
Spicy salt.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Never had spicy salt.
I have some. I can send you some.
No, it's okay. I've got Kelly on the line. I like Kelly spicy salt, trying to help her out. Kelly, thank you for coming on. We'll get the word out. It's Kelly Lang here of Hop Woo Barbecue and Seafood Restaurant, Broadway and College Street in Chinatown. They got more than double the gas bill. They got to cover it. So go, if you're in the area, go eat there. Help them out. Family-run business over 30 years. Good luck.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
What are you doing with spicy salt over there at your place?
I put it on everything. I put it on my salads. I put it in on my like anything, everything. Eggs.
The flavor I love is buffalo sauce, like chicken wing buffalo sauce.
That's Michael's
like that Frank's
favorite
buffalo
too.
sauce. I could put on eggs.
Michael puts buffalo sauce on everything. Like, that's his
so
go-to.
good. Me too.
Yeah.
And I was at the store getting my spices, and I found they have a buffalo spice powder. So you don't need the sauce. You just like dash it into a salad.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
So I chop my kale.
Wait, I got to get that for him.
Yeah, get some Tuscan kale. Chop it finely. Olive oil, a little lemon, and the buffalo powder. It tastes like buffalo wings. It's fantastic. And you're having kale. These are my secrets coming in my book.
I like that.
Oh, are we doing a cookbook?
Well, listen, ever since you became an author.
Yes, I like that. Come on, ride the train and ride it.
I mean, it's not really a cookbook. It might just be food experience books.
I like that.
That's some ideas.
The difference? Just pictures, no words.
No words. No one wants to hear my writing.
Oh, like a coffee table book?
Not really. No. I'm not going to limit it to coffee tables, right? Why just tables with coffee on it? I want to go wide. Go big, go international, go global. I mean, food brings people together.
I like
it's
it.
Music. It's universal.
I'm just trying to understand better.
Well, but this is like a teaser. Okay, it's a
need the
teaser.
whole
You know, my
thing.
potential publishers wouldn't want me to let the
That's
food
true.
out of the bag.
That is true.
He's just shopping around right now.
Yeah, I'm just like got some meetings and do some book pitching. I mean, look, my passion's food. I can work my olive oil into it. Hard tables, all the tables, bedside tables, pool tables, you name it. I have the itch to go to Disneyland.
I love Disneyland.
It's the happiest place on earth.
Together, or if we should just go separate.
Let's go together.
Maybe we could.
Could be fun.
Yes.
Maybe.
Couples. Right? That could be really fun.
Oh.
Cute.
Triple
Matching
date.
ears.
Triple
That's
date.
Our next outing.
Date or triple date matching ears.
Yes, what you said. But let's arrive separately.
Oh. What? Why? Party bus.
We can all have our own vehicles. I don't know what time we're going to finish.
Yeah, that's true.
So this is it. A formal invitation. We'll figure out the date. Spring. Sissany?
Yeah.
Tell Michael.
I'm done.
Tanya? Tell Robbie. By this time, they may be engaged, so maybe a dual celebration.
Super cute.
And here we go.
When's spring again?
Oh
March?
my gosh.
I mean, it doesn't be technically spring. I'm just saying
like
next
April,
month.
something.
Let's call it next month, April, something like that.
March 21st.
We can all pose on Splash before they shut it down. Splash Mountain.
I haven't been on Splash Mountain so long because my kids are scared.
They're going to shut it down.
I want to go on it.
Guys, we have company.
Oh, yeah, Lindsay. Well, she's about to rat on her friend. I don't know what's happening here.
Lindsay, sorry. You heard all that?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, you're the catalyst. You're the reason we got. You're the reason we're coming together for a six top. So, all right, your coworker.
Wow, that's awesome.
But you, it's going to Disneyland that needs to be at work, and you're kind of outing that person.
Yeah. So my manager is out on maternity leave, so he's out of office and not in touch with our team very much, understandably so. So my coworker is using that to her advantage and is taking a vacation all of next week and not telling anyone. And she's planning to go to Disneyland. And I feel that's a bit unethical. I wouldn't feel the need to tell anyone, but she's asking me to cover for her and do her work while she's out. Yeah, so I don't want to tattle, but
well, you're on the air
involving me in her.
You know that this being broadcast where Disneyland is. I can't keep it from going. Okay. Well, wow. I'm trying to put myself in your shoes. So let's see. Like if Tanya,
asked for her so she can go do something.
You would do it for me.
Yeah, but I would want something in return.
No, you wouldn't.
You would owe me. If I had to lie for you to the boss,
you would do it.
I would maybe do it, but I'd be like, you owe me. Like, this is big. Now my job is on the line. You owe me.
No job's on the line if you go to Disneyland.
No, maybe it wouldn't be Disneyland. I'm just saying something else.
Well, she already did this. She went on a Napa. She was sick or something.
Yeah, but she didn't lie to us.
First of all, I did not say that I was sick. I took vacation days in workday for that.
Oh, yeah. She took a Tuesday and a Wednesday. Last minute because she went to Napa Valley.
Yeah, she said
with the guy that she told she never talked to
I said I was going to...
What did she call
I spent a whole Sunday night.
A retreat.
Ooh, weepy about this guy.
That's what
and then all of a sudden
was.
she disappeared with this guy after she told me she never talked to the guy again.
She had just broken up with him and she was in such a bad state.
Broken, and we put her back together with the, glue.
And
then on a Tuesday
she was like,
she disappeared.
I need to go find myself.
You guys are exaggerating in every shape of the form.
That's what it was. What did she call it? A wellness retreat? Therapy retreat?
We understand it. We've been down this path before.
Right.
Oh my gosh, so exaggerated. I took off a Thursday and a Friday.
Okay, it was a Tuesday and a Wednesday.
No, it was a Thursday and a Friday. I never said I was never going to speak to the guy again. If you shall remember, I said this doesn't make sense, this breakup.
As I recall, Lindsay, I'm so sorry. As I recall, it was a Sunday night and I was on the phone for a long
Yes,
time.
I never said.
And then 2 days later, you took a vacation went to Sonoma.
You made me unfollow him on Instagram. And then when I had to refollow him, it was super awkward.
I love Sarah.
And it was a retreat. It was a couples retreat to see if we could do this again.
I've seen Couples Retreat. It's a movie. This was not that.
This was
Lindsay,
not that.
Again, do you want to just out your coworker? What can we do? Okay. Is there a swap?
Okay.
Like, listen. Now you're covering. Is there something she can do for you?
That's what I'm saying.
Up?
That's true. I can give her something that she has to do for me as well.
Yes. She owes you now. I think you cover it, and then she owes you.
An eye for an eye.
Makes the whole world blind.
Yeah, whatever.
Good luck. Thank you very much. I mean, it was a long time ago, but I remember like it was yesterday. Like it was a Tuesday.
You obviously don't remember it like it was yesterday because your facts are a little bit fuzzy.
I don't know. Sissy and I sounded pretty aligned.
Yeah. I just can't remember what you called it. You called it a wellness retreat?
A retreat. I said I'm going on a retreat.
And we didn't even bat an eyelash because we were so concerned for your
weekend to taste wine.
Yeah, we literally were like, oh my gosh, Ryan, she needs this. So let's give her whatever time she needs because she needs to piece herself back
we
together.
All needed it. I didn't know we all needed the same
and then she
thing.
comes back and she was like, oh, I was frolicking through the vineyards of Napa.
Rosemary infused olive oil. They've got it up there.
Yeah.
They've got it in a bottle.
I was just, wine tasting. Oh, by the way, Robbie and I are back together.
Let's pat us on our own backs here because look at this. They're about to be engaged thanks to us.
Yeah,
we carried on the show. They made everything go away, and now they're practically married. You're welcome.
We're really glad it worked out.
But I never once said I'm never speaking to him again.
I don't know
it was
what
inferred.
If thou shalt recall.
I mean, listening to those tears.
Those tears. So many tears.
I can tell I'm doing good abs because I was laughing so hard my abs hurt. I did hanging abs last night, and it's so hard to get 600.
Wait, should we all do that?
Ever since you told me 600 a day, I'm like, oh my gosh.
Should we all do 600 abs somethings a day?
I guess.
Yeah, I think we should. Let's see how it goes.
And text each other after we finish?
Okay.
On air.
On air with Ryan Seacrest.
My name is Ryan Seacrest. We have Sissany, we have Tanya, we have everybody. Tubbs and Ruby. The panel is coming in. So we're going to play really game we really like to play here, and that's Match Game.
We love this game.
It's just funny to me. I don't have to do anything but
I love the song, too.
Host it. So we got our two players here. Monica in Orange County, Match Game player number one. Good morning, Monica. How are you?
Hi, good morning, Ryan.
Monica, tell us about yourself.
So I'm from Placentia, and I'm a marriage and family therapist.
Oh,
wow.
Let's keep her number.
I think so. Do you do only marriage? You do couples as well?
I do. I've done couples in the past. Right now, I just do individual.
The individual. That's interesting.
Or do you do couples going into marriage?
Yes, I've done that before. Uh-huh.
Do you
we'll get
need
back
to
to you
talk to
on all
her,
this.
Tanya? I don't know. I feel like it's nice.
Oh, gosh.
Well,
How can I get my boyfriend to propose to me?
like tomorrow?
Yesterday.
All right, so Monica, that's great. Now let's go to Nathan. We pull up Nathan. Matt's game, player number 2 in LA. Nathan, good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, Nathan. Tell us about yourself.
Hey, so I'm in LA. I go to school for film, hoping to win some prizes.
All right.
Well, you guys are great contestants here. All right, here's the way it works. It's called Match Game. So our panel here, Sisney, Tanya, Rubin, look here, cameo by Tubbs. We'll write down what you think. Is he on these all the time?
Tubbs plays every game.
Then well, he didn't know the game, so I thought maybe he didn't play the game much. Then we'll hear your answers, see who you match with. Whoever gets the most matches going to Vegas to see Bruno Mars.
Ooh.
Okay, here we go. You ready? Okay, Monica, you're up first, and don't say it out loud. Just think about it. Dog blank. Monica, dog blank. Think. And when you've got them, look up. Okay. Dog blank. Monica.
Cat.
Dog cat. Okay. All right. So Monica's dog cat. Sissany.
I said dog bowl.
Tanya, dog.
Dog tag.
Ruby, dog.
I said dog park.
Dog park.
Oh. All right.
Okay.
Well, so nothing there. All right. Don't worry. Hang on, Monica. Let's go to Nathan. Nathan, here we go. Garbage blank. Nathan, think about it. Garbage blank. Garbage blank. Panel, write it down. Look up when you're ready. Garbage blank. All right. Nathan, garbage what?
Can. Garbage can.
With enthusiasm. Sisney, garbage what?
Garbage truck.
Tanya must have said can.
It's can.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Ruby, garbage.
Can.
Tubbs, garbage.
Disposal.
Garbage disposal.
What a downer. So let's see. Monica, sorry. Nathan, congratulations. You're going to see Bruno Mars in Vegas.
Oh my gosh, amazing.
Well, now she gets consolation prize.
Guys.
Wait, doesn't she get something?
Well, I don't know. What do you have
Sam
for
Smith.
Oh, that's not a consolation prize. That's a
great.
grand
That's
prize.
what I'm saying.
Oh, everybody wins. We're going to send you to see Sam Smith, Monica. Good news.
Awesome.
There's no better prize.
No,
They're
the
both
match game
great.
is the game of winners.
Yeah, this game is the game of winners.
Yeah.
And this show is the show of winners.
Where you can't win, but you can't lose.
Thank you, Monica and Nathan. Hang on.
Thanks, Ryan.
But you can win.
Did you just completely forget how to play this game? Like, I am shooketh.
Guys, that was smooth. That's the way you play a match game.
Like butter.
I can't help looking at you. I know that you've got the same one because you're like, come to me. I said can.
On air with Ryan Seacrest.
39 degrees this morning as you were going through Hollywood. 41 downtown. Riverside, 42. Do you have a favorite jacket for this kind of weather? I see you're both in hoodies.
Right. Oh, I'm in a hoodie. Yeah, I know. It's so... I usually do like my puffer jackets and things like that, but I kind of just left the house in a hoodie.
Jake Gyllenhaal Patagonia jacket. Taylor were walking through Nashville, and he was wearing that Patagonia.
Yes.
I bought it. I bought that jacket after they were walking together through Nashville.
I just got this puffer vest. I got it on Amazon, and I got it yesterday. I was like, perfect timing.
Just in time.
Those are what they call power vests.
I feel powerful.
Good.
Like the tech power moguls wear
I like
vests
that.
like that.
I got you a vest for Christmas.
I know. I love it.
Yes.
Vests are really... Actually, I have to tell you, like, I put a vest on, it cools me up a degree. Like, meaning, like, it makes me look a little cooler than I am.
In a
truly.
jacket.
No, just than I am. Just in general. All right, so walk through this story with us here.
Okay, so this story, I mean, has been all over the news, and I kind of just did a deep dive even further into it. Remember Madeleine McCann? She was the missing British girl who disappeared from the Portuguese resort in 2007.
Okay.
She was 3 years old, and it was a huge story at the time, especially because the parents were being shamed for leaving her and her siblings in the hotel room while they went out to dinner.
Right.
And they claimed, it was still within the resort, so they didn't think it was that big of a deal. Anyways, when they got back, the 3-year-old was missing, but the other 2 siblings were still. Anyway, a Polish woman has now gone viral. Her name is Julia Wendell. And there's other stories, like she has, people are saying that she has different names too, and so it gets even crazier. But she's 21 years old. Now, if Madeleine McCann was still alive, she would be 19. But this girl claims her parents that she have never shown her birth certificate, and she repeatedly has asked them, and they won't show her. So she thinks that she is.
Hold on,
Madeleine McCann.
Okay, so the baby, whatever, disappears, right?
Right.
Now, 21 years old. This woman says she is that. She's talking to the parents? She has contact with the parents?
Not yet. So what she did was she created TikTok and Instagram. She started posting all these pictures, like these side-by-side pictures, proving like these characteristics that she has with Madeleine McCann.
But how does she explain the 3 years off, 19 to 21?
That's because she doesn't matter because she doesn't know her age. Yeah.
She thinks she's 21.
Right. She thinks she's 21, but she could be 19.
What? Or she could be making this up.
Or that.
So do we know, is she going to take find out?
Yeah, so apparently she went viral with these videos that she's posted on Instagram and TikTok and got the attention of Madeleine's actual parents. They have agreed to take the DNA test, and that is where we're at. This is all unfolding this week.
Live special for Fox.
Oh, I mean, I think all the outlets.
Remember this live, like on the edge of your seat.
2020 Dateline. This is all going to get picked up.
I think they should. Let's go live DNA testing. Build it up, and let's see what is really the truth. And why did she leave? Did she leave? Was she abducted?
I think she was. She was definitely abducted.
And how did the other kids not know where she went?
Took off?
She was 3 years old. No, she was abducted.
I don't know. At 3, I wanted to roam around.
No.
On air. On air with Ryan Seacrest. It's about damn time.
Lizzo, this is Kiss FM. By the way, did Lizzo ever get back to us about the name of her house?
She has not returned our text message yet.
I don't think they gave it to her.
I can ask.
Well, they're just going to tell you.
They're going to say, yeah, I sent it to her.
She's busy. Just star. So anyway, yeah, we were trying to name Lizzo's house. I thought by her request.
Yeah, it was. She did.
And what we come up with?
Bungalizzo.
I love Bungalizzo.
I love it too.
Yeah. Okay, well, let us know how that goes.
Hi, just checking. Did Lizzo ever get back to us?
I mean, we might just have to book her.
We look so desperate. We look so desperate.
Who cares? Who
Right?
cares?
We named her house, and now we're checking in. We are desperate.
No, you know what we should do?
What? Should I not send this?
No. No. Next time
Should
we
I
have
send it?
Lizzo
I
on.
didn't. I typed it out, but I didn't send.
Next time we have Lizzo on the show,
delete.
We get her a custom doormat made for her home.
Oh, cute!
After
I
not
know
even
somebody who
responding
makes
to
those.
our name, we're going to get a doormat made of Bungalizzo?
Yeah.
It's like respond to our
Ryan's
suggestion.
like, I'm done.
I think they passed it on because she would.
No, that's why we have her in. Next time we have her
why
in,
we ask if they passed it on.
So do you want me to ask if they passed it on, or do you want me to ask did she respond?
What did Lizzo think of our naming of the house idea that we thought
Hi.
she wanted us to do? Hi.
Do you know if Lizzo responded?
I like all the ideas. Now, Ruby is in the studio here, or not, but
It's
she's a
so
microphone.
cute to have a gift for her next time she comes in. That's so thoughtful.
I agree.
Yes.
Let's have it made.
Great. I know somebody who makes this.
Great. Text them.
Okay.
Let me talk to Ruby. Ruby, hi.
Hi.
So, I love a good hike. LA's so good. Southern California has so many great hikes, right? And the weather's conducive normally.
Yeah, we are blessed.
Now, are these hikes in our neighborhoods that where you can actually find a waterfall, or do we have to go far to see these?
No, definitely. So these are 4 of the best post-rain hikes in LA since we have some rainy days ahead, especially with the wet weekend coming up as well. These are perfect if you want to check out some waterfalls that aren't, in Hawaii or super far.
During the rainy day, when the rain is coming down and accumulating, these turn into those waterfalls you see on Instagram.
Right.
I really want to go in one of those lagoons where there's looks like rope, but it's not rope. It's something from a tree, and swing across the lagoon through a waterfall. That's what I want to do.
Yeah. Now, you probably don't want to go when it's raining, but definitely afterward, it's the best time to go.
All right, so where are local waterfalls here in Southern California after the rain?
One of my favorites is Switzer Falls. It's not too far. It's about 30-minute drive from, well, I live in Eagle Rock, so it's about 30 minutes. But it's just beautiful, epic canyon scenery, panoramic views of San Gabriel Mountains, and then the waterfall there is also really, really nice.
Switzer Falls.
Yes.
In the Angeles National Forest. Okay, what else?
Millard Canyon Falls. This is also like a 2.5-mile hike, and it's kind of tucked away just above Altadena. Also really, really beautiful, and again, not too far. So these are all within like an hour outside of LA.
Is it 2.5 in and 2.5 back? Right? It's not a circle.
Yes.
So that's a lot.
I mean, it's not bad if you go with a good group and you take
I just wish that once you got to the waterfall, there was an exit. Can we go now?
Like an escalator down.
Local waterfalls after a rain here in Southern California. What else?
Another one that you might want to check out is Escondido Falls. This is 3.8 miles out and back, but it's just beautiful. It's in Malibu, and you kind of escape the city. And again, this is not too far. This is definitely doable in a day. And then the last one, Paradise Falls in Thousand Oaks.
Okay.
In Mark's Hood.
Oh, if it's nice the day after a rain, because you got to be careful too, and the rocks are slippery.
For sure.
That's how see this scar on my chin? Slipped on a rock in a creek after a rain.
Really? Oh, really? I thought it was a coffee table.
That was my eye. That's an
it was your eyebrow.
I'm lucky to be here, guys.
Oh my gosh.
After my ninth year, my 10th year, I was falling all over the place.
Your poor little face.
I know. My mother was just a wreck about it.
Boys.
So rain coming tomorrow, lasting through Sunday. Thank you very much. Ruby has the best assignment.
Coming tomorrow?
Yes, girl. Have you been listening? We've been talking about it all week.
All week long. Where are you?
Tanya.
On air with Ryan Seacrest.
Your favorite podcast, Therapy for Black Girls, is celebrating 5 years of empowering conversations as we continue to make mental health and wellness. In addition to weekly chats with some of your favorite mental health professionals and other experts, we've flipped through the pages of your favorite romance novels with author Tia Williams, checked in with Grammy Award-winning artist Michelle Williams, and talked hurdles in sports, motherhood, and mental health with Olympic athlete Natasha Hastings. From our team to your podcast app, join us in celebrating 5 years of the Therapy for Black Girls podcast. Check it out on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
67, Joseph Stalin's only daughter flees Russia for her new home, America.
Hello to everybody. I am very happy to be here.
That story alone is worthy of a podcast, but Svetlana is about what comes next, and it's the craziest story I've ever heard. It has KGB agents, a Frank Lloyd Wright commune, weird sex stuff, 3 Olgas, 2 Svetlanas, and 1 neurotic gay playwright. That's to Svetlana on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm weird, you're weird, we're all weird about money. I'm Paco De Leon. I'd like to proudly present to you a brand new podcast called Weird Finance, a show to help us all feel a little less weird about money, one conversation at a time. So if you want to feel a little less weird about money, and you also want to hear people have honest and real conversations, tune in to Weird Finance. Available on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get podcasts.
And Will.i.am 102.7 Kiss FM. So do you hit the snooze button, Tubbs?
I do, but I almost messed it up this morning because I actually turned it off.
Yeah, right. I'd say. Well, so what I do is if I use it sometimes, I hit snooze on my phone, and then I thought I turned it off, but when I'm in the shower, it just goes off again. It just keeps going off.
Yeah.
It's like a cycle of never-ending alarm.
Yeah.
It just keeps going off, and it doesn't stop.
I know.
I thought maybe it has like a 30-second. It just keeps going.
Well, that just means you have probably multiple alarms that are that you're
No, it's not
snoozing.
multiple. I think I hit
No,
stop,
you just
but I
probably
hit
swipe
snooze.
it up. You probably swipe it up instead of stop.
Probably.
Yeah.
Guilty.
Mm-hmm.
So they say hitting snooze is so bad for you. You think you're getting another 10 minutes or whatever it is.
9.
So bad for you. Because your sleep cycles, your real sleep cycles work in 75 to 90-minute cycles. And if you get 9 minutes into your next sleep cycle, which many times you do, you fall right back to sleep.
Right.
Then it takes you 4 hours to get over the grogginess of interrupting that sleep. It's called sleep inertia. So it's not worth it. When you go to bed tonight, when you are listening to this now, don't hit the snooze. It's going to take you 4 extra hours to get out of your grogginess, even with coffee.
That's why they say just to get up too. When your eyes open, even if it's before you need to wake up, just get up.
Impossible.
Well, what would be great is if we could live in.
Oh.
You know,
Okay, Madonna. Philosophical over here.
Sun sets, and
Isn't that
soon
Madonna
after
song
you
or a
close your
tour?
eyes. Is it?
No, it's Ray of Light.
Thank you.
Rhythm is a dancer. So you go, the sun sets, and you know what? Soon after, you lay your head in your pillow, and you leave your window open, and the sun rises, and you wake up. Be great to be in that
that's
rhythm. It's
called
not
vacation,
doable.
Ryan.
Right. It is true. It is true. On vacation.
That's why vacation is
We
wonderful.
had to go to Hawaii to shoot those Idol episodes, and we had a day off. Oh,
And you let that happen, and it was just,
I let it happen, and it was like the dream of dreams.
It is the best.
Really great.
So I am a snoozer.
No.
I always have been my entire life. And I read this article, and I know exactly what you're talking about. And it did kind of open up my eyeballs, and I was like, interesting.
Literally.
Interesting. If I try this tomorrow,
Yeah.
when I'm late,
Well, set another alarm.
Well,
don't hit snooze. Just get up. But
Yeah.
set another alarm in case you fall asleep standing up.
so what time should I set the alarm? See, I set my alarm so early.
You to
Snooze.
get ready for work. Let's work backwards.
No, we don't need to do this on the air.
Okay.
But okay, fine.
Actually, we do.
How long does it take you to get ready for work?
Probably 25 minutes total from like get ready to leave the house,
so wake
gather
up.
my things.
That is pretty fast. Wake up 30 minutes. Set your alarm for 30 minutes before you need to be out the door to get to work. That's when you should wake
tricky.
up.
See, I don't do that. I probably set
What
like
are you
an
giving it
hour.
5 minutes for?
Buffer traffic. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, traffic. This is 25 minutes to get out the door. There's no traffic in her house.
You never know. She might, I don't know.
No, you're giving her 5 minutes.
5 minutes for incidentals.
No, that's dangerous. She might fall asleep again in that 5 minutes.
No, she won't. Then she gets to work a little early. Who
Okay,
cares?
guys, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna set my alarm later and not giving my snooze buffer.
Exactly. Take
And
that sleep cycle to its full extent.
I'm gonna try this, but if I don't, if I
You're
end up
not
just do
gonna.
it.
Yeah, you just do
Well,
it.
actually, yeah, you should be thanking us
but
for this
but
guidance.
what's
Yeah.
gonna happen is I'm going to hit snooze, and I'm gonna realize it's actually later, and then
No,
I'm gonna be
don't-
late.
Don't hit snooze.
Don't hit snooze.
Like,
It's difficult when I've been doing this for 20
when your
plus
alarm
years.
goes off, take your feet and put them on the ground.
that's what I do. I actually,
Boots
when
on
my
the
alarm
ground.
goes off,
Yeah,
so when I
boots on
don't
the
use
ground.
snooze, my alarm goes off and I go, are you kidding me? And then I get up. That's what I do. Sometimes drop an F-bomb.
This morning,
Are you kidding me? It's already morning.
This
and I get
morning,
up.
an alarm was going off, and Michael goes, he's like pushing me. He's like, get your alarm. And I was like, it's not my alarm. It's your alarm. He was like, oh, sorry. I was like, why do you have your alarm more before
that's
mine?
not way to
No,
wake
do you
up.
want to know what
No way.
I?
I'll
Do you know
get
what
snooze for
I
that.
did the other day? I set my alarm. I took a nap and I set my alarm. I thought I did. I did not. I set it for 3 a.m. the next morning. So my alarm went off at 3 a.m. Woke both of us up.
The worst. But I was like, why did you have your alarm before mine? Like, what were you trying to do? He's like, I was trying to get up
you
early.
guys
Like,
get into that kind of a heated argument?
no, not really. This was like after we were already awake, but he was
Oh.
trying to do it like where he wakes up early, like all like the billionaires do, you know, like to start the day.
Yeah.
I'm like, clearly you.
He's going to go
did
through his
not-
emails and
Yeah.
reply to everything.
Yeah.
Like,
He's going to create extra time. I'm going to create an extra hour in the day.
that did not work.
The Titans book.
Yeah, like the Kris Jenners of the world.
Yeah, totally.
All right, listen, guys, you're going to get to your morning hack next, all right? The best position, speaking of sleep, the best position to sleep in for the best night's sleep and to look youngest. Kiss next.
Your favorite podcast, Therapy for Black Girls, is celebrating 5 years of empowering conversations as we continue to make mental health and wellness accessible. In addition to weekly chats with some of your favorite mental health professionals and other experts, we've flipped favorite romance novels with author Tia Williams, checked in with Grammy Award-winning artist Michelle Williams, and talked hurdles in sports, motherhood, and mental health with Olympic athlete Natasha Hastings. From our team to your podcast app, join us in celebrating 5 years of the Therapy for Black Girls podcast. Check it out on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm weird, you're weird, we're all weird about money. I'm Paco De Leon. Like to proudly present to you a brand new podcast called Weird Finance, a show to help a little less weird about money, one conversation at a time. So if you want to feel a little less weird about money, and you also want to hear people have honest and real conversations, tune in to Weird Finance. Available on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get podcasts.
In 1967, Joseph Stalin's only daughter flees Russia for her new home, America.
Hello there, everybody. I am very happy to be here.
That story alone is worthy of a podcast, but Svetlana is about what comes craziest story I've ever heard. It has KGB agents, a Frank Lloyd Wright commune, weird sex stuff, 3 Olgas, 2 Svetlanas, and 1 neurotic gay playwright. That's me. Listen to Svetlana on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your favorite podcast, Therapy for celebrating 5 years of empowering conversations as we continue to make mental health and wellness accessible. In addition to weekly chats with some of your favorite mental health professionals and other experts, we've flipped through the pages of your favorite romance novels with author Tia Williams, checked in with Grammy Award-winning artist Michelle Williams, and talked hurdles in sports, motherhood, and mental health with Olympic athlete Natasha Hastings. From our team to your podcast app, join us in celebrating 5 years of the Therapy for Black Girls. Check it out on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm weird, you're weird, we're all weird about money. I'm Paco De Leon. Like to proudly present to you a brand new podcast called Weird Finance, a show to help us all feel a little less weird about money, one conversation at a time. So if you want to feel a little less weird about money, and you also want to hear people have honest and real conversations, tune in to Weird Finance. Available on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get podcasts.
In 1967, Joseph Stalin's only daughter flees Russia for her new home, America.
Hello there, everybody. I am very happy to be here.
That story alone is worthy of a podcast, but Svetlana is about what comes next, and it's the craziest story I've ever heard. It has KGB agents, a Frank Lloyd Wright commune, weird sex stuff, 3 Olgas, 2 Svetlanas, and 1 neurotic gay playwright. That's me. Listen to Svetlana on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Shanti, LA's #1 hit music station, 102.7 KISS FM. Get ready for the cold weather coming tomorrow. I still can't get this blizzard warning in LA County for the next 3 or 4 days. Nuts, the weather. A blizzard warning in capital letters for mountain areas in LA and Ventura County. Up to 5 feet. Do you like the snow? Get up to the cabin. Get up to the lodge and play in it. You know, if it does snow in some of these places here, for the first time, your child will see snow live, like IRL.
Yeah, IRL.
Who got a chuckle out of that?
Mark. That was Mark's chuckle.
Mark from way across the room.
Got him. Oh, yeah.
IRL.
Catty corner to the mic.
Well, you know, I see him because his reflection is in that window.
Oh, yeah. Right there.
So I can, raise your hand. It just went up. Now put it down. There it goes. Oh, it's going side to side. Oh, he's side. Put your hands in the air.
Wait, like you just don't care.
Shift gears. I've got $1,000 to do what, Tubbs? This is the easiest one of the year.
Wait. Got my notes. Where are my notes?
$1,000.
I mean, no, that's not on my notes.
This is not in your notes? The contest we've done for 20 years?
We're paying bills.
Oh.
I knew that.
I know, but you didn't. So put it in your notes.
I wonder what he's doing on his laptop
And what
right
is
now.
in your?
I gotta post it.
Who gives you those?
I take these.
He takes notes.
Where do you get the notes?
From paying attention.
Okay, well, that was a real test. All right, let's get to the trending report. Then we got $1,000.
Okay, so Rebel Wilson, first of all, we wanted to say congrats because she got engaged to her fiance, Ramona, over the weekend. So newly engaged, but Rebel's little girl was born back in November. It was only 1 week before people began criticizing her for her parenting skills. So literally, she had the baby for 7 internet was already going in on her. And they were getting upset about how quickly she started attending social events after Royce's birth. So Rebel went to Leonardo DiCaprio's birthday party and Paris Hilton's wedding anniversary party shortly after his birth, or shortly after Royce's birth. Both of them were on the same night, so it wasn't like she went out 2 different nights. But she said her nanny encouraged her to go out, saying that the baby goes to sleep at 7 o'clock anyway. And this is what she had to say, which I found really interesting. She said, going to parties is fun, but it's a little bit of work in a way. I'm talking to directors or talking to other actors that might be useful to collaborate with. I found that to be interesting because Rebel is a working mom and she's not wrong. A lot of the collaborations that happen, that we hear in music, happen at industry events. They meet at parties and they want to work together. And so I imagine that it's the same way with actors. And so it is a little bit, a part of her job to go to some of these things. And I just don't understand why, if it works for her, why people just go in on other moms.
My take is, why do you feel like you have to say anything negative to somebody on social media?
Yeah, why do you feel you have the right to say anything? It's like, and the other part of it is like, I feel like, some people are always going to pick apart anything, right? And so, like you said, if it works for you, and who cares?
Right. Also, the thing that I find interesting too is there's no blueprint for parenting. There's not a book that says this is how you parent your child, and everybody needs to parent their child like this.
Everybody is different, right?
Yeah.
Right. Every family's different. Things work differently. Families. And for me, if you say something negative to me, you get blocked. And you know who you are because you can't see my Instagram anymore.
You get chained?
It's happened before. Yeah, 100%. Yes. And as soon as it happens, I block them. And now they can't see my Instagram.
And by the way, you don't need to waste your time or energy on them.
Yes.
And neither does she.
But
right?
it happens. And then you see that negative comment, and it does affect you. And it's so dumb that it does affect you. And it's like, you ruined my day.
That's our human. Those are that's our human nature, right? Like, we see that no matter what it is. You see anything negative, you obsess on that.
I saw this story and I went on Rebel's.
On it.
I went on Rebel's Instagram and commented on a couple of her photos saying like, "You're the best mom," like just to kind of counterbalance.
Well,
all right. I'm gonna see who gets blocked next from Sissany.
I don't mess around.
Do not want to play with Sissany. Telling you. I got $1,000 standing by. Tubbs, what are we doing with it?
Paying bills.
There you go. Right off the notes. We're going to San Gabriel Valley next.
Your favorite podcast, Therapy for Black Girls, is celebrating 5 years of empowering conversations as we continue to make mental health and wellness accessible. In addition to weekly chats with some of your favorite mental health professionals and other experts, we've flipped through the pages of your favorite romance novels with author Tia Williams, checked in with Grammy Award-winning artist Michelle Williams, and talked hurdles in sports, motherhood, and mental health with Olympic athlete Natasha Hastings. From our team to your podcast app, join us in celebrating 5 years of the Therapy for Black Girls podcast. Check it out on the iHeartRadio app, Apple, wherever you get your podcasts.
In 1967, Joseph Stalin's only daughter flees Russia for her new home, America.
Hello there, everybody. I am very happy to be here.
That story alone is worthy of a podcast, but Svetlana is about what comes next, and it's the craziest story I've ever heard. It has KGB agents, a Frank Lloyd Wright commune, weird sex stuff, 3 Olgas, 2 Svetlanas, and 1 neurotic gay playwright. That's me. Listen to Svetlana on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get.
I'm weird, you're weird, we're all weird about money. I'm Paco De Leon. I'd like to proudly present to you a brand new podcast called Weird Finance, a show to help us all feel a little less weird about money, one conversation at a time. So if you want to feel a little less weird about money, and you also want to hear people have honest and real conversations, tune in to Weird Finance. Available on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get podcasts.
Your favorite podcast, Therapy for Black Girls, is celebrating 5 years of empowering conversations as we continue to make mental health and wellness accessible. In addition to weekly chats with some of your favorite mental health professionals and other experts, we've flipped through the pages of your favorite romance novels with author Tia Williams, checked in with Grammy Award-winning artist Michelle Williams, and talked hurdles in sports, motherhood, and mental health with Tasha Hastings. From our team to your podcast app, join us in celebrating 5 years of the Therapy for Black Girls podcast. Check it out on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm weird, you're weird, we're all weird about money. I'm Paco De Leon. I'd like to proudly present to you a brand new podcast called Weird Finance, a show to help us all feel a little less weird about money, one conversation at a time. So if you want to feel a little less weird about money, hear people have honest and real conversations, tune in to Weird Finance. Available on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get podcasts.
In 1967, Joseph Stalin's only daughter flees Russia for her new home, America.
Hello to everybody. I am very happy to be here.
That story alone is worthy of a podcast. Svetlana is about what comes next, and it's the craziest story I've ever heard. It has KGB agents, a Frank Lloyd Wright commune, weird sex stuff, 3 Olgas, 2 Svetlanas, and 1 neurotic gay playwright. That's me. Listen to Svetlana on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
That's called Sunshine. It's LA's #1 hit music station, 102.7. It's Kiss FM. Love that song. Tiger, Pop Smoke, Janae Aiko, you, Sissany, Tanya, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so here's the thing. If you look at your gas bill, you're going to send it to me to have Kiss pay your bill because it's 5, 6, 7 times what it normally is. And so you try and find out why. And here is what the gas company blames the surge in prices on, quote, volatile wholesale market. A volatile wholesale market.
What does that
I don't
mean?
know what that means. It's like when I ask IT what's going on with the Wi-Fi, and they say a volatile carrier.
Yeah.
I'm like, a volatile carrier.
Oh, something with a Comrex. I'm like, what?
A volatile service provider. Now, Tubbs, you've made up excuses before. Like, we've been somewhere broadcasting something.
All the time.
And I'll say this button doesn't work. Why?
That's volatile trade
Volatile
conditions.
panel.
Yeah.
Volatile panel. You know, I called earlier. I called. You said there's a supply chain issue. I called earlier for a new panel. Still waiting on it. But a bunch of BS. What it is for him. I don't know about the gas guy. I don't understand it. So let me bring in. You may have seen Kelly Lang on the news in Chinatown. Hot Woo Restaurant. They've got this place, Broadway and College Street, in Chinatown. Hot Woo LA on Instagram. It's a seafood restaurant in Chinatown, known for their Chinese turkeys and seafood. Anyway, I got to get into that in a second. But so, Kelly, you posted on Instagram, come eat here because of the gas bill, right?
Yes, definitely.
So you've owned and operated Hot Woo for over 30 years. And
yes.
What tell me about your gas prices now.
So usually the bill is around $5,000 to $6,000 a month, but this time for January it was over $13,000.
I mean, that is not in the budget when it comes to operating.
No, that's just unrealistic.
So when you and I know your mom's been fundraising. When you and the family get together to talk about the business, how do you cover that cost?
So the gas company actually sent a notice saying that prices will increase, but we didn't expect this much of an increase. But they did contact us saying that they will help us with the payments so we could pay it off within 2 months.
Oh, like in increments or something.
Yeah. but still on top of our new coming bill.
Right. Yeah, it's just all going to pile up anyways.
But you're also saying, hey, please come eat with us. Let us just cover our costs. So please come eat with us. Please come to try the seafood. Try the Chinese turkey. So wait, it's a seafood restaurant, but you have a signature turkey dish?
Yes. So for Thanksgiving and Christmas, for the holidays, we do the turkey meal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's usually, I think, $75. You get a whole turkey, garlic fried rice, and a bucket of gravy.
But you do that regularly now or just the holidays?
Just the holidays.
Got it. But that's what people were talking about on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, maybe for Lent, you should put the turkeys back on the menu.
Yes.
Right?
Not a bad idea.
I don't know what the thinking is there, but why not? So Hop food in Chinatown, just like everybody else, trying to cover the costs of those Southern California gas bills.
What are some of your best dishes that people order now?
I would say our spicy salt chicken wings.
What's the sauce?
Oh, there's no sauce. It's like fried chicken, but with spicy salt.
Oh, the
spicy
salt.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Never had spicy salt.
I have some. I can send you some.
No, it's okay. I've got Kelly. I like Kelly's spicy salt, trying to help her out. Kelly, thank you for coming on. We'll get the word out. It's Kelly Lang here of Hop Woo Barbecue and Seafood Restaurant, Broadway and College Street in Chinatown. They got more than double the gas bill. They got to cover it. So go, if you're in the area, go eat there. Help them out. Family-run business over 30 years. Thank you for coming on, Kelly. Good luck.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
What are you doing with spicy salt over there at your place?
I put it on everything. I put it on my salads. I put it in my eggs.
The flavor I love is buffalo sauce, like chicken wing buffalo sauce.
That's Michael's
like that Frank's
favorite
buffalo
too.
sauce. I could put it on eggs.
Michael puts buffalo sauce on everything. Like, that's his go-to.
So good. Me too.
Yeah.
And I was at the store getting my spices, and I found they have a buffalo spice powder. So you don't need the sauce. You just like dash it into a salad, and it tastes like buffalo wings.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
So I chop my kale.
Wait, I got to get that for him.
Yeah, get some Tuscan kale. Chop it finely. Olive oil, a little lemon, and tastes like buffalo wings. It's fantastic. And you're having kale. These are my secrets coming in my book.
I like that.
Oh, are we doing a cookbook?
Listen, ever since you became an author.
I like that. Come on, ride the train and ride it.
I mean, it's not really a cookbook. It might just be food experience books.
I like that.
That's some ideas.
The difference?
Just pictures, no words.
No words. No one wants to hear my writing.
Oh, like a coffee table book?
No. I'm not going to limit it to coffee tables, right? Why just tables with coffee on them? I want to go wide. Go big, go international, go global. I mean, food brings people together.
I
right?
like
it's like
it.
music. It's universal.
I'm just trying to understand better.
Well, but this is like a teaser.
We
It's a
don't need the
teaser.
whole
You know,
thing.
my potential publishers wouldn't want me to let the
That's
food
true.
out of the bag.
That is true.
He's just shopping around right now.
Yeah, I'm just like got some meetings and do some book pitching. I mean, look, my passion's food. I can work my olive oil into it. End tables, card tables, all the tables, bedside tables, pool tables, you name it. Listen, Sam Smith playing Kia Forum in September. Tickets are next.
7:30 a.m. Work starts in 30 minutes. It takes 25 minutes to get there. So you're out the door, down the stairs, grabbing a coffee on the way. The breakfast of champions. You glance down at your watch, 7:58 a.m. Your big meeting starts in 2 minutes. You've been prepping for it all month. You pause. Then remember, you are a champion. You've got this. Inhale cool mint and exhale confident gum. Do what feels fresh.
Your favorite podcast, Therapy for Black Girls, is celebrating 5 years of empowering conversations as we continue to make mental health and wellness accessible. In addition to weekly chats with some of your favorite mental health professionals and other experts, we've flipped through the pages of your favorite romance novels with author Tia Williams, checked in with Grammy Award-winning artists, and talked hurdles in sports, motherhood, and mental health with Olympic athlete Natasha Hastings. From our team to your podcast app, join us in celebrating 5 years of the Therapy for Black Girls podcast. Check it out on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm weird, you're weird, we're all weird about money. I'm Paco De Leon. I'd like to proudly present to you a brand new podcast called Weird Finance, a show to help us all feel a little less weird, one conversation at a time. So if you want to feel a little less weird about money, and you also want to hear people have honest and real conversations, tune in to Weird Finance. Available on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get podcasts.
Your favorite podcast, Therapy for Black Girls, is celebrating 5 years of empowering conversations as we continue to make mental health and wellness accessible. In addition to weekly chats with some of your favorite mental health professionals and other experts, we've flipped through the pages of your favorite romance novels with author Tia Williams, checked in with Grammy Award-winning artist Michelle Williams, and talked hurdles in sports, motherhood, and mental health with Olympic athlete Natasha Hastings. From our team to your podcast app, join us in celebrating 5 years of the Therapy for Black Girls podcast. Check it out on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
In 1967, Joseph Stalin's only Russia for her new home, America.
Hello to everybody. I am very happy to be here.
That story alone is worthy of a podcast, but Svetlana is about what comes next, and it's the craziest story I've ever heard. It has KGB agents, a Frank Lloyd Wright commune, weird sex stuff, 3 Olgas, 2 Svetlanas, and 1 neurotic gay playwright. That's me. Listen to Svetlana on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm weird, you're weird, we're all weird about money. I'm Paco De Leon. Present to you a brand new podcast called Weird Finance, a show to help us all feel a little less weird about money, one conversation at a time. So if you want to feel a little less weird about money, and you also want to hear people have honest and real conversations, tune in to Weird Finance. Available on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get podcasts.
102.7 Kiss FM. Now listen to this. I've got your quote of the hopefully it sets you in the right state of mind to get through your Wednesday. But listen to this. We all know the importance of quality sleep. Quality is the key. So they say if you sleep like this, you'll get the best sleep and you'll look younger.
On your back.
I can't do it. I got to try, but my shoulders and my arm always fall asleep.
On your side.
On your side with a pillow between your knees.
No chance.
Oh, I sleep on my side.
With the pillow between your knees?
The pillow between my knees, it depends on my mood. But I go back and forth with the pillow between my knees. It feels so good with the pillow in between your knees.
It's not good for anti-aging because that's how I sleep, and my chest looks like a roly-poly in the morning.
But it really... What?
But by noon, it's fine?
Yeah, because it's like just sleep, but your boobs fall over when you're sleeping on your side, and it creates all these wrinkles right here on your chest.
Well, you put some lotion on.
I'm just saying.
You're dry.
Not anti-aging.
Get some shea butter.
Yeah.
Okay? Hey, what are you doing?
You should not be that wrinkly.
You know how many coconut oils and butters I got by my bed?
I'll send you guys a picture in the morning.
No, please don't.
You'll be like, is that a roly-poly or Tanya's chest?
Well, listen, you won't care because you'll sleep so well.
That feeling, though, it really relieves a lot of pressure off your lower back when you put the pillow.
My shoulder, my arms fall asleep during spooning and sleeping on my side.
Yeah. Then you just flip over.
Yeah, but then all night, I'm toggling.
Yeah, and then you have to put the pillow back between your thighs.
Yeah, and then I gotta flip my pillow. My pillow's like thick. It's like I got my hands.
Well, you need a special knee pillow, like a pillow.
Knee pillows?
No. You just have. Well, they do, but I don't like those.
You mean like a third pillow for my knee?
Kind of like the third pillow, but that pillow's like the knee pillow.
Now I'm taking a road trip. I got 6 bags of pillows. My knee pillow, my head pillow, my neck pillow.
Hotel pillow. It's fine.
All right. Here's today's quote. Being alone will always be better than being with someone who doesn't value who you really are. Questionable, but okay.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, alone sucks.
I'll just deal with it.
Yeah, if you want to believe that. It's 102.7 Kiss FM. Good morning.
Your favorite podcast, Therapy for Black Girls, is celebrating 5 years of empowering conversations as we continue to make mental health and wellness. In addition to weekly chats with some of your favorite mental health professionals and other experts, we've flipped through the pages of your favorite romance novels with author Tia Williams, checked in with Grammy Award-winning artist Michelle Williams, and talked hurdles in sports, motherhood, and mental health with Olympic athlete Natasha Hastings. From our team to your podcast app, join us in celebrating 5 years of the Therapy for Black Girls podcast. Check it out on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm weird. You're weird. We're all weird about money. I'm Paco De Leon. Like to present to you a brand new podcast called Weird Finance, a show to help us all feel a little less weird about money, one conversation at a time. So if you want to feel a little less weird about money, and you also want to hear people have honest and real conversations, tune in to Weird Finance. Available on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get podcasts.
In 1967, Joseph Stalin's only daughter flees Russia for her new home.
Hello there, everybody. I am very happy to be here.
That story alone is worthy of a podcast, but Svetlana is about what comes next, and it's the craziest story I've ever heard. It has KGB agents, a Frank Lloyd Wright commune, weird sex stuff, 3 Olgas, 2 Svetlanas, and 1 neurotic gay playwright. That's me. Listen to Svetlana on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts. In 1967, Joseph Stalin's only daughter flees Russia for her new home, America.
Hello there, everybody. I am very happy to be here.
That story alone is worthy of a podcast, but Svetlana is about what comes next, and it's the craziest story I've ever heard. It has KGB agents, a Frank Lloyd weird sex stuff, 3 Olgas, 2 Svetlanas, and 1 neurotic gay playwright. That's me. Listen to Svetlana on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The One You Feed explores how to build a fulfilling life amidst the challenges we face. We share manageable steps to living with more joy and less fear through guidance on emotional resilience, transformational habits, and personal growth. Eric Zimmer and I speak with experts ranging from psychologists to spiritual teachers, offering powerful lessons to apply daily. Create the life you want now. Listen to The One You Feed on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know their names.
You've seen their movies.
You know every